You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these
headaches were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AC Roundtable number 77. We have true historians as well as mentors in the cannabis movement joining us today. Of course, you're all familiar with the wonderful Al Byrne, but we also have a unique documentarian of our cannabis space and times over the past 30, 40 years now. He has been steadily keeping everybody aware, going back to the Jack Herrera days when he used to have a small show on side cable, I guess, there in Los Angeles. But Casper Leach is joining us today, as well as with Al Byrne. So thank you for both joining us today. And in our previous discussions with Al, we got the answer to this one. So Casper, we're just gonna go straight off into you. And how did you originally come to cannabis? Tell us your story about how, you first were turned on to cannabis, and then when you knew and how it became an integral part of your life and lifestyle. So welcome.
You want to know when I first began smoking it, or when I first became an activist working with Jack Herrera?
All the above. It starts when you were first turned on. How old were you?
Jeepers. I was 15 years of age. So I was born in the middle of the last century. I was born in 1955. So you can do the math. But a friend of mine who was like 2 years younger than me, his folks thought I would be the good influence and keep him out of trouble. Well, he showed up with a bag of cannabis, and we tried it, and I was not impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, we found it, and we smoked it again, and I was not all that impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, he went to a different school than I did, and vice versa. We decided to skip school that day and just raise hell and go riding on our bikes. And we stayed home, and for a little while, we twisted up the fat joint, and we were sitting there watching a rerun of Gilligan's Island, smoking this fat doobie, and all of a sudden, Gilligan's Island had never seemed so funny ever in our life. But we were rolling on the floor when Gilligan got the professor all upset. We couldn't believe that the millionaires were trying to buy their way off the island. It was just insane. And then when the Beatles were also promoting them, and I was a huge Beatle fan, still am. And it was impressed upon me by the musical industry that cannabis was an interesting way to launch your creative inner spirit. And I did find that to be true. And I became quite a poet. From every time I smoked pot, I would smoke out some really good stuff too. It wasn't very expensive back then. I'd write a lot of poetry, and my poetry was getting published in my high school, getting published in my hometown newspaper, getting published in the state magazines. And then I started writing articles, and I found myself getting invited to be part of the journalism department at a very early age. I only let seniors in, and I was invited in as a freshman. And so marijuana was my way of turning on my creative juices. And people also considered me to be a bad influence on their children because I was rather open about what I did, even though it was illegal, because I just thought it was stupid to put people in jail for smoking a weed that my grandparents knew. I mean, there was one day when I came home to my grandparents' house, and my grandfather looked at me when I walked in the door. He goes, "Boy, you got those really red eyes. I got a funny feeling you want some apple pie out there in your grandma's kitchen." And my grandma looked over, but "You been smoking that wacky weed?" And I went, "What?" And my grandparents were all smart to cannabis. They weren't concerned about it. They was glad that I discovered it. It was just my parents that was annoyed by it. So it's true that children and grandparents have one common enemy, and that's the middle age. But so I got involved in cannabis at a very early age, more, I think, earlier than many of my contemporaries. And as I went into university, I found myself with like-minded individuals, and we pretty much let the campus know that cannabis was a way to open your brain, open your thinking, and open the door to love. Is this mic on?
Yes, it's on. Thank you.
Oh, I did not know. I thought.
No, it's all right, Casper. You did good. You did good. Shh.
Yeah, you did fine. Absolutely fine. Next up, Council Member Michael Davis with the next question.
Hey, thanks for joining us. So, how did you come together?
You mean to the cannabis movement itself?
Oh, you two together. I know y'all are working together, and you came.
Oh, you mean? Well, that's because I was. I'll let Al share with this as well. But Time for Hemp have gone from being a small little community cable access show to the first community cable access show to go national, the first community cable access to go international, courtesy of all the hemp activists that Jack Hare met along the way on his hemp tour. People would get copies of the Time for Hemp shows to show them in their area. And because of that, Time for Hemp became the first community cable access show to go international and national. That's also courtesy of Mark Emery and Chris Bennett up in Canada, and Al Jockers, who showed it at the Hashish Museum. And I tell you, it was just really interesting. And so as time went on, people noticed my work, and American Freedom Radio asked me to join their team. And then after a while, they went under. And I had an audience that still wanted to hear about cannabis, so I launched the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network. And a friend of mine by the name of Marilyn Malthry, and I met her husband, Al Byrne, where they were participants in this wonderful organization called Patients at a Time. In fact, I think they were the founders. And so I rang them up and said, "Hey, I've got an idea about putting a spotlight on some of your amazing patients and some of the hard work you do. Would you like to do a regular broadcast on the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network?" And Al said, "Yeah." Right, Al?
I agree. Next.
Oh, fine.
No, Casper, we've been working together. Casper and I have been working together now for whatever the hell he just said until right now. There's another question about what are we going to do right now. We'll answer that. But that's the way it went. Casper was the tip of the spear. He brought this kind of information out to the public in new ways. He was very, very, out there on this stuff, but it worked. He got supported, as he said, by some really good guys, and it worked. And I joined in. It was easy to join somebody that's on a roll, man. And I hoped it improved. I think it did. I hoped I helped again. And that's we'll get to the next question, but I agree. Casper was the brains behind this, the technical expertise behind this. I'm just a mouth.
And what a pretty mouth. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Some of the girls say the same thing, and they're getting younger now. Wow. It used to be the 75s. Now it's the 65s.
Careful, those 55s might be looking.
Ooh, we can help, huh?
Next up, Council Member Jones. Hit it up, Biggie.
Hey, Al. Good to see you again, brother. And nice to meet you, Casper. Thank you both for joining us this evening. And thank you for doing the Time for Hemp show. I remember it being on very late at night when I was in school and watching it when I could. And because of that show, I've always tried to keep an open mind about cannabis. And so I learned a lot about cannabis from your show, and I wanted to tell you thank you for putting it out there. My question for you fellas is, we understand that you two working on a project together. Would you tell us about what it is?
Well, he's smoking, so I'll talk. We got together. We worked for years. We both took a break for a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. We worked heavily before that. I did with Mike Kravitz. I and Casper, I did a show with Mike and Kravitz and Casper like 7 years or something. But we all took a break. And then a year or so ago, Casper and I got together in some sort of conversation, and we agreed upon something that one of us said, which is the Time for Hemp show, which you just talked about, Peggy, was archived. Every one of them. Casper had the forethought to keep every one of these shows. And we thought together, wow, that's a treasure trove of not only information, which it is, and it's still current information, but also historical, it gives us the historical ability to talk directly with some of our icons, Jack Herr, Lester Grinspoon, Dennis Perone, etc. And so we thought, well, we're old. And I think Casper's words were, who wants to see two old farts sitting around on television talking about something? And he was absolutely correct, of course. So what we thought we'd do is we would take this archive and show it, but interspace it with younger, better-looking folks than us. And we just finished one of those shows just a couple of days ago with Dan Sky. Huh? You guys know who Dan Sky is? Malcolm McKinnon, a legend at High Times Magazine. And we brought him on, and he discussed his new book, which is called Pot Shots. It's a video. No, I'm sorry. It's a photographic book. It's about, I think he said it's like 250, 60 pages and 300 and some photographs. And so we're gonna publish the shows. Casper will get it out, not me. Again, I'm done. But anyway, so we're doing that. In a couple of days, we're going to interview Brian Buckley, one of our own, VAC. And we're going to talk about his use of, first of all, his company, his cannabis company, which is a very high quality. And the fact that his company, any excess profit, he pays very well. He treats his people great, by the way. But any excess profit goes to his foundation, the Battle Brothers Foundation. So there's to us, that's a wonderful mixture of capitalism and altruism all in one story. Plus, we all know, Brian is a registered friggin' hero. retired Marine captain, retired medically for combat wounds. So anyway, that's what we're doing. We're taking the show and we're interspacing current, interesting, important cannabis people, veterans or not. This is not a veteran show we do, although I'm a vet, Casper's a vet. It's not our focus. Our focus is veteran and cannabis, as we started with Malcolm. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to, I'll let you, Casper, you tell me, but we're going to try and do this like every 2 weeks. We're already hooked up in Canada. Casper, tell us about all that.
Well, as Al said, there is this archive, and he's right. I retired 2017. It was just too exasperating. It was at one time I was like one of 5 cannabis podcasts out there on the internet, and you couldn't even advertise on any radio or TV without getting shut down if you had a cannabis product or something that was trying to promote the legalization of medical marijuana. They just didn't want to hear it. So there were like High Times, Normal, me, and maybe 4 or 5 other podcasts that were focused on ending medical marijuana prohibition. And then as the internet grew, it became more of an outlet. You wanted to put it up on Facebook, wanted to put it up on Tumblr, wanted to put it up on SoundCloud, got to get it up on iPod. And then I was also producing not just my show, but when I went for American Freedom Radio, the owner of that network got busted transporting marijuana from Oregon into Texas, and his network went down. But when the Time for Hemp network came into existence, I realized, well, there's more than just my voice. So I got Al Graham on, got Al Burns on. We got a handful. I was producing a handful of other radio shows, what I called them radio shows, podcasts about cannabis. And so after a while, it became exasperating. I mean, I was really overwhelmed from trying to promote it on all the social outlets, trying to get all the little video snippets to do the advertising, trying to get the guests lined up, get everything recorded, get everything edited, keep it up on the website. And then just finally, I had to say enough. I can't do this anymore. And 2020 came around, and right before that pandemic hit, everybody was planning to do their big hemp festivals. And they had a lot of guest speakers lined up at different events in Seattle, Washington, New York, everywhere around the world. And then the pandemic hit, and all those events came to a close, and people wanted to find a way still to come together. So I came out of retirement for one event, and we did the Love Fest, the global hemp fest from around the world that started on April 20th, 2020 at 4:20 a.m. And every hour on the hour at 4:20 in a new time zone, we moved the show from zone to zone to zone, went all the way around the world, spoke to activists. And that's up there on the timeforhemp.news, again, timeforhemp.news website. And then after that, I was just, the world became such a mess, and it became a political divide. No matter where you turned, no matter what you said or what you did, you were being canceled. People were fighting each other. I was too exasperated to deal with new fights. And I just decided, that's it. I'm done. And then I got thinking about a year and a half ago, I've got this amazing archive of material, and I made a promise to every guest that came on my show that I would do everything I could to make certain that your interview would be heard by as many people around the world, so that anybody who needed to hear about how important it was to end cannabis prohibition for medical uses, or for using it for fuel, or for creating new jobs, I would do what I can to make certain your interview would be heard until the end of time. And I had the internet to help make that promise come true, but I'm now dealing with age, and I can't be here long to take care of that promise. And I had to figure out what to do. And I thought I had a group of people that I could turn it over to and say, here, it's yours, just take it. I'm done with it. I walked away from it. I thought they were going to use Time for Hemp as a way to launch new voices and new tools. I even gave it for free. And they didn't do a damn thing with it. So I thought, well, now wait a minute, this ain't working. So I took him back in the first of the year, gave Al a call and said, Al, look, we got Jack Hare in here, like Al said. We got Dennis Perrone in here. We got, oh my gosh, we got all kinds of great voices. We got Robert Randall in here. We got May Nutt in here. We got Michelle Rady. And some of these people, when they came on the show, it was like they did it like a week or two before they passed away. And Michelle Rady was talking about the importance of cannabis helping her deal with her pain and getting through a day and being able to cope with the things that she had to cope with as she was dying of cancer. She died at age 30. And one of the last chances she had to say anything was on my show. I owe it to her and everyone to keep my promise.
We respect that greatly, and we thank you for attempting to try, and you tried and it didn't work out, so you're just retrying. So thank you for not giving up, most importantly. Councilmember Kravitz has a follow-up. Michael?
Thanks, Etienne. Yeah, I wanted to chime in here to say thanks for coming on, guys, and also, too, to throw down a little bit of praise on that idea of going around the world. I just came in as a personality, if you will, to that endeavor. If you could, it's a two-part question. First part's real easy. After I'm done talking, if you could tell us a little bit about the guy that did actually do the work for that, because I don't remember him producing a lot of stuff, but he did a fair amount of work. I remember him doing a fair amount of work producing that, because he had to talk to people in 6 different time zones. And I just want to say this: of all the cannabis activism I've done, that is a particularly special memory to me of a cannabis thing that I did, going around the world on the podcast. And it wasn't that complicated. It basically, we just kept 420 going. It was 420, and then it was like 430, 440, 450. Hey, bye guys, we're going off to the next time zone. And next time zone, we pick it up at like 350, 345, whatever, and work our way to 420. It was freaking cool. It was really, really cool. It was always just before 420, and just after for a whole day. It was pretty spectacular. It really was. We got to hang out with Ben Drunkers in the middle of somewhere in Asia in the middle of the night for me, but it was his 420 and it was bright and sunny there, and I learned, I want to say this, I learned more about the geography from that than I ever did from any of my geography classes in high school. But anyway,
let me jump in here for those who might not know it. Well, let me jump in here for a minute. Michael was was the official joint host of that event, and Michael helped make that event happen. Not one person can host that. He's right. There was a handful of other people who made that event a reality, and Michael did a brilliant job on joint hosting. And I want to thank you, Michael, for all your hard work on that effort. So and that's why you were talking about it, and it was pertinent, I wanted to jump in there and say that. So thank you.
Well, that's cool. I appreciate that. Well, anyway, the last part of my second question was just tell us a little bit more about the idea. Like, if you said something about it already, I apologize, but like, had that idea come to you? Whose ideas was it? And the first part of the question, if you remember, was if you can remember a little bit about the fellow that helped produce that, because I can remember almost his face, but can't quite remember.
I can't remember his name. You're right. He popped in, and then shortly after that, he got lost into other projects. But it was Jay Nair Harden who actually pushed me into doing an event of that nature, because I had been retired from doing any type of work on the Time for Hemp project for almost 3 years at that point. And it was Jay Nair who was like in touch with the people who did the Million Man Marijuana March, and who were also involved in doing this 420 event in Los Angeles, and everybody was disappointed. And she said, Casper, you have the platform. And she said, she introduced me to this guy. And she said, I think the two of you could probably put together at least an event where maybe, and we talked about it. Next thing we know, we were calling up Michael, and then we were ringing up guests, and people go, yeah, we'll come on. And it came together within, 48 hours. And then we were promoting it, and boom. it was fun to watch it unfold right in front of our eyes, wasn't it, Michael?
Pretty amazing.
Next up will be Council Member Tony Landry with our next question.
Thank you, ATN, and welcome Al and Casper. It's a pleasure, honor to be here with you and here. I didn't know a lot about you, Casper, but I've read some about you and I'm learning as we go here tonight. Now, always been a mentor of mine, and so thank y'all for being here and for always being out there advocating. So my question is where do you think the conversation around cannabis needs to be, and what talking points do you see the media needing to communicate with the public?
Well, everybody's fully aware of medical cannabis. And I think it's weird how they're still focused on smoking cannabis, when in all honesty, they outlawed this plant by telling us that we had to outlaw marijuana because people were smoking it and it was making you bad. And then when they went to put in their hemp farm crops, they couldn't. And so they kept us focused on, wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Let's change it. Let's change it. Well, now that we've changed it, we're still not paying any attention to utilizing hemp for the solutions that all the green enthusiasts are jumping up and down screaming, we got to save the planet. And right there it is. Right there it is. Right there it is in front of your face. So as long as the cannabis movement is going to jump up and down and scream, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, and we do, and continue to ignore that we need it for fuel, we need it for the 3D filament to do 3D printing for 3D houses, we need it for hempcrete, we need it for clothing, we need it for food, we need it for everything else. Until that happens, we're going to have a lot of greedy people making a lot of rich, fat cash off of the taxes, off of the licenses, and then the people who are in the dispensaries are just raking it in as well. And nobody's going to get any wiser or any better off because we've legalized this plant. You haven't legalized this plant. You've legalized an aspect of this plant and let the plant that it is a direct competition to, all these other industries, remain ignored. Oh, I know you can grow it in 50 states. Oh, I know you got the hemp law. But do you see it happening? Do you see it being promoted? Do you see it being pushed the same way that they're pushing the dispensaries, they're pushing the medical use and the gummy bears and the edibles? No, you don't. So until they come together and realize that it is a plant, not just for medicine, but for paper, fiber, fuel, clothing, we're going to have a great divide.
Al?
I agree. It's a wonderful plant. And the book that I produced in 1987, Cannabis in Medical Practice, actually had 3 of the 15 chapters, I think it was, dealing with not just human or animal health, but the health of the planet. And two chapters on that. Dave Pate and Rob Clark wrote those chapters. And then we had a chapter by Donnie Wershafter, wonderful Don E., on nutrition and how valuable the nutrition in these plant seeds are, these cannabis seeds. It's phenomenal. So I agree with Casper. We don't want to let up on the medical issue. It can help so many people that don't even know they could be helped. We still have a terrible time with the educational process, professional educational process with MDs and RNs. They're not all being taught about cannabis in their schools. A little history. This is a history lesson show. Patients at a Time had a conference in 2010 somewhere. Might have been Arizona. And we invited a doctor to come because he had done a survey. He was a professor someplace, so he had his grad students do a survey on medical schools in the United States. At the time, there were 256 of them. This is 14 years ago, give or take a year or so. And he had them call up these medical schools and say, do you have a course on medical uses of cannabis, on the endocannabinoid system, or anything related to cannabis at all? The answer was zero. There was not a medical school in the United States of America in 2010 that had any educational process going on. And I do not think that changed until a guy named Yehan Maku, a PhD candidate at Temple, who came to one of our conferences, got smart, went back to Temple and said, you got to teach this shit. And they did. And then the University of Vermont's pharmacy school picked it up. So where we are, fast forward now to today, 2024, we're dealing with about half of the medical schools and about half of the registered nursing education in the country now has a course on either or medical cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. So we're doing good, but along with the emphasis that Casper talks about on the products, they're obviously good things that can be produced from this kit plant. I'd concentrate on both medical education and the hemp and its wonders.
And I think the other aspect of it is it would help if the big business would tithe, as Al said about the guest we're having next week. He tithes. He puts his money where his mouth is. But there's a lot of organizations that have made a lot of money off of the medical cannabis or the industrial hemp movement. And, it would be beneficial until it's completely legal all around the world that those organizations find an organization like Normal or somebody like your show that they can get behind and tithe to it, donate to the movement to help raise the voice and to help activists who are trying to end prohibition make that happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze. Leslie.
Hi, fellas. It's really an honor to be here with you guys today. You guys have done so much to get us to where we are currently. My question is, how do you see the VHA changing how they work with veterans with the rescheduling of cannabis?
I got that one. I think it's wonderful for the veterans. The VHA that I've worked with for whatever the hell we've worked for them, 20, 25 years, has been as cooperative as they possibly can. Mike Kravitz will tell you, it took 3 years of work to get them to say cannabis was a medicine, but they did it. And that's the best they could do. And Mike and I have complimented the people that made that decision over and over again, although everybody says they, whatever they say in government, Mike and I think they're wonderful. But that being a given, the objection that the federal government employees have been, well, not the objection, the ruling that the federal government employees have been under that work for the VA in states where cannabis is not either medically or recreational legal have been unable to allow veterans in that state to use cannabis and be included into the veterans treatment protocol. So with the if they go to Schedule 3, that allows these physicians who have up to this point been denied the right to use this stuff, not only can they recommend it, they'll be able to friggin' prescribe it. Well, if they can prescribe it, that means the veterans can go to the veteran pharmacy and get it for nothing. So I see this thing in Schedule fee for the veteran community as a win-win-win. However, I see people like ETN who have been running honorable dispensaries for decades being put out of business. Because what did I just say? If it's going to go to 3, you can go to your doctor downtown. He can write you a prescription for cannabis, totally legal. Yeah, it'll cost money and all that shit. But all of a sudden, your insurance companies will pay for it. So boom. But then you go to the pharmacy. That's a pharmacy. It's not a dispensary. You see the problem?
It's not a problem. We see it as normalization. We never expected. We knew we were a place and a time, right? After Dennis and them bowed out, we were the second generation to push the envelope. We knew that we were not going to exist forever. Eventually, change would come. So I'm okay to eventually become a dinosaur so that you can go to Costco and get your low, mids, and highs. You know what I'm saying? At a good
but
price.
you're a big boy.
Well,
you're a big boy,
I'm
you
aware,
are.
But
and you've been a leader in this shit. No, every 4 or 5 months I get a call from somebody that wants to open a dispensary and pick a spot. What do you think, Al? Is this going to make money? No, I've told every single one of these human beings, stay away from being a dispensary. Go do something else. And so we agree, Tian, but you're taking it like a leader does. You're gracious, you're honorable. You're wrong. You should be pissed.
I just, having Dennis and Jack and others see over the horizon, and I just have to accept the horizon sometimes, even though it's sometimes sunset for you. So it's all good. But until then, I'm still enjoying what I do. So next up will be Council Member Peggy Joe. No, it's Michael Krawitz. Haha, I forgot I was going on to the next one. Michael Krawitz has this one.
Hey, thanks, Etienne. Actually, wanted to go back a little bit in your memory there and ask about experience that you had in being part of the UCLA smoked marijuana study and the significance of being the first to smoke legal cannabis, at least inside of the U.S. government-funded laboratory.
That was, I tell you, that was just amazing. Time for Hemp. I know we'd had maybe 4 shows, 5 shows. We didn't really have a lot done. I was surprised at I'm sorry. I was surprised at the response that Time for Hemp had gotten. And I was a friend of mine worked at a publishing house in Los Angeles. And her publishing company was doing a big party for the 4 or 5 authors that they were releasing new books for. And she was invited to the event, and she wanted to go with a friend that she could leave behind if she met somebody that she wanted to lead the party with. And then she wanted to be able to say, no, I'm with him if she wanted to. So she rented me a tux, and she got me all dolled up, and she took me to this little highfalutin party. And it was really nice, and there's this big commotion going on at the front door of this party, and in comes this guy named Timothy Leary that some people may know, and he's making his way around the room saying hello to people and what have you. And when he comes to the little group where Sharon and I and her little group of people that we were talking to, she expected that she was going to be meeting. He goes, "Aren't you Casper Leach that has that funny marijuana show?" And I went, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we watched that in Berkeley. I love your show. It's so funny. I loved your interview with Jack Hare. I know Jack, and I'd love to be a guest on your show." And I went, "Why?" He's, "I'd love to be a guest on your show. I'll be in Los Angeles in 2 months. See if you can arrange here. Here's my card. Call these people." And I was blown away that Timothy Leary anybody knew my stuff, let alone Timothy Leary, right? Hello, right? Jeepers. So I told Jack, and Jack laughed his ass off. I was working for Jack at the time. Jack had hired me to run his office when he was on the road promoting it, when the hemp tour, promoting his book. So I took care of the T-shirts, the bookcases going out and answering the mail and all the. Anyway, and I said, Jack, I want something really unique as a roll-in for Tim Leary. I said, I know that you were part of the smoke marijuana study at UCLA. He goes, yeah, with Dr. Taskin. I said, I don't know who, but I know that you were part of it. He goes, yeah. I said, can you get me to be part of that and see if I can film it? And Jack, well, I don't know. I'll talk to Dr. Taskin. He and I are friends. I don't think he'll let you, but I'll talk to him. So about 2 weeks later, I get a telephone call from Dr. Taskin at UCLA, and he said, hello? He said, yeah, Jack told me that you'd be at the office today, and I should give you a call. And Dr. Taskin told me I could be part of the study and I could film it on the condition that I did the whole study. What it meant was that you had to come in at least 3 times, and they had a canister of 3 joints that you just blindly picked. And one would be swag, one would be killer, and one would be kind of so-so. And you had to go through the eye-hand coordination test afterwards. They do a memory test with you afterwards. And there was a couple of other tests that you did, and they also tested your blood every like 20 minutes for about 3 hours for a white cell count. So you had to have a catheter in your arm the whole time. And I had to think about it twice, but in order to get the film footage, I thought, yeah, all right, I don't care. I'll put a needle in my arm. I'll do 3 events. And I was blessed that the first time we went was the killer shit that we smoked when the government grew. And we got good film footage of it. And it was to be used for the Timothy Leary show. So I thought it'd be really unique. And by happen chance, it was the first time that study had ever allowed anybody to come in and do any type of photography, film footage, video, snap. Didn't make any difference. It was pretty, tight. It was a government study by UCLA. And I had to sign extra paperwork for it, make sure I didn't show anybody's face. And but I tell you, it was fun. It was interesting. And it's because of my involvement with Jack Hare that it made it happen. And it's because of my Time for Hemp show. I did that show because of Jack. That Timothy Leary even knew who I was. And it was just all a freak accident. And it was, now that I look back on it 100 years now, way back in the past, I can't help but giggle. It's like right place, right time.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Michael Krause has a follow-up.
Well, I love the Timothy Leary connection there. You know, I just say it's worth noting. First of all, you learn the craziest stuff and you meet the coolest people. That's the first takeaway from what I'm about to say. But I actually, because of Al and Mary Lynn, Patients at a Time, I actually got to spend a bit of quality time with Dr. Tashkin twice. And once was when he came to our conference to speak just before he released 35-year study results, right, on what he was feeling was almost potentially enemy territory. Because when he first, 35 years earlier, said what he was going to do, he made certain hypotheses. And here's a high-ranking professor from a United States University making these hypotheses, something like, if you smoke an unfiltered marijuana cigarette and you hold it deep in your lungs and you don't let it out for quite a while, it could do the damage maybe of 3 cigarettes of regular tobacco. That was a hypothesis. And because of that hypothesis and because of who made it, those thoughts, that's all they were unproven, yet to be proven, possible facts or possibilities, but they wound up being proven wrong. And the wild variations of them, I think the one that was the most extreme was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who said that one marijuana cigarette was 125 regular cigarettes or something like that, which was just an extrapolation of Dr. Tashkin's hypothesis. And Dr. Tashkin was scared to death to come to the conference the year before his results were given because he was afraid of us. And we turned out to be, pussycats. He wound up really liking us, although he was a little nervous, around us. I think in the end, we won his heart and he really liked being around us. And then the next year, he released his study results, which confounded his initial hypothesis and actually destroyed the position of the federal government. All of a sudden, he wasn't 35 years. He was the darling of the federal government. All of a sudden, now he's the pariah of the federal government. Couldn't get anybody on the phone at the federal government. So he comes back to old friends, at our conference, and now the government has turned his back on him. What a change a year makes. But anyway, I learned so much from that whole interchange with Dr. Tashkin. I just thought I'd throw that on the table. I don't know if you have anything to comment to it, but it was quite beautiful getting to know him.
Well, I know he had a charming sense of humor, and he and I giggled throughout the 3 times that we got together, and I found him very personable. And it was a joy. I tell you, he made the whole thing fun. He really did. So and
he's a pretty good dude. We got him the first time he spoke about that study that Mike relates to was actually at our first conference in Iowa City at the University of Iowa in 2000. And he came in then, and I think I wrote it in my book. He was intrigued, because he sort of alluded to the fact that what the government thought was going to be the results of his study just wasn't going to happen. But he couldn't come out and say it. And there's backstories on that. He came a day late because it was April and it was friggin' snowing. everything happens wrong when you try and do a conference. But anyway, skip forward to 2008. We were over in a Syllabus in California, and he came on and made the announcement at the conference, which he knew would be, attended by 300 MDs, and it would be videotaped, et cetera, and his results could not be altered or hidden. And he announced it at the conference that, and this is essentially it. Like Mike was saying, it was like a 30-year study of. I'm making up the numbers, but I'm damn close. It was like 10,000 people. They were in 4 categories. There were people that smoked nothing. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes, and cannabis. And there were people that only smoked cannabis. Now, this study was Tashkin. He was a professor of medicine. He was at UCLA, and the government paid for this. Results of his study that he announced at our conference was this, that if you smoked cigarettes and cigars and stuff like that, you were going to go get lung cancer and those kind of problems, just like the government said you were going to do. If you added in cannabis to that mix, didn't matter. The cannabis was not going to help you. You were going to get lung cancer and screwed up lung shit, just like the government said you were going to do. If you smoked only cannabis, nothing but cannabis, there was not one patient. Some 2,500 individuals smoked cannabis only for 30 years. Not one of them had lung cancer or COPD. It was a better outcome than those that smoked nothing at all. Now, this is 2008. Okay, fast forward. May 2023, the Journal of COPD, Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease, the journal, May 2023, UCLA study, 7 years long, many less patients, exact same results, only better. Because this particular study found that some of the people that were involved in the study had COPD entering the study. Not only did nobody got cancer, nobody got COPD. The people entering the study with that disease were cured, every one of them. So this kind, so smoking, it needs to be addressed.
Next up will be Peggy Jones. This one's
Thank
for
you.
Al.
Thank you, Tim. Al, as the author of For Country and Cannabis, could you give us a glimpse into the themes and messages conveyed in your book and what you hope readers will take away from it? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. I'm not muted, right? Well, the book, to begin with, it's a memoir, okay? So it's about me. And I'm 80, so it's about 80 years of existence. I try not to be boring with we all went to high school, we all did this, we all did that. I always thought my life got worthwhile and pretty interesting when I actually went on active duty in the Navy in 1961 and reported to a destroyer and served on her for 2 years. That 2 years was a wow. But it was a few years after that my father died. And this is where cannabis came in my life. This was late 1966. I was an officer on active duty in the Navy, and my father was dying of liver cancer in Boston. He was a volunteer. He was taken on to this novel, really, think about it, 67, chemotherapy treatment. Brutal now, way worse then. Anyway, he put up with it, but he was a 200-pounder. He'd been an athlete in college, and now he's down 100 pounds. He couldn't stop vomiting. He couldn't eat. He was dying anyway. But it was kind of brutal to see my boss let me off the ship every weekend to go see my dad, and it just got awful. So on one of these weekends, I went to see his doctor. I hate to be long on this story, but I think it's worth the distance. I went to see my dad's doctor. My dad had graduated from Boston College in 1932. His doctor was a classmate of his in that class. My dad went on and did his shit. His buddy went to medical school. He was in medical school from 1933 to 1937. But from 1933, 1934, and 1935, part of his medical education was how to use therapeutic cannabis for your patients. So when I went to my dad's doctor, and he knew what was going on, and I just like, damn, isn't there something I could do for my father? He says, go get him some cannabis. So 1936, December maybe, a medical doctor of the United States told a caregiver of a dying patient to go get cannabis to relieve that patient's symptoms. That's a long fucking time ago. And we still can't make these assholes believe that this is a true story. So I got the cannabis. I gave some to my father in joint form. He used to be a smoker of cigarettes. Anyway, he took the thing. He hated cannabis was the devil's fucking weed. And he took that thing. He took 2 inhalations and he wanted food. And I gave it to him and he kept it down. 2 months later, he was dead. But I saw what I saw. I was only 22, just barely turning 22. My father just died, but I saw how he died. And I saw the comfort, if you can use that word, if I can use that word, at the end of his life. And so right then and there, I said, well, man, that's amazing, because everything I ever knew in my life growing up to 22 years old was cannabis was an evil thing. It was terrible. It was awful. It was a terrible drug, Oh, shit. And I knew it all of a sudden, right there, I knew I'd been bullshitted, So I decided at some point that I would do something about that. I tried for country and cannabis. The first half of the book is about for country, my service in the Navy for 24 years. I tried to involve cannabis stories as much as I could, but I also tried to enlighten the civilian population, who's 99% of our citizenry, that the military, the people pay a hell of a price just to do the job. And I sit here and I see Army, ETN, Al's Navy, Tony's, what the hell are you, Air Force or Army? I forget.
Navy.
We got Casper's in the Army. Wade's in the Navy. Mike's in the Air Force. Peggy, Army.
Air Force.
Mike?
Air Force.
Well, so I know this is the Veterans Action Council.
It was Army. Damn it. Army.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I know this is the Veterans Action Council, but I'm trying to say that I tried to involve these stories and how it affected military personnel. And so then I get out of the Navy and I got involved with Normal. I became its executive director. I had wonderful interfaces with hundreds of really good activists and advocates, all the names you can mention. Man, they were flying around out there. And in the middle of this thing, but I was running Normal. Normal at the time, this was a legalization of marijuana outfit. That's what it did. One subject matter. In the door comes Jack Herr at a board meeting. Well, that changed everything. I'll shorten it up to say, well, now, the Normal board is sitting there going, well, are we a legalization outfit, or are we going to get behind this hemp thing that crazy Californian keeps talking about? And we're like, well, and then I got bold, I guess. I remembered I promised my dad that I'd do something, and I spoke up. And I said, medical cannabis has to be in this agenda. And the board of directors agreed that from that point on, that Normal would be a legalization hemp and medical cannabis outfit. Fell apart, got nasty, mainly because of lawyers. No, because of lawyers. And I split off with my wife at the time, Mary Lynn Mathry, and we formed this organization, Patients at a Time. And basically, I did that to stick the finger in the face of the federal government. Because every time we come up with something, they say, oh, these guys are bullshit. They don't know anything. Da, 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 da. So Patients at a Time's job, and became what we did successfully, was to give an accredited conference on cannabis used medically and therefore blessed by the American Medical Association and American Nurses Association. God damn it if we didn't pull it off. The University of Iowa Medical School and Nursing School are sponsors to the AMA and the ANA, and life went on. And now you have what you have. And the whole concept of the book that I try to explain is that once we got into this medical cannabis issue, that was not easy. It was difficult. The medical doctors were in total rejection. Individuals would pat us on the back and wouldn't want to have their picture taken with us. We developed all kinds of different methodologies to push the education of medical cannabis forward. The book has a lot of education. I've heard back from any number of people, hey, will you sign your book for me? Yeah. And I ask them a question, what did you get out of this? What did you learn from this? Oh, shit, Al. There's so much information in there that will help me and my mother that I can't believe it. The other thing that I wanted to identify in the book, and I hope I did a very good job, is there were some remarkable people at this time I'm talking about. You went to jail then. You didn't get put on TV selling this shit. You went to jail, along to prison. They took money, your homes, your kids, your dogs, and they took everything. These were remarkably courageous folks. So I wrote their names down in my book. And then there were a whole bunch of, there were some people who were just assholes. I wrote their name down too, and I explained why they're assholes. So I wanted this history of the people, the places, the good guys, the bad guys, and I also wanted to identify, and I hope I did a good job of this, the absolute mendacity, the evil behavior, if you don't know what mendacity means, the mendacity of the U.S. federal government, not only to the issue of education, but to individual patients. Let me just give you one story in this book, just one. These guys know me. I'm a storyteller. And the book is a whole bunch of stories, but I hope each story puts a lesson in it, you know? I'm not trying to write the Bible here, but I'm trying to explain to people that this stuff is good for a particular disease. And hey, here's a doctor that agrees with me. Here's an organization that agrees with me. Here's a patient. Here's what she said, that kind of stuff. Mendacity. When we started this issue, there were 5 citizens of the United States that were getting medical cannabis from the federal government monthly, from the government that said it wasn't a medicine. Right away, any logistician in the last millennia would say, well, this is a breakdown there. So I got these 5 people together, and I said, let's form patients at a time with a couple of very, very courageous doctors and nurses. And they did so. And they did so. None of these people wanted fame or glory, the opposite. They were scared to death. Let me tell you, they were scared. But they were honorable. And what they wanted was to let the average citizen know that their government, you see my shirt? You see that thing there? I don't know if you can read it. You know what it says? Your government is lying. And that's what these people wanted, you and us and all these people that have worked as advocates, people that now believe, wanted the world to know. Your government is lying, and we're willing as patients to stand there and say so. And they did. So one of these people was a widowed from an MD, woman in a wheelchair, severe arthritis, going blind, glaucoma, in Fremont, Nebraska. She applied to the IRD program for cannabis, which was open at the time, and she was accepted. An MD friend of her deceased husband did it for her. So she was accepted into the program, and regularly, without a beat, got her cannabis can delivered to her home in Fremont, Nebraska for a couple of years. Then she came on Patients at a Time at a conference and called out the federal government and said, it's a plant. What the hell are you afraid of? It's good medicine. Give it to people. 62 years old, sitting in a wheelchair. She went home to Fremont, Nebraska. The pot didn't show up. It didn't come. It didn't come that month. Didn't come the next month. She called me. I was calling all over the what the fuck, you know. And I'm sorry to all law enforcement, but a DEA agent showed up in Fremont on the front door, and basically told her that her cannabis had been misplaced somehow, and we just found that out. And by the way, you know, we have a tendency to do this if people speak out and don't say the right things, and they went away. And a couple of days later, the can showed up. And it never was interrupted again. Here's the problem for my friend Correa. She's gone now. That 2 months that the can didn't show up, she lost 80% of her peripheral vision forever. So that's one story in a book full of mendacity, harassment of the federal government's patience, of free speech, of educational liberty. I hope people read my book. And back in 2006, we did a conference in Santa Barbara. Some of you guys were actually, Mike was there. And the introductory talk to the opening of the conference, which was at the college there, was beautiful setting, gorgeous, was the mayor of Santa Barbara. And she was very brief, very welcoming. And here's what she said as she closed her quick speech. She said, you guys are going to sit here today or tomorrow, and you're going to learn from some of the best cannabis clinicians and researchers in the world. Take it all in and go forth and multiply. Go forth and multiply. And I wrote my book, again, with so much information about cannabis and the mendacity and the research and the international aspect of it all, so that somebody may read this and go forth and multiply. It's an educational project for me. That's why I did it.
Thank you, Al. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze.
Thanks, Etienne. Al, thanks for your work that you've done in the medical community. I was in a medical doctorate program before I entered the cannabis space in 2015. And I want to think there was only 10 medical college at that time when I entered the industry that was even talking about the endocannabinoid system. So it's great to hear that 50% are doing it now. My family, we're dealing with a family member that has cancer, prostate cancer, and I've read some literature and research that says that high CBD cannabis can really help with prostate cancer and actually be selective to prostate cancer cells. And when I asked the doctor who specialized in prostate cancer about cannabis, they couldn't even have a conversation about it. You know, I get it if you don't want to subscribe to it. We haven't had clinical trials yet, whatnot, but you should be able to have the conversation. And I hope that those conversations continue and multiply. My question is, how do we fix the regulatory system for hemp and cannabis that currently exist?
Well, Casper, I don't know what his answer is. I'm going to give a very short answer. Cannabis is a plant, grows in the ground. It's not a drug. It's a plant. It should be administered like all other plants are in this country, Department of Agriculture.
I agree with Al. I mean, Jack Hare started me out the right way by saying, treat it like a tomato plant. I mean, you use it for ketchup, you can use it for medications, you can use it for a lot of things. And so if you're using it for like a medication that's coming out of a pharmaceutical where they're using cannabis extracts in medications, and that are being prescribed and had to be overlooked. I guess, there's those regulations. But if you're not doing anything of that nature, if you're growing it to make hemp porridge, you're doing it, growing it to make hemp fiber, or it's a plant. I treat it just like the agriculture treats corn or peanut or I don't know, any other rhubarb. Just quit being stupid about it. But they're not going to do that because it is such a versatile plant that if they treated it like they should, it would put a lot of other companies out of business. Gateway Galbraith used to say, well, as soon as they bring cannabis back into the farm community as a cash crop, you will see the biggest wealth transfer in the history of humankind take place. Because they did. It happened the other way around when they outlawed it in the 1930s. Kentucky went from being the most prestigious, vibrant, wealthiest commonwealth in the United States to the poorest within a matter of 14 years because their cash crop, cannabis, hemp, had been outlawed. And all that money was now going into the pockets of pharmaceuticals and people who made fuel. And it was just, well, the history. I'm talking to the choir here. But so, yeah, if they treated it like they should, like a plant, it would be all good. We wouldn't be having this conversation ever on any level.
Well, gentlemen, wait, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to ask either of you for your opinion, your vision, if you will, of how do we get to what you're just describing. I completely agree with both of you around the idea that if it's treated as a plant, then all kinds of harms are eliminated. But what we have right now is some versions of the plant are treated like agriculture, and all kinds of products are being developed and put out into the market, but there's no testing or any consumer protections. So, yeah, any suggestions that you might have about how to get to what you're describing? Thank you.
Wade, nice to see you, man. I was hoping you'd be around tonight. Good to see you. No, I don't see any silver bullets. To me, this has been a progress, step by step, incremental. People want it all at once. The now generation and everybody before them for the last 30 years. It just doesn't work that way, especially with a bureaucracy and a Congress as dysfunctional as ours. So, no, I don't think there's a magic bullet. I think it's working its way through the process. We're talking about Schedule 3. Well, shit, that only took about 35 years. And we do have, there is the other thing. I mean, this started with me back in the 90s, too. When I took over NORML, the federal policy was failed. NORML was broke. Nobody was paying a goddamn bit of attention to NORML or anything else. And it was a matter of survival. As I talked about, bringing hemp into the issue, bringing medical into the issue. I'm trying to run a company that needs money. And if I can attract, just like now, you advertise. So we were advertising NORML, and we were advertising these issues, and we're asking people to support the issues. Well, all the issues were still being worked out of the same office. So I still had the same rent bill and electric bill. I just got more places to drag the money from, and yet NORML was doing good work. And of course, we will go off on that. Patients at a Time and Jack and all that. All of that became true. So, but it all took time, and it took incredible patience, tenacity. Look at Kravitz sitting over here. He's been badgering the United Nations for, I don't know, a couple of decades, and every time they send him home and they go, yeah, they pat him on the back. They actually make some kind of a tweaking kind of encouragement. And then Michael knows on the way home, I got to go back over there next year. It's just the way it is. Tony Landry in Louisiana, ETN, Cash, all of us have just been slugged, beaten down, spit on, yelled at, told we were idiots. And we go, yeah, we heard that. Okay. In the meantime, I got this thing I'm going to try and tell you about. It just has to go on like that. And I think it will. I do think, as I said, I think there's some major changes coming. I'm not sure the dispensary industry, if I can use that word, is viable. I'm not saying individual dispensaries might not, but as an industry, I don't know. Hemp as a product as all the items that Casper already ran through, absolutely. There's a crop there. The family I was involved with for 40 years up there in North Dakota grew wheat. And essentially, after the year was over, they made $50 an acre profit after their labors. They had a lot of acres, and they added up. Right across the line in Canada, they were growing hemp. Not wheat, hemp. Making $200 an acre. There's a story behind that too, but I'll leave it go. It'll happen.
All right, Casper?
Well, as Al said, I agree with all of that, but I also look at Popular Mechanics as being the spearhead of this plant becoming outlawed again when it produced its article claiming that it was the first time the word billion had ever been used in a sentence referring to dollars being earned by anything. In 1937, when Popular Mechanics put out this amazing article about how, because of the decoricator, the once difficult to manage and to harvest and to make much out of anything other than a few pieces of clothing, hemp plant was now going to turn into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Well, this frightened, it really frightened the 1% who had the money. And it is frustrating because over the years it's proven to be the bane. As long as there's $1 billion to be made in this, now nobody wants it legal. It used to frustrate Jack that when he tried to get people to support his cause, he couldn't get growers to support it because they wanted to keep it outlawed because they were making a lot of money on the black market. And they couldn't get anybody in the corporations that were running the American industries to support them because they were all in direct competition with this plant. So as long as this plant is able to produce 90% of all the products on this planet, and that sounds, whoa, far-fetched, but it's not. It really is not. We wouldn't be having oil spills. We wouldn't be having fights over the oil industry. We wouldn't be having cold people. And then my generation, we were the we love you generation. We're going to solve the world problem generation. We got technology at our fingertips. We got ways to grow like hydroponics, all kinds of food all around the world. And we got this amazing plant that produces 80% of all your creature comforts. And yet the very wealthy, whose pockets are lined by all the corporations who are in direct competition to this plant, have actively worked to make certain that this plant never becomes legal. So pharmaceutical companies don't want it legal, so it won't be. And people who sell it on the black market don't want it to be legal, so it probably won't ever be. Here, there, everywhere, but not all around the world. There will always be some kind of taxation, some kind of money labeled against this plant to make it prohibitive for the average Joe to go into his backyard and put in 10 acres of hemp and produce enough crop to produce a small little factory of a local industry, a cottage industry of making clothing or making food or making great products. And it'll always make you dependent on the government and corporations for all your needs. That's the other aspect about it. This plant can make small companies and corporations and even small communities self-sufficient. But they don't want that. They want to make certain that you can't get your money on anything but what they want you to have. So yeah, as long as there's money around this plant, and this plant produces $1 billion a year worth of products, if it's allowed to. And it's in direct competition to all those people who produce those billions of dollars from other resources.
Thank you so much, Casper.
I think somebody fell asleep there. I guess I'm a little dull.
I think Etienne's froze. No?
That's funny.
There he is. Hey, Etienne.
Sorry.
Well, you can tell you how some people reacted to your speech, Casper.
Yeah, they fell asleep on me. Well, I guess it's time for me to go take time for hemp.
Anything to promote before we go, gentlemen and ladies?
Just thanks, guys. It's good to see you all again. I haven't forgot one of you. I work individually all the time with different ones of you. And Casper and I are gonna stumble on, like I say, our next interviews with one of our own, Brian Buckley. Are going to get him to tell his story, et cetera, as I explained. And then we'll throw in a couple of archive interviews, maybe Lester Grinspoon or Andy Weil or some of these luminaries and really leadership people that are in the past. And then we'll go back to a couple of live interviews, and we'll keep doing that to try and attract a younger generation or a less informed generation with an S, and see if we can't capture some of their attention, and like the mayor said, and go forth and multiply. That's all you can do.
Well, all right, everybody. So let's get that up. I would like to thank Peggy Jones, Mike Davis, Tony Landry, Al Byrne, and of course Casper Leach, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, Wade Laughter, and myself, Etienne Fontaine. Thank you very much for joining us for a VAC Roundtable number 77, Casper Leach and Al Byrne. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your weekend.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like, legalize people have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So,
Exactly.
We're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll.
So this is number one. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it?
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta. You got scissors? there's no tear tab.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
Like I have a few. Like lately, I've had a couple. But like last year,
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah. Yeah. No, just this one I think is sealed up.
Had good sleep. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was freaking out because I haven't had the cold shot since I was in the hospital. Yeah, and I felt
Admit it.
great.
Yeah.
I was in the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages. Like,
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge. With
I
one-
found a few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
3 of them, and I was in the hospital. I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed I didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh no, it's just a visual thing right now.
Just
But
visual,
yeah,
what do you think, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between 1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9 actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the I.
I definitely
Well,
like
yeah.
the purple in it. But
number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
no,
Well, that's
this
the
is-
next question.
Oh,
If
okay.
you just
well, the next
copy
question
me,
is
won't
moisture
you?
and then aroma.
Yeah, so
Nice.
overall visual appealing. Unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
One
Yeah,
through
how
one.
does it look?
Squishy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay, see,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
And which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? It did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet.
It's got a bit of purple in it. I like
Yeah,
that.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the triphones on it too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next, so that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Sherman.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would
Yeah,
say.
if it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart. I
Yeah,
think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this because now I haven't seen any of the other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones
Well,
evenly.
you don't
right?
compare
We're
it to
gonna know
anything.
when we're all done here.
Yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell it.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually does smell good when I
Yeah.
could smell it before it even got to me.
Aren't you glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You don't go
Not
through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So what would you say? What would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you?
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it to.
right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna
Just go on number 2.
change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2.
still,
How do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I think.
So question 2. Yeah, you'll have.
I got one on the back here. Oh,
Yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here? Here?
Okay, on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do it here again?
No, I just need you.
Here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne,
Yeah, I'll do it for you. Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in their noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can you do that on the
So,
other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2.
Yeah.
And then 3 will be. These
Oh,
are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see. Oh, yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags.
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
I think there's another smell.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay, well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So the strength is it very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah, they're all 1 to 9.
We haven't stopped anything else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it top points on both that.
Yeah.
Only one person grind.
Touch. Okay.
Wait, what are we doing now?
That's not at all.
What are we doing?
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky. If there's hash brown there, we'll know.
That number 5?
That is question 5, yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I try that. Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No.
Hang on. Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
over there.
Number 5.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things?
I just did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, that's part of the problem. Is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
No,
we lost
Right?
him again.
Like I feel a little like yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
Can you just unplug that? No, right there, the small wire. Yeah, just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before.
Yeah.
And it made me really moody. But right now, I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see anything such as hairs?
In this one, I found nothing like
break
that
it up
at all.
a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any seeds.
I think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Do you want a drink?
I've got some. Yes, please.
Okay, well, I got a cooler over there. It's got water.
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things. You
see anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I tried it now.
No physical contaminants is mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 on this question.
So what do we do there?
Okay, just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects, I didn't see any seeds.
No.
And I didn't see any.
So
now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
correct.
Yeah. So I would just write
cannabis
none.
hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
Just contaminant, yeah.
That's
I
good,
kind of don't feel like I'm getting the full experience unless there's a dog or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that too.
I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah. Let us know if it's.
You're the man for the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not. But I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know, but weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while
feel the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
There is a little more there, eh? Yeah.
Okay. Once you fluff it up. Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. Al's grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
black cherry
soda.
I know it's not a question, but as for how it fluffs out when you grind it, it's certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground up. So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So I know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is a question in there, and it would have been presented as where are we here? Where physical? No. No, there really isn't.
There isn't.
Overall enjoyment,
right,
is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
Yep, camera can see it. Here is some papers. Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
I don't get what.
Agassiz. Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I gotta
Yeah,
say,
roll
all in
two.
one joint
Yeah,
anyway.
roll two.
Roll
I,
two.
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah, that would be a much longer show.
It would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. I know. So in my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
Well, she felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights to be doing this. And I'll tell you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody could say something about, but what's the point?
What's the point?
We're not really in the business.
You got
We're
two
the other
Debbys.
end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left.
One
to the cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right,
We
pass one
push
left,
it.
so I did.
Okay,
You like that?
Does
then
aroma
we push it down
translate
this way.
taste?
Yeah,
No, me, that me.
there's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Is this your first one,
This
Al?
is 7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Is this the first one that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still in the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my one. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
right.
Smoking experience.
And experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first cougher.
No, we didn't take
Do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, can you go back through
last year's test? I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together. And I just rolled one joint.
Yeah.
Right. So I had extra from each pack.
Well, I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought, it was like we had it for over a year.
Yeah, Wayne, when I moved, I still
the
had
original ones. Yeah, I got the 710 kit, and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck! There's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. Aroma to taste.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Ash, the color. Has it been looking pretty?
Ash color structure. Heavy,
white.
chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that paper.
Yeah, I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think it's a nice.
You know, it's got a bit of a.
How many of these we're gonna do?
7. And then we got 7 more joints to consume.
I won't make it.
Lightweight.
You know, Bob.
You have a green out mattress?
Bob has been consuming cannabis for years, and this.
Oh, yeah,
this,
did it
this-
to
I
me.
think this is his first probably opportunity to
Well,
really.
then I was supposed to send that to you. No, I'm gonna take a photo.
They crisscross.
As far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't, so Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow-off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow-off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables.
Yeah.
To accommodate people. Got
Cool.
lots of parking.
Wait, you're not gonna make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay,
You
so
can-
where are you? You're at 7?
Yeah.
All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Tastes like it smelled.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is
Huh?
harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then question 9, ash color and structure. Is it heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end?
Yeah.
Or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
Color.
Color.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. So you're
9, it should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah. Oh, doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Just
Yeah.
go forward and answer
I'm
some
going
of
to
the other
put a 9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next
Answer
time, if I
9.
remember.
What did you say?
I said, guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't got to that. Okay, so you got effects experience.
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
Pleasant or not very pleasant.
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9. Question 11. Yeah.
Question 11.
Overall enjoyment.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I am the same way. I'm always cough on everything.
Number 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
Yes. Just a yes or no on there, eh?
It's yes
Oh,
or
I don't
no.
want any more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how
Okay.
much is it? Yeah.
Talking by
Yeah, they should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay. Now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
In a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so I had
Put a
to-
Y
Yeah,
or an
12. Yeah.
put a
I
Y
didn't
or an
refuse
N
this.
on your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
They
Sit there and
do
go
have
back
a.
and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
They do have the
And
list
it's
of
not on the
companies.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product.
No, don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but it would
the
be
thing.
an old school name.
I bypassed those 2 questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
We can go back and edit our test results. if we wanted to change something,
Yeah.
we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can alter it when you're super fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done.
Okay.
I believe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
save and
just
finish
hit
later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't do 13,
Hit
did
the
we?
continue assessment. Okay, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question, Al.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If I
How do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
As soon as you guys start talking about.
Uh oh.
So continue.
Okay, so I'm going to indica dominant too.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah, I
save
showed
it.
him where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between strains?
Finish later.
Oh, see, it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
And then when I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay. Just
Well,
give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's still,
Last night to see that.
well, it's still fresh in your mind. Let's go through those questions.
Submit
Because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and pleasantries. Physical, yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
How long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably find one and on
Save,
any
finish
street
later.
corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
So did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later? And
Yeah.
so we
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's September the 16th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live from the Legacy420.com desk here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Al. It's sunny and warm. That's all I require for my life.
That's right. That's right. Sunny and warm. Yeah, Glenn is filling in today, as he will be all month, as Cindy is down in Mexico.
Oh, that's really poor. I'll trade places any day.
yeah, and she's down there. She's down there actually doing some schooling for the psychedelics and stuff like that. So she's away studying and doing some training and so on and so forth. So, but you're here today, And we've got 8 stories of news. We're going to be in Japan. We're going to talk about here in Canada. We're going to be talking some studies as far as old age and some medical studies. And of course, we got some psychedelics on top of all that as well. Alrighty, so shall we get started with our first story of the day?
Sounds good.
This one comes to us from Forbes. It says that Japan to criminalize recreational cannabis and legalize for medical use.
Japan is set to criminalize the recreational use of cannabis while legalizing medical use. The decision announced last week will take effect on December 12th. Although the possession and cultivation of cannabis is already illegal in Japan, the new law will also ban its use and impose a prison sentence for up to 7 years for offenders. That sounds fair.
Oh, at the moment, Japan does not impose penalties for cannabis use, partially to safeguard farmers who might inadvertently come into contact with the plant's substances while cultivating it for hemp products. However, this approach has shifted due to growing concerns that the absence of a ban on use is contributing to increased drug use among young people. Last year, Japan saw a record of 6,482 people investigated for cannabis-related criminal cases, an increase of 1,140 from the previous year. Over 70% of those investigated were teenagers and young adults in their 20s, according to the police data reported by Japanese news agency Kodo News.
At the same time, Japan will allow the use of medical products derived from cannabis. Currently, such drugs are only authorized for use in clinical trials. However, patient advocacy groups have been pushing for access to cannabis-based CBD medications, according to the Bangkok Post, which have already been approved in Europe and the US for treating conditions like severe epilepsy, such as Epidiolex. The move marks a significant shift in Japan's cannabis policy, which aims to address both international medical advancements and local concerns over misuse.
The new regulations come after multiple governmental discussions and studies conducted over the years, especially from 2020 to 2023. Several committees examined the necessity of updating cannabis regulations with a focus on the expanding medical applications of the substance and the rising cannabis use among Japan's youth. The new legislation allows the use of medical cannabis, representing a major shift from Japan's previous ban on any medical use of cannabis. The updated law also introduces criminal penalties for illegal cannabis use, categorizing it as a narcotic under the Narcotics Control Act. Therefore, activities such as possession, use, and importation of cannabis are now subject to penalties similar to those of other controlled substances.
And previously, Japan did not impose specific penalties for cannabis use, concentrating enforcement on possession and trafficking instead. The revised law now considers cannabis use a criminal offense, with penalties comparable to those for other narcotics, which could include imprisonment. This is because the Japanese government has noted an increase in cannabis-related offenses, especially among young people, leading to more arrests and indicating a rising trend of misuse or a rising trend of use. Furthermore, the law imposes stricter regulations on cannabis cultivation, requiring growers to have licenses. Different licenses are needed for cannabis intended for pharmaceutical use versus industrial purposes. In fact, cultivators will now be classified based on the intended use of their cannabis. A Type 1 license is required for cannabis intended for industrial purposes, while a Type 2 license is needed for cannabis used in pharmaceuticals. Cultivators must adhere to strict guidelines regarding THC content in their crops and products, and the Minister of Health, Labor, and Welfare must approve any research or seed imports.
While the law removes the ban on using medical cannabis, it regulates these medicines as narcotics under the Narcotics Control Act, ensuring their controlled medical application. However, these amendments, the government says, ensure that Japan's traditional hemp culture is preserved alongside contemporary regulatory requirements, including the continued legal use of hemp in traditional ceremonies. So there you go.
Interesting. They're making it illegal for recreational, but it's already illegal.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it's been a little bit more put into print versus what was there before.
Yeah.
As far as, and obviously more things are more strict now. So
I think the medical legalization of the medical use of cannabis is the first step to legalizing cannabis.
well, that does tend to happen, and I know that that was some of the things that medical patients were accused of doing, was fighting for medical use so that they could legalize it for everybody.
But I don't think that was the point in what we were trying to do.
No, exactly. But that's what we were accused of. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll get accused of a lot of things.
Oh yeah, believe me, I know. Yeah, I've been over the years. There's no doubt about that. All righty, here we go on to our next story of the day. This one comes to us from StratCan. It says, "Cannabis farm gate in Canada, from farm to joint."
While there are several thousand cannabis stores in Canada, consumers can purchase cannabis directly from the grower at just a handful of locations. Only about a dozen of these cannabis farm gate stores operated in a handful of provinces, allowing consumers to engage more directly with a cannabis grower or processor. Each province has a slightly different approach to this type of licensing, and each business has found its own unique angle to the model.
Ontario was the first to approach its farm gate program in 2021, licensing the first 2 locations on April the 20th of that year. As of May 2024, Ontario listed 5 fully licensed farm gate locations. New Brunswick became the second province to announce a cannabis farm gate program, also in 2021, allowing for on-site selling of in-house products for local LPs, nurseries, and micros. The province currently lists 5 such locations after the 6th in the province was forced to give up its production license. So you can buy clones at the farm gate stores?
Yeah, you can buy clones, and they're also now starting to sell other farm gate products from other farm gate stores.
Yeah.
So you can exchange between the farm gate stores, and it allows for a much broader product spectrum, right? So it's a little better program than it was.
Right.
In late 2022, British Columbia began allowing applications under its farm to gate producer retail store licensing model. Since the launch of the program, only 3 companies have applied. The first opened in 2022, while a second was just licensed on September 12th, with a grand opening expected in the coming weeks. The third applicant is currently working its way through the licensing process. And here's a breakdown of the different approaches to farmgate in each of these provinces, as well as the business operating under such licenses. Farmgate in Ontario.
All right, here we go. In Ontario, it's currently lists 5 farm gate locations: Thrive Cannabis in Simcoe, Kingston Cannabis in Kingston, Level Up in Toronto, Royal Cannabis Supply Company in Toronto. Oh, I've talked to them before. And Station House Cannabis Co. in St. Thomas. The cost is licensing associated with farm gate license, that's retail operating license, and retail store authorization. In Ontario is about $10,000 for the first 2 years. More information on the farm gate licenses province can be found in that link. And that'll have that probably on each province, letting you know you can go to this link to find out. Yeah. All right.
Farmgate in New Brunswick. There are currently 5 cannabis production license holders in New Brunswick with a Farmgate license: Eco Canadian Organic, which my daughter-in-law works there, Sana's in Miramichi, Hidden Harvest in Moncton, Stewart Farms in St. Stephen, and Green Herb Farms in St. Joseph de Kent. Hidden Harvest is the only cannabis nursery in Canada with a Farmgate license allowing the sale of plants directly to consumers.
Oh, interesting.
The cost of a cannabis farmgate license in New Brunswick is about $1,750 a year. More info about Farmgate New Brunswick can be found here. There's a $1,750 a year.
Yeah. Oh, this is where your daughter works, right there.
Yeah, Eco in Rexton, New Brunswick. Great little place, good products. Not the cheapest place, and I don't think any of the farm gates are.
Yeah.
But you get some good product there.
Okay, now in BC, they say there are currently 2 licensed cannabis farm gate stores, Shucana in Solomon Arm and Victoria Cannabis Co. in Victoria. Although the latter was only licensed recently, as of publication has yet to open. I've spoken to the Victoria Cannabis Company. They were talked to them about their cannabis, and it's all organically grown. The cost of cannabis farm gate, obviously, like at that time, they weren't licensed as a farm gate place.
Yeah.
The cost of a cannabis farm gate license in BC is $7,500 to apply, and then $1,500 per year annual fee if approved. There can also be municipal licensing fees depending on the location. Applicants are open to all federal license holders except standalone processors.
I would love to know where the hell they got these prices. $7,500 to apply? Who the hell has the $7,500 except for some rich guy?
It's
This is
supposed to
insane.
cover costs.
Unbelievable. How are you supposed to get involved with this industry if there's no way to get into it? You know, you're talking $9,000 just for your first year.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. British Columbia also allows for special licensing agreements with First Nations communities in the province, 2 of which operate as farm gate stores. One, All Nations Cannabis, is at, I don't know how to pronounce this, Shwikswa Y Village near Chilliwack, BC, while the other is Sugarcane Cannabis, is operated by Williams Lake First Nation in Williams Lake, of course.
Yeah. There you go. Push the store. There we go. That's the end of that article.
I wonder if the First Nations have to pay this $7,500 and then a $1,500.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it whatsoever.
How come convenience stores don't have to pay a $1,500 a year fee just for the privilege of being able to work?
Yeah, well, there's fees everywhere, I guess. But yeah, I know it's crazy.
Yeah, but that's a little ridiculous when you're going $9,000 just to apply. You
got
$9 grand.
Yeah, $9,000 in BC, 10,000 in Ontario. Everybody should head to New Brunswick. Well, it's only $1,500.
Yeah, they didn't tell us what the first fee was, though. We never got that. So there might be an application fee on top of that annual fee. We just didn't get it in that story.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna look it up, and hopefully I'll have that information for next week.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I'll try to remember to ask you. No, not next week. Thursday.
Sorry.
Thursday. All right. On to the next story. And this one comes to us from the business of cannabis. New study backs full cannabis legalization in Czech Republic, projecting Czech $5.5 billion in social benefits annually.
As the Czech Republic's efforts to launch a fully regulated adult-use cannabis market continue to hang in the balance, numerous efforts to convince government ministers and the general public that it would be beneficial for the country have now been launched. Last week, the University of Economics is in Prague, and its Faculty of Business Administration published an in-depth study into the potential costs and benefits of the different models of cannabis reform currently being proposed in the country.
It concluded that a comprehensive model, which includes self-cultivation, cannabis clubs, and a full commercial market could bring the total social benefits of 5.5 billion Czech dollars, which let's say it says about $218 million per year in Canadian, or that's pounds, 218 pounds per year. Meanwhile, the Rational Regulation Association launched a new media campaign which aims to open a debate between experts and the lay public about cannabis regulation while urging politicians to deal with the issue.
The analysis published by the university on September 12th explores each of the current models proposed by the former National Drug Coordinator, who's Judd Finch Vobofil, who is now an independent advisor to the government. In late May, Business of Cannabis reported that Mr. Vobofil, who was officially commissioned by the Czech government to prepare a law for the regulation of cannabis in November last year, had completed 2 separate versions of the bill.
One bill proposed a comprehensive legalization model, including a commercial market, the other a pared back model, akin to Germany's current framework, whereby home cultivation and cannabis social clubs would be legalized, but citizens would remain unable to purchase cannabis openly in the dispensaries. So they wouldn't allow stores. They would allow you to grow your own and have social clubs, but they wouldn't allow stores.
Wow.
As such, the study explored 4 separate variations of legalizations, variants, examining the social and economic implications of each, including maintaining the current status quo.
The research suggested that if only self-cultivation were legalized, the country would net a social benefit of 12 billion per year Czechoslovakian dollars to 12 or 16.5 billion over the first 11 years. Assuming the portion of the cannabis currently supplied by the black market will shift into the legal sphere, this strategy would see 0.1 billion annually and 1.5 billion over 11 years from taxes and fees for public budgets, though these would be offset by costs of registration and enforcement.
In the second scenario, where both self-cultivation and cannabis clubs were legalized, the study projects higher returns. That's 1.5 billion per year and 20.8 billion over 11 years in social benefits. Of course, that's in Czechoslovakian money. Public budgets would benefit by 0.2 billion annually and 1.8 billion over the same period. And the inclusion of cannabis clubs would act as an important step towards more organized cannabis consumption while maintaining low implementation costs.
A comprehensive model, including a regulated market as well as self-cultivation and clubs, comprised of the highest or promised the highest returns by a significant margin, with the net social benefit forecast to be between 5.5 billion and 77.2 billion over 11 years. It would also bring an estimated 2.6 billion annually and 41.2 billion over the next 11 years through taxation and fees, minus collection and administrative costs.
The study highlights the legislation is in any form would lead to improvements in the quality of cannabis production and distribution, ultimately reducing the power of the illicit market and improving consumers' well-being. Now, according to Patrick Sieber, one of the authors, he says that the conclusions are very simple. All elevated options appear to be socially and financially more beneficial for public budgets than maintaining the status quo.
However, it's noted the consumer willingness to transition away from the black market would depend on the pricing and regulatory burden, and it always would.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Lucia Kasova, who's the director of Drug Policy Department for the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, added that the government currently agrees on allowing self-cultivation of cannabis for personal use and also on the need to increase the availability of medical cannabis. Although the introduction of comprehensive variant of a regulated cannabis market is the most economically advantageous, it would also like to point out that the study confirms that any variant of regulation of the cannabis market is more advantageous than the current situation.
Days before the study was published, RARE officially launched its nationwide campaign in support of the proposals for a fully regulated commercial market. The initiative was met with widespread coverage in the local media and has seen a number of leading voices on the subject voice their support for both the legislation and the campaign publicly.
Dominic Strukal, a member of the government's National Economic Council, and Matej Holland, spokesperson for the civil initiative Family Against Prohibition, support the regulations, citing the excessive cost of criminalizing cannabis and the need for a more balanced sentencing. The group will be publishing a string of short videos aimed at educating the public on the policy propositions and their potential impact on society.
Yeah, in a video that was published on the 10th, highlighting the harsh consequences of cannabis prohibition in the Czech Republic, drawing attention to individuals who have received excessively high prison sentences for cultivating cannabis, penalties that sometimes exceeded those given for serious crimes like murder or rape. Well, we used to have like that here in Canada as well. The video tells the story of Lucas Chi, sentenced to 8 years in maximum security prison for growing 9 cannabis plants. Although there was no evidence he intended to distribute the cannabis, the court assumed he planned to sell it, leading to the harsh sentence. His case illustrates a broader issue in which law enforcement and courts often presume guilt in cannabis cases, imposing severe penalties based on assumed intent rather than proven actions.
And according to estimates, around 2,000 cannabis-related crimes were investigated annually in the Czech Republic, with up to 45% of prisoners incarcerated for drug offenses linked to cannabis. The association aims to bring these issues into public discourse and push for change that will prevent further unnecessary criminalization of cannabis users. The campaign, dubbed It's Okay, has also launched a crowdfunding initiative in order to raise funding for further media promotion and complex regulatory proposals. Further support victims of cannabis prohibition and continue to carry out legal analysis of the legal changes currently in the pipeline. Excuse me.
All right, and I should say, when I said that Canada used to be like that, that was when our cannabis laws were against, when cannabis was illegal. There were some nasty laws there, but I know of a situation right now where a friend of mine actually was killed, and the fellow who did it got 5 years in jail. But yet somebody who passes youth a joint, some cannabis, could get 14 years in jail.
Insanity.
That still goes on today. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on, which is totally wrong. Like you say, it's insane.
I don't know how anybody can say that's right. I don't know how the judge can say it's right. I don't know how the courts can say it's right. I don't know how the government can say that's right. It's insane.
Same. Alrighty. On to the last story before we go to break. And this one comes to us from UPI.com. It says psychedelic therapy could benefit millions of depressed Americans. Study finds.
This is from New York on September 13th. More than 5 million Americans in treatment for depression could benefit from therapy with psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, a new study finds. The study, published online Thursday in Psychedelics, involved researchers from Emory University School of Medicine in Atlanta, the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and the University of Berkeley, California.
Prior studies upheld the benefits of psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression, and the Food and Drug Administration at some point will be asked to approve the psychedelic, a type of medicine that temporarily alters thinking, mood, and sense of time. It's also known as hallucinogen because it can radically change visual and auditory perceptions. When integrated with talk therapy, experts say psilocybin may help individuals cope with depression, substance abuse, obsessive compulsive disorder, and other conditions.
However, in August, the FDA rejected another psychedelic drug, MDMA, also known as ecstasy, as a treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder, citing faulty data, problematic research conducted, and major risks such as the possibility of heart problems, injury, and abuse. Researchers suspect psilocybin could be next in line for the FDA's review as a mental health therapeutic agent, specifically for treatment-resistant depression.
The agency has designated psilocybin as breakthrough therapy for patients diagnosed with major depression disorder or treatment-resistant depression. It is now considering the approval of psilocybin for medical use. And according to the study's lead author, Faizan Rab, she's a fourth-year medical student at Emory, says that I was really interested in the public health and economic demand of these new modalities. And she was saying that, explaining why he chose to qualify the number of people with treatment-resistant depression who could be eligible for psilocybin.
Anywhere from 56 to 62% of people who have depression diagnosis could be eligible for psilocybin therapy, based on the researchers' analysis of national survey data on depression prevalence and treatment, Rab said. The percentage amounts to somewhere between 5.1 million and 5.6 million people, the researchers projected.
To come up with that estimate, researchers first established that about 9 million of the almost 15 million American adults with depression received treatment in a given year. Next, they conducted an evaluation of this population against various eligibility criteria employed in recent clinical trials of psilocybin for depression.
Their analysis produced a range of estimates, a lower bound of 24% patients eligible if they applied strict criteria of initial trials, a mid-range of 56% based on likely criteria in real-world medical situations, and an upper bound of 62% after they used less stringent exclusion criteria. It was significant that a third of the lower bound to mid-range jump stemmed from the inclusion of patients with alcohol and substance use disorders, as mounting evidence indicates that psilocybin may be useful rather than contraindicted for them, researchers said.
Yet, it is likely that even the 62% upper bound estimate is conservative, they noted, because the analysis centered only on people in current treatment and did not factor in the possible introduction of new patients enticed by the allure of psychedelic medicine. According to Elliot Marzell, director of Collaborative for the Economics of Psychedelics at the University of California, says that by establishing lower, middle, and upper bound estimates, the study offers a practical framework for healthcare policy makers, insurance companies, and clinicians to plan for potential introduction of psychedelic-assisted therapy.
In offering estimates of eligible individuals, the paper underscores the importance of understanding the public health impact of such therapies and the potential challenges and opportunities in providing them to a broad patient population, said Marcel, who's the senior author of the study. These projections hinge on the FDA's exact approval specification and the implementation that follows in real life, researchers cautioned. Other factors that could ultimately limit the use of psilocybin-assisted therapy are insurance coverage decisions, availability of trained practitioners, and regional variations in access.
Yes, all barriers. However, the researchers pointed out that if clinicians prescribe psilocybin off-label for conditions other than depression, demand could swell in unforeseen ways. Psilocybin-assisted therapy is a very different model of healthcare delivery than we're used to, says Dr. Boris Heifetz, an associate professor of anesthesiology at Stanford School of Medicine in Palo Alto, California.
And while patients typically visit a mental health care practitioner's office to receive a prescription for a drug they will take daily, this type of therapy involves an hours-long orientation followed by a drug session, which can last up to 8 hours, said Heifetz, who's a neuroscientist who studies how psychedelics work. Patients take the drug in a monitored setting and then return for follow-up therapy sessions or engage in another form of psychological support, such as via a mobile app that performs after a dosing assessment, he said.
Now, Dr. Rakesh Jain, a clinical professor in the Department of Psychiatry at Texas Tech University School of Medicine, Birmingham Basin in Odessa, Texas, called the study very thought-provoking. We used to think psychedelics might just be a niche utilized drug in psychiatry, said Jan, whose research focuses on mood disorders.
But this study is demonstrating to us the truth that psychedelics could play a role in the lives of many millions of patients, and that's a big deal. It's perhaps a way broader spectrum of utilization than even I had anticipated prior to reading this article.
There we go. All done.
Interesting again.
Yeah. Well, that's what we like to do, is learn something while we do the newscasts. All right. Time for us to take a break. Time for us to pay some bills. When we get back, we'll keep on with the news. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have. As well as, for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back from a medication session in your life with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. Still got the DB going, actually. Sorry, Glenn. I know.
That's okay. I can't have one in here. So
I know. That's what I said. Yeah. That's what I meant. Okay. All right. On to our first story of the second half of the broadcast. And this comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, medical marijuana helps people with arthritis and other rheumatoid conditions reduce the use of opioids and other medications, study says or shows.
New research on the use of medical cannabis among people with rheumatic conditions such as arthritis finds that more than 6 in 10 patients who used medical cannabis reported substituting it for other medications, including NSAIDs, opioids, sleep aids, and muscle relaxants. Most patients further said that the use of cannabis allowed them to reduce or stop using those medications entirely. The primary reasons for substitutions were fewer adverse effects, better symptom management, and concerns about withdrawal symptoms, said the study, published this month by the American College of Rheumatology. Superstition was associated with THC use and significantly higher symptom improvements, including pain, sleep, anxiety, and joint stiffness than non-substitution.
Yeah, I am one of those people who found the substitute. because I use cannabis instead of using opioids all the way through my Crohn's disease. The reason why I went with the cannabis route instead of the opioids was because of the fear of addiction and then becoming a stat.
I also think there's so many things that happen to you when you're taking opioids compared to what happens to you when you're using cannabis.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I am one of those people who found the benefits of cannabis without having to use those nasty opiates. The findings, say authors of the University of Michigan Medical School, McGill University, and the University of Buffalo, suggest that an appreciable number of people with rheumatic diseases substitute medications with medical cannabis for symptom management. Data for the study came from online anonymous survey of adult residents of the United States and Canada, which was advertised on social media and through email contact lists of the Arthritis Foundation and Arthritis Society of Canada. Of the 1,727 completed surveys, 763 respondents said they currently use cannabis, while 655 said they'd never used cannabis, and 268 said they used but since discontinued. Researchers analyzed responses of those who said they were current cannabis users.
Among 763 participants, 62.5% reported substituting medical cannabis products for medications, including non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, opioids, sleep aids, and muscle relaxants, the report said.
Mm-hmm.
Among cannabis users, about 2/3 reported the diagnosis of an inflammatory rheumatic disease, and a similar number reported concomitant conditions such as fibromyalgia, osteoarthritis, and medical spinal pain, or mechanical.
Researchers know that among respondents who used cannabis, inhalation was the most common method of administration, with all the attendant risks of respiratory disease and aggravation of an inflammatory condition. However, given the immediate pharmacokinetic effect of inhaled medical cannabis, this administration method may be most satisfactory for people seeking rapid symptom relief, especially for pain.
They also noted that THC-containing products were the most commonly used, writing that it's plausible that some individuals may require cannabis products containing at least some THC for effective pain management, a point that should be explored in further studies. Another finding was that more than half of the participants in this survey were using medical cannabis at least daily, with those substituting more likely to be using regularly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this pattern use, authors wrote, supports the notion of daily continuous symptoms that need continuous management. The study notes that so far, only a handful of observational studies have investigated medical cannabis use among people with rheumatoid conditions, a group that may have unique challenges owing to age, substantial use of concomitant medications, and high symptom burden.
Nevertheless, more and more research suggests that some patients with a variety of conditions use medical cannabis as a substitute for other medications. A recent study in the Journal of Nurse Practitioners, for example, found that medical cannabis was associated with a reduced prescription drug use and improved well-being and symptom intensity among adults with anxiety, depression, insomnia, and chronic pain.
Prescription medications use decreased significantly after medical cannabis use. Health characteristics and symptom intensity improve significantly after medical use, according to the report.
A separate study of more than 500 military veterans published last year found that more than 90% who used medical cannabis said it improved their quality of life. Many also reported use cannabis as an alternative to over-the-counter prescription medications. Other research published this year found that older people who use medical cannabis experienced considerable improvement in health and well-being, and that access to cannabis moderately reduced opioid prescriptions. As a result, indicated by several other studies in recent years.
And earlier this summer, a new federally funded study found that cannabis helps people with substance misuse disorders stay off opioids and reduce their use, maintain treatment, and manage withdrawal symptoms. Anecdotally, pet owners have also been using cannabinoids for years to treat rheumatic conditions like osteoarthritis in dogs. And Treating Yourself had articles in it about pets.
And I used this personally for a dog we had years ago, and it worked incredible. From the point where she couldn't even walk to the point where she could run, and we kept her on that for years. And it was very, 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 very small doses, but it worked really well for her.
And it was in doggy treats that were homemade, right?
Yeah, well, we would I'd take my butter that I use for myself, and I would make some for her.
Yeah. All righty, here we go. On to the next story. This one comes to us from Global News. It says that BC craft cannabis producers call for independent review of pot sector.
British Columbia's craft cannabis industry is calling for the leaders of the province's three major political parties to commit to an independent review of BC's pot policies. The BC Craft Farmers Co-op says its members are struggling to survive in the face of the taxes, fees, and red tape imposed on the industry.
The producers say they face an unlevel playing field while trying to compete against the government, which acts as a competitor in the retail market and has a monopoly on legal purchasing and distribution. When you have a monopoly, it's hard to let go, even if it's the right thing to do, because you're used to having a certain tax base that comes to you. You know it's good, says Jonathan Fernandez with cannabis company Green Amber Canada.
But at the same time, if you were a little bit more transparent with where that money is going, and then you know how much of it can come back to the farmers as well as the retailers and the rest of our industry, it is huge for us. The BC government estimates the cannabis sector contributes more than $2 billion to the provincial economy, and October will mark 6 years since cannabis was legalized in Canada.
All right. Well, they want to see some changes, I'd say.
Well, no shit. We read a story earlier about the fees associated with farm gate stores. And, it's incredible the taxes and fees on any cannabis business in Canada.
Which reminds me about that article that we read last week that was an opinion piece from Johnson that went on and said that cannabis was the problem behind the opioid epidemic that we got here in the country.
Yeah.
Yet you read a report like we just read there at the Marijuana Moment about all the benefits and what's going on, and you got prohibitionists,
for anybody who wants to know anything, read more than one article, because you're not getting the full story in one article, especially when you read something like that. It was a puff BS piece by someone with no knowledge. That's all I can say. I was dumbfounded by that article, and because we read articles every week that refute everything he said in that article.
Oh, big time. Exactly. All righty. Well, let's sort of continue on that refuting thing. We start with go with this next story. This one comes to us from newatlas.com. It says that 21% of older Americans used cannabis in the past year.
A poll of Americans aged 50 and over on the use of cannabis has provided some interesting insights into how often they use the drug, how and why they use it, and the behaviors they engage in while under the influence. Smiling is one of the behaviors. Cannabis has been legalized for medical and or recreational use in over half of the U.S. states obtained from the leaves, flowers, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant. Cannabis is a psychoactive or mind-altering drug, mainly thanks to one of its constituents, THC, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol.
Wow, the drug tends to be associated with younger generations. Researchers from the Institute of Healthcare Policy and Innovation at the University of Michigan sought to gauge its popularity among older Americans. From February through March 2024, which was only looks like 1 month, as part of the Michigan poll in healthy aging, a representative sample of Americans aged 50 and over was asked about their cannabis use, reasons for using, whether they engaged in any risky behaviors after using the drug, and whether they've discussed their cannabis use with healthcare providers. The poll only asked people about their use of THC containing products, not CBD only ones.
Here's what the poll revealed. In the past year, 21% of Americans aged 50 and over used cannabis, such as flower, vape, edibles, and dabs. In that period, 9% used it once or twice, and 12% used it at least once a month. On the other hand, 75% of older Americans reported not using cannabis in the past year.
Gummies. The preferred methods of taking cannabis were edibles or beverages, at 74% of those polled, and flower at 58%. Less popular were lotions or skincare products containing cannabis. Those skincare products, Glenn, they're recreational products here in Canada. Vapes. Vapes and dabs or other concentrates. Dabbing is a relatively new method, they say, of using cannabis. Cannabis involves haling, what's referred to as a dab, a small amount of cannabis extract, primarily concentrated butane hash oil, with THC levels that can be very high. And don't forget, this is usually, this article is more like read more by the older generation that wouldn't know what dabbing even was.
I'm a member of the older generation.
So am I.
But we're both used to this
Correct.
cannabis. I don't even know what to say. We're both used to THC and how it's used, and cannabis how it's used. So it's a little different than, I guess, the general population.
Right. There's still those people that are a couple of decades older than us that wouldn't know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
My mother and her friends at her old apartment building, they all started trying it after legalization. And most of them, it was for relief of pain, arthritis, that kind of thing. And almost all of them used edibles. So I don't know about there was no smoking in the building, so maybe that had something to do with it.
And if they didn't smoke otherwise, if they're at that age, there's no use them starting to smoke cannabis if they consume it. If they can consume it as in another way.
Yeah, and she lived in a building. There was, I'm going to say 60 or so apartments, maybe 80, and I'm going to say at least 20-25% of them were using edibles.
Wow.
So I know that's Canadian. It's probably a little different than this one, but
yeah. Right. Let's continue with the story.
When asked why they used cannabis, the overwhelming response was to relax, which was 81%, followed by help with sleep, 68%, enjoyment and feeling good, 64%, to relieve pain, 63%, and for mental health and or mood, 53%. The majority of those polled, 79%, agreed that cannabis available today is stronger than it was 20 or 30 years ago. Yes, it is. And 72% agreed that people can become addicted to the drug. Somewhat alarmingly, 28% did not think that cannabis was addicted. Somewhat alarmingly.
Yeah. The last report I saw said that about 9% of cannabis consumers become addicted.
And do you think that's fair? 9%?
9% was actually I'm surprised they didn't say it was higher, but even though it could, some people may look at it as a habit forming, but not the plant itself, just the habit of
the act.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So and they didn't, and I can't recall how they described the addiction in that report. So
I think a lot of that had, when I was smoking, this was many decades ago, but when I was a smoker, that the act of having something in between my fingers was powerful, and it was something was missing if I didn't have it there.
Yeah. Now, when asked about behavior in the past year, they may indicate cannabis dependence. 22% used more of it to feel the effect they wanted. 21% found that using the same amount had less effect than it used to. That's tolerance levels.
Yep.
17% had increased their use, either the amount they used or how often they used it. 13% reported experiencing stronger desires or cravings. In terms of risky behavior, 20% who'd used cannabis in the past year reported driving within 2 hours of using it at once. That percentage was higher for those who use cannabis at least monthly, which was 27%.
And a little over half, 56% of older Americans who reported using cannabis at least once a month polled said they discussed cannabis use with their healthcare providers, and 43% with 43% raising the topic themselves. There are several concerning factors arising from this poll data. One is that some older Americans reported using cannabis to improve their mental health. A study published only last week found that changes in medical and recreational cannabis laws were associated with a reduction in benzodiazepine, who's a sedative, prescriptions, but an increase in prescriptions for antidepressants and antipsychotic medications.
Oh. Also, warning is a report of a drug-related driving throughout the U.S. It's illegal to drive under the influence of anything that impairs and causes a risk of safety of self and others. That includes alcohol, cannabis, opioids, methamphetamine, or a prescribed or over-the-counter medication. Cough syrup. Also, cannabis hangs around in the body long after the high has disappeared, which might result in a positive result for cannabis if tested after driving violation and the legal consequences that follow. We don't know anybody who's dealt with that, do we?
No. I have myself. Personally, after over a month, tested positive and I was not using anything at all because I knew the test was coming. I had completely stopped over a month.
Over a month.
So I believe 31 or 32 days, and my memory's a little bit foggy on the exact count of days, but I know it's over a month.
All right, finish up the story and we'll go on.
Also worrying the report.
No, it's encouraging.
It's encouraging that older Americans are speaking with healthcare professionals about their cannabis use, but more need to do so, especially given that the majority say they are using the drug to relax. Healthcare professionals may be able to suggest other less problematic ways of relaxing or improving sleep or mood. I cannot think of any less problematic way than using cannabis to relax. It's insanity for them to even say less problematic ways. What's a less problematic way?
Yeah, I don't know.
The data used in the poll can be accessed by interactive data tables here, and there's a link in the story to it.
Yeah, for those who want to, and I don't have the article up anymore, but it's more likely at our Facebook page. So, alrighty, last story of the day, and I don't know, this one might be controversy to some. Depends. And here we go. Headline says that from Forbes, new spooky weed edibles, a drop in time for a high Halloween. Now, I haven't read this story, but just they're always worried about edibles at Halloween when it comes to the kids.
Yeah. Portland-based cannabis company Grown on Monday announced the release of 2 new weed edibles featuring designs created especially for Halloween. The new products creepily glow-in-the-dark phantom pearls and a supersized weed gummy will be available for a limited time at select licensed cannabis dispensaries in 6 states beginning October 1st. The new Halloween edibles from Grown, pronounced Gruen, continue the company's history of seasonal product releases. The limited-run Phantom Pearls mirror the company's popular sugar-coated pearls cannabis-infused gummies, only with a ghostly twist. But the white lychee lemonade-flavored gummies and the packaging produce a special glow-in-the-dark effect when viewed under a black light, offering a spooky and fun experience for adult Halloween revelers. Grown Phantom Pearls are gluten-free, soy-free, and produce a sativa effect with a full-spectrum cannabis infusion with 10 milligrams of THC in each pearl, or 100 milligram THC per package. And I'm still out on whether this is a good or bad idea. because I
Well,
can see them.
there's a
getting
picture
both.
of them. There's a picture of them right there. And on that picture, it looks like more like sort of round, like a pumpkin, right? I was thinking that they might have Frankenstein and stuff like that. That would be where a lot of people would be screaming, right?
The
But
thing
it
that
doesn't.
makes the thing that makes me kind of antsy not about this is when they give the packages brightly colored and like a teddy bear on the front of it and things like that, so a child could
No.
actually think that it's a candy. This
Yeah.
packaging here, there's no anything that says
Yeah.
candy on it. I mean, it just does not look like candy at all.
Correct. The Mystery Mega Weed Gummy is a new addition to the Mega family of flavors. This indica-powered edible packs a punch with a mystery flavor that will remain under wraps until later this year. The Mystery Mega consists of large sugar-coated gummy that is 5 times larger than Grown's standard 10 milligrams sugar-coated pearls with 100 milligrams of THC per package. The Mystery Mega contains the full spectrum of cannabinoids and is gluten-free as well as soy-free.
Once considered a holiday reserved primarily for children, Halloween has become a moneymaker among adults over the past several decades. Data shows that a third of Generation Z consumers planned to spend at least $100 on Halloween last year, while an even larger share of millennials plan to spend a similar amount. Christine Apple is the CEO and founder of Grown, says the company's new edible release gives new options for Halloween parties for grown-ups. What makes these edibles stand out is that they offer the same sense of celebration and indulgence that people love about alcohol, but in a way that's more fun and, let's be honest, a bit more in tune with the spirit of Halloween. Apple says in an exclusive virtual interview, whether you're hosting or attending a party, edibles allow you to enjoy the night in a social and safe way without having to worry about the hangover the next day.
She goes on to say that the beauty of our Halloween products is that they're easy to incorporate into any party. Hosts can add grown edibles to the bar or bar cart as a unique alternative to traditional drinks, or set up an edible tasting station for mysterious twist. And with our black and white Halloween design, they blend seamlessly into any spooky decor.
Grown's limited time Halloween edibles will drop at a licensed dispensary in Oregon, Missouri, Arizona, New Jersey, New York, and Ohio starting in October 1st. They will be available at Cureleaf, True Leaf, Good Day Farm, MPX, Verano, Standard Wellness, Nectar, Travel Agency, Strange Stars, The Flower Shop, Zen Leaf, or Gotham locations in those states. Or consumers can find a retailer selling the Halloween products via Grown's store locator.
Yeah, they have much more. They got all different kinds of spooky things: sticker sheets, popcorn boxes, T-shirts. They got a whole slew of things there. They say that Halloween is a big deal at Grown, and we love having fun with this holiday, Apple said in a statement from the company. This year, we decided to bring that fun to life and infuse it into our products through these spooky new Phantom Pearls. We're really excited to see what our customers think of the mystery flavors and glow-in-the-dark packaging, and we're thrilled to help spice up Halloween experience. So there you go. I have a friend of mine who just loves Halloween. Just so you know, I'm shutting it down. Just loves Halloween, and she decorates her house top to bottom. Well, you know her, 420 Deb, right?
Yeah, met her once or twice.
Yeah, always into Halloween. She used to paint till arthritis and stuff got to her wrist. She was always painting pumpkins, and actually, my avatar on my Instagram account is one of her painted pumpkins. So
nice.
They were also always on the table when we went to events with Treating Yourself, going to different shows and educating people about cannabis. She would have a pumpkin on the table, something
nice.
People would stop and ask questions or whatever, right? So, conversation piece. Excuse me. All right. Anything before we sign off?
Peace all.
All righty. From the Legacy 420 News Desk, that's our news report for today. And for buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching and listening. And please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, folks. Jesus, it's been a morning.
In fact, I wasn't even sure I was going to make it today. How is everyone? So yeah, it's been a morning, I guess, with everything that's been going on. I actually had to run a repeat last week because my life is a nightmare. What in the actual? Oh, those must be bleach spots. Damn it. Oh well, I just threw something on quick because I'm running around once again like a chicken with my head cut off. But yeah, last week I actually had to call it because my son, yeah, hurt himself pretty bad last weekend. He ended up in the hospital on Sunday with a dislocated and now broken elbow. Right? And of course, they send him home with Tylenol and Advil, right? Poor kid's just been like in a lot of pain. And unfortunately, legally, but whatever, he's been getting a little extra pain relief. And thankfully, we have tested ingredients that, can be given safely now, or a little more safely, I would say. And only because, like I said, it's not a matter of it not cannabis not being safe. There's always risks to any medication that you take, but again, it's a factor of testing, and I don't have to, worry about mold. Hopefully, in some aspects, sometimes there is, there's always that risk too, even with the legal market. But mold, but other drugs being laced in it on the street. And that's the biggest thing that I think, many of us worried about prior, but not so much as we do now. Because the drugs on the streets now aren't the drugs of yesterday. They're just not. And drug reform is something that's, pretty dear to my heart too, because, overall, I'd like to see all drugs legalized and regulated. And I mean manufactured right from start to finish. I know that doesn't sit well with a lot of people, but the only way to control them, make it so they're not poisonous, make it so that they're not killing people. I don't know. I don't know what I don't have the answers for everything. I damn well wish I did. In fact, I wish I had a magic wand so that I could just change everything. Like not change everything. Like I don't want to be a dictator, but I mean, yes, for the good. Like end world poverty and, and start from there. I am frozen. I'm sorry. I'm kind of messing around here, but I am frozen. I'm looking for my heating blanket. I know it's summer. It's not summer anymore. I mean, it is like it's been really weird. It's been going from like 10 degrees to like 30 degrees here. So I don't know how your outdoor gardens are doing in this area, but again, it's gotten down to 10 degrees. I mean, it's not freezing by any stretch, but it's getting down well, nipply in hindsight. It's like I said, it goes from being 10 degrees at night to 30 degrees during the day. So, I go to work, at 3 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock at night, it's freezing. I get up in the morning, it's freezing. And then it's the weirdest weather, right? So today I figured we'd, like I said, I had to do a rerun last week because of my son's brokenness. But I was thinking, I had put out there that I needed gas, but of course, it's hard. It's not hard, but it's harder to get guests, people that want to come on and talk about things that they're working on and stuff, especially in the legal market. I don't know that they're able to because a lot of them have like non-disclosures. They don't want to be, sharing secrets and telling everybody what's going on and, behind closed doors. And I get that, I guess. I don't know what but I guess people don't want their secrets being shared. I don't know. But a lot of people that were also in the industry or in the community, I won't say industry because industry is totally completely different from what our community was. And I really hate it when people say, we're in the cannabis industry. If you're in the cannabis industry, that means you work in a store or you work at a licensed producer or you work within the legal market. We were never in the cannabis industry when we were doing our activism. We were in the cannabis community and we were all actively, working towards, ending prohibition, but there was no industry. I mean, sure there was, but I mean, it wasn't, wasn't like it is now anyway. And I would never, I mean, I was to a point. I mean, I had a compassion club too, but I mean, it's not the same as it is now. Like, it's like ridiculously in like over, big licensed production sites, big packaging sites, big edible, they're making like batches of candies and cookies, or not cookies so much because I don't think you can get cookies in the legal market, but candies and gummies and caramels and stuff in like huge batches, right? Like in factory size stuff, like not in like I was doing in my kitchen, right? So things have changed a lot. And I, no longer work out of my kitchen. It's just not a thing I do anymore. And that's because there's no access to the stuff that I need. Well, there is, but not in bulk, right? It's not like I can roll into a store and say, hey, can I get like, an ounce of shatter and a big chunk? Right? That doesn't happen. In fact, I don't even know you can buy shatter in the store. I think it's rosin and like your distillants and distillates and whatever the heck, are in our vapes. But I actually I think I posted this on my page today. But I went and bought myself a new little battery for my vapes, right? Because I've been through several of these. And I had this other one too that was pink and blue. I think it was a CC. I kind of like this one because you can actually let me see here. You can actually set this is a Yokan. It's called the Kudo. But you can actually set the temp on it, right? And I had a DaVinci with a bigger unit that you could do the same thing. It actually took the 2 grammars and whatever. Where this will too, right? But it was like a box. And you have to slide the cartridge into it. Another failed battery, right? I'll get the other one that I think is just this one. I think was the worst because you got to put these little adapters to the bottom of your vape, right? And then put it in the battery. This one's just right here. Hang on, I'll grab it quick because it was a fail too. DaVinci, I believe it grew legs and moved itself somewhere else in the house. But this too, right? Like, and there's no battery, there's no button. There's no way of adjusting the heat on it. And then you have this little gold piece that you got to put on the bottom of your fucking vape and then stick it in here. And if you lose that gold piece, you're fucked. Or if you throw your vape out and forget that it's on there, you're fucked, right? So, like, I mean, how many people remember that they've got this gold thing they got to it was the same with the DaVinci too. It's like a little attachment. Anyways, it's charged, but you think I can find the little gold piece that goes inside? Of course not, right? So again, and that's another one where you have to like suck a golf ball through a garden hose to get a decent haul on it, right? And I'm sorry, but I'm old. I don't want to be having to suck a golf ball through a fucking garden hose to get a fucking decent fucking haul on my fucking vape. Just saying. So this little fucker here, picked it up. And like I said, it's got the adapter. You can set your temps. It goes up and down. And it's a Yokan. And since I bought it, I haven't had to charge it yet. And it shows you right on there what your charging is too, like how much battery life's left. And it's just a regular, C. And I got mine set at 3. You can take it all the way up to 4. You can go down as low as 1.8. So depending on what you're, what you want, because of course the lower the temp, the more terpene, slower burn, you get more flavor kind of thing, and then in between, depending on what you want, right? Anyway, I'm two-fisting. I got a doobie in one hand, double fisted, and then the other. Okay, so back to the topic at hand. We were going to talk about cannabis science. So I have to let my mouse charge a little bit. Apparently, I've been neglectful of my computer and letting, the keyboard and the mouse charge. So my mouse is absolutely fucking dead at the moment. So yeah, we can talk about so the benefits of the plant, right? So we've had several like testimonial kind of thing with patients and everybody that comes forward and says how much it helps them. But in the basics of it all, we don't really have any science-backed research that proves that a certain strain or is effective for a certain, MS, or, a certain strain is effective for a certain cancer, or a certain strain is effective for a certain, or rheumatoid arthritis or arthritis or whatever, right? Or pain or whatever that it's going to work for. And that's the kind of research we were kind of hoping that would be being done with legalization, that they would be able to like pinpoint what terpene and what, CBD, CBN like combination would actually be effective to help somebody with said affliction, right? And I think that was something that we were kind of looking forward to having being done at the legal level, and that's not being done. So I understand the testing levels with pesticides and terpenes and CBD levels and THC levels, but I would like the more scientific kind of research being done on what CBD and how much how much THC and how much all combined helps with a certain affliction, right? And I'm not sure that that could actually be done because again, that would be tearing down the plant into different levels. And I honestly believe that you need the full spectrum of everything to be able to help you with what what's going on. But again, it's strains and terpenes, right? So if you want your terpene levels and your CBD levels and your THC levels being on a certain a combination that would actually help with MS or help with colitis, Crohn's, IBS, like what certain, or is it a terpene? Is it a CBD? Is it a CBN? Is it the THCA? Is it the acidity? Like what in the plant that actually helps these afflictions? So far, we're coming up 0 on that. Okay, well, apparently I need a lighter again. So I'm just, like I said, waiting for my mouse to charge a little bit because it's telling me that it's super low. And then I will bring forward up this, I've got a page open here where I was kind of doing a little bit of investigating and looking, I hate the word research, so I'm not going to use it. Doing some digging, I guess, on what, if any, scientific research has been done on cannabis, where it's been done, what the studies entailed, and how they came up with the findings, right? And so far, I'm coming up with not a lot. And they say Google's free. It is free, but it doesn't always have everything because if the information is not put into the data banks by anybody, then there isn't any, right? So if there's no research done to be put on Google, then I'm not going to find any. Or put on a research. 'Cause I mean, you can delve in too. You can, go looking into medical science documents. You can go into medical science journalism. You can, you can go and do some pretty in-depth looking because just because Google doesn't have it there, then you go into other avenues, right? Let's see if this dang mouse is going to let me open a page now. Shouldn't take that long to charge it, but again, it says it's connected and we are up and running. Okay, so we're gonna go here and we're gonna go share screen. We're gonna go up here. All right. Okay, so we're back over into this Google search. So again, like I've put up here, so we've got cannabis science and technologies. Therapeutic cannabis, effects of cannabis and cannabinoids. So this is the National Institute of Health. Okay, so we're going to go into actually, this is an official website of the United States. All right. So there is some actual research that has been done in the US and the health and effects of the cannabinoids, the current state of evidence and recommendations. And I don't see a date on this. So it's saying the chapter highlights is an adult with a chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting and oral cannabinoids are effective antiemetics. Adults with chronic pain, patients who are treated with cannabis or cannabinoids were more likely to experience a clinical significant reduction in pain symptoms. An adult with multiple sclerosis, MS-related spasticity, short-term use of oral cannabinoids improves patients' reported spasticity symptoms. For those conditions, the effect of cannabinoids are modest for all other conditions evaluated. There is an inadequate information to assess their effects. So this is then it goes in a long history, medical plant, blah, 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 and into some history. And then the renewed interest in the therapeutic effects of cannabis emanates the movement that began 20 years ago. And that was in 1996 in Arizona. In California, first passed medical cannabis legislation, although Arizona later rescinded approval. So this is quite extensive information, actually, and it's not new. Like this goes back a few years, right? So the conclusion here is cancer is a broader term to describe the wide range of related diseases with it. So there's substantial evidence that cannabis is an effective treatment for chronic pain in adults. So when we're thinking that there's not a lot of research done, which, in some hindsights there really isn't, and in others there is, I don't know, you know, what exactly, depending on what you're looking for. But right here, like I said, this is the therapeutic effects, and this is on a US medical website, National Library of Medicine, actually, right? National Center for Biotechnology Information. So this is a pretty good breakdown here of what they're finding. And again, this is not new. This is not a new study. This is 2007. And of course, it's got, Dr. Russo in here, right? And that was from 2007. Cannabis sativa, a long history of medical plant, likely dating back more than 2 millennium, is available in as a licensed medicine in the United States for about a century before American medical associations removed it in the 12th edition of the U.S. Pharmacope. In 1985, pharmaceuticals companies received approval to begin developing delta-9 tetracannabinoids, THC preparations, dronaboids and nabalone. Dronaboin and nabalone. I've heard of nabalone for the therapeutic use and result. Cannabinoids were reintroduced to the armamentarium or willing healthcare providers. So, right? So in the States, they're seeing, this is, like I said, National Institute of Health. So let's go and see what else we can find here. So Journal of Cannabis Research. And again, here we are. These are medical, right? These are all from medical websites. Journal of Cannabis Research. So this is basically Editor-in-Chief David A. Gorlick, MD, PhD, is professor of psychiatry at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. So again, maybe there's not a lot of research being done in Canada, but it appears that there is, a fair bit of research being done elsewhere. Uh-oh, I don't know what I just dropped. Oh, great. And because cannabis in Canada was legalized recreationally, and I mean, it was legalized medically, many years ago, like 2000. But again, there was no access. And that was the thing that we were fighting for so much when I was when we were protesting, right? It was more for the fact that we wanted better access there. That's better angle. That thing was way too bright. So so better access, right? And medical patients still don't have better access. We've got access to the legal market, but that's not necessarily the access that some people require. Like, I mean, some of us can get by with what the legal market offers, right? Because I don't use edibles. I can't. It's something because of my colitis, and depending on what it's made with, like, I'm not a big, like, I can't eat a lot of sugar, and I can't eat a lot of gluten because of my colitis and stuff. And I definitely can't eat a lot of green, right? Like, that's something that I've found over the years that is really hard. Like, I cannot deal with. My stomach or my colon will not handle green items like lettuce or like a lot of chlorophyll, right? So, like, again, so that's where we're at with cannabis. Like, when I was making my canna butter, I would have to, like, shock it several times to try and get as much of the chlorophyll or the green out of the butter itself, because it would, like, I'd be, like, it would just make me, I'd be in pain. Like, my guts would be like cramping and sore, and, like, like, I don't know how to, over the years, I guess I described it as having the tequila shits every day of your life, right? So I prefer to kind of avoid that at all costs if I can. Oh, but that's just the truth of the matter, right? But again, like, anything that's got a certain level of too much sugar and stuff in it, some people can't handle that either. So with the market being the way it is, and it's not like you can't access flower, and but then you get into the affordability, right? And but right now, like honestly, the legal market is pretty dang affordable. I was paying way more for ounces of cannabis in the other market than I am now. Like I can pick up some really decent stuff for under $100 for a half ounce, right? Like I mean, or an ounce. I can usually get an ounce for like $130, and that's taxes, right? A decent one, like you can get ones for under 100. They're not the best. I mean, it's not AAA, and it's sometimes small, like the smalls and stuff, like but they don't lie about it. They don't say, hey, this is the best weed in town and it's $100. They don't. It's they tell you it's low THC. It's usually the smalls, which means it's the smaller buds on the plant, and you can pick up those ounces for like $99, $100. Some of them are $89, $99, $100 all in, right? And that's with your taxes. And like I said, in British Columbia, we also pay a vape tax, but not just on cannabis vapes. We pay a 20% vape tax on all vapes, like even tobacco ones, like the ones that I sell in my store. There's a 20% tax over and above the tobacco tax on any of the vapes that we sell. And I don't know why, because I think that's kind of ridiculous. But anyway, they seem to be able to want to, like I said, I don't really mind paying taxes if it was going into things it should be going into. Like I don't mind paying tax on cannabis if it was going into stuff that it should be, but it's not. Like it's not going into education and healthcare. It's going into law enforcement, into community safety units and stupid stuff that we don't need. And that's billions of dollars. Billions of dollars being funneled into community safety units and recovery for cannabis. To me, that just seems redundant. Like, I don't need any rehabilitation for cannabis. I'm good. And I don't think that I'm seeing people lining up for cannabis rehabilitation and recovery. I mean, if they're putting that money into actual like recovery for fentanyl and opioids and that kind of thing, okay. But I don't think that's where the money's going to either. And then that would be going into healthcare, right? Because in any state of it, of any recovery, is healthcare. So why isn't all those billions of dollars of cannabis taxation going straight into healthcare? Another question to ask your MP and your MLAs, more your MLA, because healthcare and cannabis are provincial. Because even after feds, legalized it federally across the board, they handed the regulation of it to the provinces, just like they do. So they hand them the money. They hand the cannabis tax go straight back to the province from the feds. So again, I ask, and I want you to keep asking, where the fuck is the tax money? Like, and I'm not kidding about this. We really should be banging on about where the fuck the plant cannabis taxes money is going and being used for. Because honestly, I want to know. It's a lot of money. And like I said, if it's going into community safety units, where's the one that we have here? We don't have a community safety unit here. So what? The lower mainland's got 20 of them and they're funding them, and the rest of the province is just getting fucking fucked out of all that tax money, including our town. Or maybe I should get a hold of the municipality and ask them where the cannabis money that they're using is going. Maybe I will. It's just that I get sidetracked, right? Like I've got so many things going on in my head because of my attention deficit, honestly. I get onto one track and nobody bites on it and starts helping me with it. So then I lose interest. And then I'll go on to the next thing. And again, then nobody jumps on it. Nobody shows any fucking interest. So I just give it up. And then I go on to the next thing. But again, you have to start asking your premiers where the cannabis taxation money is going. Phone your mayors. Like if you've got cannabis retail stores in your towns, phone your city councils. Ask them where that money's going. And same with the province. Because like I said, we're all, everybody's, we're paying so much taxes, income tax. Ask them where the $2.8 billion a year is going for cannabis. Because like I said, that's all 75% of that's going to the province. It's not going to the feds. And I'd like to know, because like I said, the feds kick that out. Same with anything else. Anything that's provincial jurisdiction, anything, you have to ask your premier, where's the fucking money? So again, You see all these fucking idiots that are running your provinces, you know, squandering, and they're getting, like I said, $2.8 billion a year off of cannabis. And cannabis didn't just get legalized like yesterday. Okay, we've got 7 years of cannabis taxation, plus the 20% vape taxes off your vapes, and then your tobacco taxes and all your liquor taxes, and never mind the income taxes. Where the fuck's the money? And why are we all in such a deficit? Or is that just another fucking lie they like to tell us so they can keep fucking stiffing us for fucking more cash? But again, that 75% of your province's tax money is supposed to be going to where? They say community safety units and law enforcement and recovery for cannabis addiction. Bullshit. Just saying. Who's addicted? Where's the recovery centers that are popping up for cannabis recovery? Where's the fucking community safety units in all these towns? I know there's one on the island because I keep fucking with my friend Michelle. And they keep fucking with my friend the Ted Smith out in Victoria with, the Victoria Buyers Club. So we know they've got community safety units out there, but I don't see one here. And Cranbrook's a pretty large, community too, right? It's the key city of this, Anyways, now that I'm done ranting for a second, I better light this joint and take a break and thank our sponsors for keeping us on the air. And and thank that we've got a new sponsor too. We do. So we've got to take a quick break and thank them. So I'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back live on Pace Radio. And again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, and again to our producers, Al and Al, for all their hard work behind the scenes, as well as all our other creators that are out there pushing the network and doing a great job. And if you're ever, bored, watch Doobie and the Newbie. It's pretty funny, actually. I have to say, I have to give them. They're hilarious. The two of them together, they're hilarious. Anyways, that's MJ and Tim, and it's Doobie and the Newbie. If you ever can catch that one, it's a good one. And that's also on our network. I'm not sure the exact times. I think it's on right after. We are on Wednesday night, actually. So yeah, they follow the Pace Radio show. So that we're on the air at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday night. So they're on right after us, and we do a 90-minute show, me and Al, and then then Mary Jane and Tim are on right after us, and that's Doobie and the Newbie, and it's hilarious. Like I said, and a lot of great information. And again, that's what we're here for. We're here to educate people about cannabis and the plant, and we've been doing this for 20 years. Well, it'll be 20 years in 2007 for me specifically, but I started in 2007, right? So it's 2024. It's been a long time. And yes, I'm fine, thank you. But again, like we were talking about cannabis science and how much information is actually coming out of the US, right? Because they've had, I think, a longer stint of medical cannabis research. And of course, they've got a larger population, bigger institutes, and so forth. But I know that there are some studies going on at the University of Montreal as well. So we're going to look that up and take a peek and see what's going on at the University of Montreal, because I know that we've had guests on the show prior. We had Dr. Ware on our show on Pace, and we were talking to him about what they were doing. But again, it wasn't so much research for like I was talking about what strain's going to specifically help for what affliction, right? It was more about the harms and what to stay away from, and and again, we need that information too. But how many years have people been smoking this plant, and what? I haven't heard of anybody dropping dead from it. In fact, there's never been a person in the history of the world. And that's just a fact, Jack. Okay, so we're going to go here. Research in Canada. And that way we'll get more specifics, because like I said, I know there was some studies going on at the University of Montreal. Okay, so we've got research in Denver, but this is actually from the university. These are from Stats Canada. So here's the one from McGill University. So this is a message from Carol J. Register. Please click here. Research Center for Cannabis. So they do have a research center for cannabis at the University, McGill University in Montreal. Interesting. And we are going to see, with legalization in Canada approaching the 1-year mark. Oh, this is old. This is really old. Excited to be part of the McGill University academic community that's committed itself to conducting cannabis-based research. Okay, so when was this done? So this is Faculty of Medical. Okay, so this is great, but how old is this? I don't like it when I can't see what year this was published or about us. New. So we got news, faculty, parent, trainees, events, recent publications. Here we go. We got some recent publications. Recent publications. Is the legally to make a mistake? Okay, so did we make a mistake? Update 2019. 2019. 2019. 2018. So there's been absolutely nothing else done For most recent publications on cannabis research, click here. All right. Again, we go back to National Library of Medicine and back to the United States. So then McGill University then is basically pushing it back to this cannabis neurological pain. Again, 2022, 2023, Canadian Network. Mood and anxiety treatment of 2023. There was a study done. And what year was this? 2019 again, 2021. So the latest one, it looks like an association of cannabis use in adolescents risk, review depression, anxiety, and suicidal in young adults. But there's no date on that either. Oh yeah, 2019, okay. Yeah, so it looks like the latest one that was done here is 2023. Canadian Network for Mood and Anxiety Treatments. Update clinical guidance for management of major depressive disorder in adults. So let's click on there and see if it'll let us read it. Hello. Just last half of my podcast here going on. Okay, so we got a Canadian Network of Mood and Anxiety Treatments with a whole bunch of credentials of people that looks like were involved. Network for Mood and Anxiety Treatment last published clinical guidelines for management of major depressive disorder 2016 owing to CanMat community guidelines editorial group compromised with academic clinical patient partners. Results, the updated guidelines compromise 8 primary topics in a question and answer format. CanMat 2023 updated guidelines provide evidence, information, recommendations, the management of clinical friendly format updates guidelines. Conflicts of interest. Oh, and then it just goes into a bunch of gibberish about different pharmaceutical companies. I don't see any actual results. Well, I guess there's 191 pages. I guess I'm not going to get through that right now. Good grief. But so again, like I said, they have a study at the McGill University that they were doing, but again, everything's 2019 in Canada, and then it kicks when you go to get more information on the most recent information that's coming out, it kicks you onto this National Archive page out of the U.S., right, which is a fully accredited doctors, journalism publication. Like there's nothing hokey about it. Like it's all science based. And there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of gibberish. And I'm not a doctor either, right? Like I have no idea what the medical, like it's no different than me trying to read. Well, I can read more legal gibberish than I can medical gibberish, that's for sure. Like I've never been involved in the medical field at all. The legal field's quite different. I've done a lot more in that aspect of things, but there's a lot of information there to take in. So, like I said, we were wondering over the last 10 years of pretty much it's been 10 years. It's been since 2017 when they regulated and legalized here in Canada, and we're going on 6 years. Where was the research going to come from? And we did have that consultation, but again, only 650 people even did the survey. So how can you actually base anything off 650 people's experience when people aren't willing to be engaged and actually do something and actually put forward their anything, like put forward their recommendations or how it helps them, or even answer the questions if you're not willing to do the survey that Health Canada put out. And there was a question on there as well, 5.1, and me and Al and a bunch of us made a big stink about it, about do we need the medical program? And thankfully in this consultation they decided that they were going to keep it, because if But again, 650 people, folks. How many people, like, and our numbers for registered medical patients in Canada has dropped significantly. Like when I first got my licensing, there's only like 10,000 of us. Then we went up to 45,000 of us. And now we're back down because doctors aren't signing again because we have access, right? The legal market has made it so that we do have dignified access. Now, is it the access that everybody needs? Not necessarily, right? And that's just a big thing that we've stated, like a lot of the milligrams aren't what a patient would need, right? 10 milligrams is not enough. In per package, you would get diabetes before you would actually get any health benefits, right? So we've discussed that a number of times too. So, and that's just fact. And I know I think Alan, I found there's one medical dispensary in all of Canada. And again, they're still having to use the legal means and the legal market and the legal levels. And we don't have any. Like at one time when I first became a medical licensed patient, I could have as much cannabis storage. I could carry as much as I wanted. I never had the restrictions that we did have, though, we could not share. And that's what I got nailed. I got nailed because I decided to share 4 grams of cannabis, right? So we couldn't share. Baking, there was no baking, right? You couldn't bake. You couldn't make canna butter. You weren't supposed to make anything. You were supposed to eat it in raw form. Like, so again, why we went to court, why we kept banging on at them. Children, again, you expected, Liam was what, 10? You expected a 10-year-old to smoke, you wouldn't allow him to consume it in a tincture or anything else because we weren't legally allowed to do that. So if it wasn't for, Owen Smith and, Kirk Tusaw and John Conroy and these people that, fought and went to court all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, all the way up there, we wouldn't have these privileges now. And now you can. And because of these people, they've actually made it so that, everybody has access now. Everybody, right? You're welcome. Because we fought long and hard for that. And it really kind of, makes me kind of pissed off. Again, like I said, where's the money? Like where all this fighting that we've done for 3 decades, where's the tax money going to? Because it's not going to where it should be going. We asked for health and education. In fact, pretty sure that's exactly what we wanted. Not for, community safety units to go around busting people still. When there isn't anybody really to bust. Because they've even admitted that, crime rates are down in Canada for possession by 95%. 95%. Which is great because that means it's freeing up law enforcement and more money that's not going through the courts and clogging the courts and freeing up law enforcement to actually do their jobs, right? Instead of chasing after people that are smoking joints. Just saying. Again, with, the legalization of harder drugs too, that frees up the police from actually, being there to write a ticket, charge something, and it saves taxpayers money. But again, where's the money that's coming in for all the taxes? Because like I said, there's a pile. $2.8 billion. I think it might even be more, right? Hello. I'm sorry, I'm not really paying attention here. Hi guys, because I'm on StreamYard here. Oh, hi, Limestone Hydroponics. There's one of my sponsors. Hi guys. I've got both going. I'm on StreamYard here and I'm on TikTok here. So hi guys, thanks for joining. And I'm on StreamYard here. Doing my actual show on the network here. But back and forth, right? So again, like I said, we've got so many different avenues that could be being brought forward to again make it so that patients shouldn't have to be looking for higher milligrams. And thankfully we have some Indigenous dispensaries and stores that do actually compensate for that. And they've got, they're sovereign. And again, I've said this 110 times. It's all sovereign. I don't think there should be a problem with them being everywhere. It shouldn't just have to be on the reserve. That's just how I've always seen it that way. Because somebody made a comment about one of the medicine wheel stores opening up in downtown Toronto, and I said, so? Well, they're not. I said, everything's theirs. Like seriously, like, are you kidding me? You're gonna make a stink about where they're gonna put a medicine wheel up in a dispensary? Like, shut the fuck up. Like seriously, like. No, but then again, it's all, corporate greed too, because that's another thing that was brought in to our plant that none of us really wanted was the corporate greed that went along with it. The green rush, right? The green rush. And that still happens a lot where, and it's cost a lot of money to get into this industry. That's why I don't say I'm in the industry, because I'm not. I'm in the community, and I never was in the industry, because the industry, you have to have money. In fact, people that didn't even consume, use patient, they just all jumped right on police, XMPs, like all kinds of, because they saw the cash. I mean, stock markets, right? Like Canopy Growth, like all these things are going to, it really wasn't how it was. The ones that had it in their heart, like I said, it wasn't really the way it was all meant to be, but it's the way it ended up being. So then you have to accept that that's the way it is and try and work within it, right? And that's pretty much what I think most of us have done, is we've accepted the way the government's rolled it out. We put as much effort as we could and our input in as we could, and they took what they wanted, and I guess didn't listen to a lot of what we said, to be fair. But they did roll it out. So we should be really grateful, honestly, to have this ability to access cannabis legally across our country in whatever form that it is. But we should also be grateful for the people that actually came before all of this. Like I said, Owen Smith, that fought in court, and all the patients before him, Hitzig and Allison Murden and Deb Schultz Giffen. There's so many people, I can't even start. Ted Smith, I could even begin to list the people. Michelle Rain, like I can't even start, because if I do, I'm going to miss somebody, and then I'm going to kick my ass because I've left somebody out. But there's so many people that fought for this, right? Over the decades, before me, after me, and there's going to be more still, because and it's never going to be perfect, but until people that use cannabis for medicine actually get some recognition out of Health Canada that it's a medicine and that it's an effective one. But again, like I said, there's, you see studies that are being done in the States. So maybe on some level we're going to eventually get there, but our networks have really stopped working. Like patients have really just we don't have our active groups that we used to have that would go to Parliament Hill. Like we did, we rolled in there, we showed up because they were holding our paperwork to grow 10 weeks. It was taking too long. People were having to rip down their medical gardens. So we did, we all jumped on planes and we all went to Parliament Hill, and we made a stink. Now, was it effective enough to do anything? We got a little girl her license signed that day because she'd been waiting for 10 fucking weeks for hers and she couldn't wait anymore. So was there an outcome and a positive one to that? There was. Do we have to keep going back and do it again? Yep. Do we have to go back to court again? Yep. Will we have to go back to court again? Probably. Is there court cases going on right now still? Yes. So as legal as cannabis is in Canada, is there still people falling through the cracks? Absolutely. There is. And that's the people that use it for medicine, right? And like I said, we do have access. It's not like there's a store, even in my own town. I got a store on every Friday, there's plenty of access. Is it the access that they need? Maybe sometimes, but not always, right? And that's just the unfortunate thing. And like I said, in order to get into this whole realm of things, you had to have a lot of money. And a lot of legacy people were left out and behind. And, just keep on moving the bar. But we've also brought the bar down that there's more micro crafting gardens available, right? And I wasn't involved in part of that, but I've got friends that were, and that have now got their licensing. I know there's medical distribution, so you can still buy your cannabis through, I think, Broken Coast and the providers under a medical whatever realm. You can still get a medical licensing. It's not like they took any of that away. You can still grow more than 4 plants in Canada if you get a medical licensing for that. In fact, you can grow it's 5 plants per 1 gram. And that's why I've always maintained that the legal market isn't even giving recreational people dignity enough to be able to grow enough for 1 gram of cannabis. Because in the medical market or the medical regulations, 1 gram equals 5 plants. So if you're licensed as a patient, you can actually grow 5 plants per gram. So if you were licensed for 3 grams of cannabis, that's 15 plants. So again, where's the dignity in, anybody recreational getting 4 plants? And then you can't have them outside where people can see them, and all these regulations for a plant. And that's what it boils down to. It's a plant. Right? You dry it up, you smoke it, you put it in some butter, you eat it. You know what I mean? Nobody's dying from it. And nobody has died from it. And again, that's another thing with legalization that's actually shown and proven that the sky didn't fall, right? like I said, crime rates are down 95%. And then, and I did see some news article about somebody in a car accident, and they were trying to link cannabis to the car accident and the impairment. And I'm pretty sure, I think that was in Manitoba. I was reading something, and I'm like, was the person just cannabis? Because I'm having a really hard time with that. Being that impaired to drive to cause an accident with cannabis. But again, it affects everybody differently too, right? Some people it doesn't affect that strongly, and other people it affects. I personally have never seen anybody that fucked up that they would actually jump in a car and fucking kill somebody on just cannabis. Because usually people fall asleep before they're that fucked up on cannabis. But again, like I said, I wasn't there. I don't have, direct knowledge, but I have a really hard time swallowing the fact that, cannabis was related to an impaired that, killed somebody. There, just like there was one in Edmonton, right? But they also did mention in that the guy had 50 Percocets also in, level in his system, but they wanted to blame the cannabis for that car accident, neglecting to say the guy had been taking, opioids. Right. So again, the slant and the fact that, even talking to my 14-year-old son, the impairment, he even sees the difference. Like, it's not the same as alcohol. Like, you don't act the same. You don't change. You don't smoke a few joints, want to go out and have a fight and beat up people. Right. I don't know. Anyways, so we're going to be wrapping the show up. We've got about 5 minutes left. And again, usually I do some shout outs to people, which is usually my producers. And of course, our great sponsors, which we have Limestone Hydroponics, we've got Legacy 420, Campbellford Lifestyle, and now we've got the new one. And I can't even remember what the heck it is. Yeah, I should be able to. I will just play the promo for it. How about that? Be right back. Yeah, if I can find my mouse to work. There we are. Okay, so we're going to actually play a promo. When shall we play? Oh, I like this one. Al likes this one too. We're going to go with some bud shots. Be back in a minute. All right, those were some great bud shots. Some of those plants are actually like owls, right? And a lot of us have been growing I've been for 30 years, and I've been licensed since 2012. So that's a long time to be able to have the ability and the privilege to be able to grow my own medicine, and I love doing it. And a lot of people do it just because it helps get them out of bed. And when Stephen Harper decided he was going to try and take that away from us, we said, "Fuck you." and we took them to court. And we had a whole cannabis coalition across this country that raised over $3.5 million to pay for a lawyer to fight that fucker in court. And we won. And we got our gardens back. And that's why the ACMPR was because it went from the AMMAR to the MPR, where you were going to have to buy through the licensed production, right? And then we went to court. And that's how the ACMPR was born. But the MMPR also helped with all the big licensed producers being born. So you want to know how that all got going? That's how it got going. Fucking conservatives. And they're fucking, I'm going to cut and you're going to pay us, the big corporate, to get your medicine. And we went, no, we're not. Yeah, we sent it to him. He wanted us to send our plants to him in kitty litter. We sent it to him in kitty litter, all right. Yeah, so that was Stephen Harper. Remember, Stephen Harper. Yeah, the conservatives. They did that to medical patients in Canada. And it cost us $3.5 million to fight them. And we won. So anyways, so that's wrapping it up for today, folks. Thanks for joining in. And we'll be back next week. I'll be live with Al on Wednesday night at, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on PACE, People Advocating Cannabis Education. And that is on Wednesday night. And I'm back next Monday, Cannabis and Coffee with me, to marijuana. And if you ever want to be a part of my show, just contact me. And I'm looking for people that have stories, patients, anything, anything cannabis related. You have a good week. We'll see you next week on this show, and I'll see you Wednesday on PACE. Have a good day, folks. Bye. I guess I better, be on board with this.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to the Three High Guys. Hi, guys.
I should have waited. You're very dark today, Al.
Yes. Well, I've got the Bingham outside here, and the sun is like right there.
Yeah.
I've got the shade down. I've even got a towel attached to the what do you call the awning here or whatever, in order to block the sun even further because it's just so bright. I can't even see the screen when
That's
it's
okay. At least you're not green.
Yeah, at least I'm not green.
Look at me. I'm
MJ's
green
a little
today.
green. I can be a little brighter if I wanted to. I just open the curtain.
Yeah.
And then
I
we're
like
all
green
different
though.
colors.
Green is a good color.
Green's good color.
Yeah.
You know, I got lots of green behind me.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I
here,
need.
you're
I need
supposed
green
to be up
behind
here,
me.
Al.
What's that? Yeah,
You're
I'm supposed to
be up there because it looks better.
Hey.
Now let's see here. What's up, hi guys?
Oh, well, we're just hanging around. We've got some things to discuss today. We got some motivational stuff. We've got a top 5 list. We got some healthy stuff. We got some sports news as well as other news. Later in the broadcast, I'm going to do a review on the dewdrop. So that's what's going on.
What's a dewdrop?
The dewdrop. That's right.
Oh, your new. And now is that from that Apple guy?
Yeah,
Dave?
or Electric Dave.
So Dave does that. Okay.
Correct.
Oh,
Dave
it's a
does that.
consumption device.
What's that? Yes.
It's a consumption device.
Exactly. And it's a hash consumption device.
And I have a question for Al for later.
Sure.
Yeah. You want to know what the question is so that you can maybe do some research beforehand?
Or that way we don't forget.
What is cuffing, Al?
Oh,
because it's cuffing
later.
season, yes. Yes. Kind of like corn season. Wait, are we talking about corn or are we talking about corn?
No.
Okay, I
missed No, we're not. No.
Okay.
No. So
Well, we are talking about all the other stuff.
Right. So how was the past weekend? All right.
Uneventful.
Yes, although, as we're going to discuss, I watched a really, really good show this weekend called The Offering. Or The Offer, The Offer, and I'll bring that up when Mary Jane does her movie stuff.
Right. The entertainment.
Yes. Oh, and we've got to remind everybody, if they've got any comments or any questions or anything they just want to say,
keep them to yourselves. We don't fucking care. No, I'm joking.
Don't listen, Al.
Yeah, you can tell he's from up north.
Listen to SOA.
Yeah. Don't listen. Yeah, don't listen to Al. Listen to Al.
So just go ahead. You can write your comments or whatever, wherever you're watching us at.
Whatever.
And send it away.
Yeah, drop your city. I'm always curious. Where are you from?
Yeah.
Way back when, I actually used to have a world map, a pin board, and this is way back when. And every time I got a new member, I would put a little pin where that thing, and eventually it was covered. And this is in the early 90s when the switch went on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a lot of people
that went from dial-up bulletin board systems where you could dial in and use their chat system, and then to the IRC, and to what we have now. Yeah, it's an interesting ride.
Oh yeah, I remember the IRC Merc.
Internet relay chat is the basis. That's the basis for everything that goes on that's chat related on the internet. It came from the internet relay chat, which was just a server that allowed you to make your own chat room, and then eventually we added video to it, and then things got naughty, and
Yeah, things went from one thing to the next.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and that was back in the dial-up days.
That was when my website Stacker's Place was as big as it was. We were all on dial-up.
Yeah,
I had 2 phone lines coming into my bedroom at my mom's house. One for me to be on all the time, right, on my 1200 baud fucking modem.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah,
exactly.
There was no be right back. It was just you're gone.
You're gone. Yeah, and it take you an hour to get there to start with.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So what'd you do, MJ? Go to anywhere? Do anything?
On the weekend or last week?
Weekend.
Okay, I was going to tell this later, but I guess we can start out. It's all right. We can start out with a funny story. So I went on a hike this weekend, and we went to the Bleasdale Boulder. And I don't know if you know anything about the Bleasdale Boulder, but it's in Bleasdale. It's just it's by Frankfurt. So this boulder is massive, and it doesn't belong where it sits. It basically shifted down from when the glacier started to melt, and it basically where it sits is like Timmy said. I can't even tell you how many kilometers from where it came from, because Timmy was reading the sign. I was walking around looking at the rock, and the rock is beautiful. If you like rocks, it's amazing. The story behind it is amazing, but that's not the funny part. The funny part is, I said to Timmy, I want to try an experiment. And nobody was there. It was just me and him. And he said, well, what's the experiment? I said, well, and I put my hand on the rock, and I put my hand towards him, and I said, I am currently an open circuit. Into which he said, okay. I said, well, take my hand. And he took my hand, and I said, okay, so we're still an open circuit. I need you to just touch the rock. And he's like, what's going to happen? I'm like, I don't know. That's why it's an experiment. I just want to see if there's like some sort of like transfer of energy, or like, I don't know. I just want to just touch the damn rock. So I turned and I looked towards the rock as I had his hand in my hand. And out of nowhere, I farted. And it was just a little like, boop, just a little, that's it. Not a big one, just a little. But apparently, it was at the exact moment that Timmy touched the rock.
Hey.
So I looked up at the rock. I tooted, and I was kind of embarrassed. But he yanked his hand away from my hand, and I looked at him, and he's like, "You did that on purpose." And I was like, "Did what on purpose?" And he's like, "Right when I touched the rock, you farted." And I started laughing because I didn't even realize he had touched the rock yet.
Oh, there's the energy traveling through you.
So I thought it was super funny. But that's what I did this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, talking about rock, all right. I went to
and not the drug rock.
No, but you see this?
This looks like slab rock.
It's a square rock.
That's a great big square rock, and you can see
somebody
here,
a million years ago chiseled out of the.
There's a pile of these rocks.
Was it an Inukshuk?
Well, look at the whole ground. It looks like it snowed.
Oh wow!
Hey.
Like, where were you?
I was in Bancroft.
Oh, you were mining.
I was in Bancroft, and we went and did checked out a few things, the bird's nest and stuff like that. And other than that, we just hung around naked in the hot tub all weekend.
Did you go up? So
Those are
were
different
you up
rocks.
near Apsley?
What's that, Al?
Were you up near Apsley?
Northeast of Apsley. We're east of Bancroft.
That's where I fucked up my shoulder, Apsley.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm asking because I'm wondering if the Schnitzel wagon is still there.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't go right into town.
It's just outside of town, actually.
Yeah,
on the highway.
This place was a closed spot, and it was called Color Aggregates. It's an Ontario number place.
Come on, baby. Come and lay down.
But yeah, the whole place is just everything's all white. All the rocks white. Everything's white.
Do they let you collect anything to take home? Or do you have to leave it all there?
They actually have the place. They have rocks around the perimeter of the place, so because it's an open pit, right? And they don't want anybody to drive off the edge.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a gate out the entranceway, and
I just asked because I went up to Bancroft and I went mining.
Okay.
At the Princess Sodalite mine, which literally the locals tell me don't go there. They literally hire a truck to come in and dump a bunch of rocks and pay people to come and break them open. And I'm like, I don't care. I want to just chisel away at rocks. I don't care if they ship them in from somewhere else or if, you actually go to a mine. But I would love to find a mine in Bancroft.
There are
to actually go and because I got.
I think there are places where you can pay a fee. And you get all your mining gear and all that, and you go in.
Yeah, there's a lot of amethyst mines up here, and there's gold mines and silver mines as well. But just before, or kind of between Nipigon and Thunder Bay, there's an amethyst mine where you can go in. I'm not sure if you can go into the mine itself, or if it's just one of those places where they're laid out and you can just choose your own rocks, right? Where they spread it out.
Yeah.
I've been there with my mom. I've been there with my mom, and it was really nice. She got some nice amethyst. And Mike and Amber come up here a lot.
Yeah.
I
could if I didn't mind driving that far, I probably would. But
that's where the place that is the place to go. There are several amethyst mines up here that are really cool.
Since we're on the topic of mining, I just want to say a lifelong dream of mine. It's a road trip that I will be taking within the next 10 years because I'd be fucking damned if I'm waiting until I'm 57 to go. There's a place in Murfreesboro, Ontario. Or not Ontario, sorry. Murfreesboro. Oh, shit.
Quebec?
It's been so long I can't remember which Murfreesboro it is. Arkansas. That's it. Arkansas. The reason why I want to go there is because it's got the Crater of Diamonds mine. It's a park that you can go, pay, dig for diamonds. Like people are still finding diamonds in the ground there.
Oh.
Yeah, and you get to keep what you find. It's the only one in the world where you can go and dig for diamonds and keep what you find. They have a camp resort. They've got hotels. They've got I'm going.
Sounds expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. But when you find that big diamond, you're going to pay for it all.
If I'm big
diamond. Most of the ones that are found there anyways are not your traditional, like something you'd see in jewelry anyways, because most diamonds you find are colored like a yellow or an amber. They're not. That's why you pay so much for the colorless, the clear, without inflections and all that stuff. Yeah. But they teach you on the Crater of Diamonds website all about how the differences in the grades of the diamonds and
Yeah. All righty. Well, shall we have a quick break and then get on to the motivational moment quote?
Morning? Yes, morning? Let's
do that. All righty. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace
re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Our motivational moment of the day. Okay,
Hit
so
me.
I've got a quote today from Mark Twain.
Uh-oh.
The secret of getting ahead is getting started.
Huh.
Now, I know I mentioned something along the lines of this a couple weeks ago about taking small steps and in a direction, but today I want to talk specifically about where to find motivation when you just simply don't know
Did
where
you
to
say
look.
there or where?
Where?
Well,
Where to find motivation.
Yeah, okay. Sounded like you said there.
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 So I've got 5 different tips that are going to help you.
All right.
Once again, I sat down to write a thing and I was like, oh, I have no motivation to do this. How do I get motivation? Okay. So
Don't smoke an indica.
step number 1
All
would
day
be
long.
to set small, achievable goals, which seems logical, right? Like take a big goal, break it into smaller little like segments, and then decide what you're going to do one at a time. Instead of going to the gym for an hour, just work out for 5 minutes at home. Don't stress yourself out. Just break it down. Number 2, find out the reason why you're doing what you're doing. What is the goal? If you know the reason behind what you're doing, chances are you're less likely to quit or to give up or to not even try. It really, really helps if you write it down. It's a great way to keep yourself accountable.
Yeah, I have to write everything down.
Oh, and to have a visual reminder, it helps.
Bingo.
I like to put, I use my bathroom mirror as a dry erase mirror. I keep a dry erase marker in the bathroom. So anything that we need to remember, if I need to tell the kids something, because guaranteed you're going in the bathroom at least once, twice, 3 times a day. So it's there. So put it down somewhere where you're going to see it. Number 3, establish a routine and do your best to stick to it. Keeping in mind, dedication is key when it comes to any sort of progress. However, don't push yourself too hard and just go, because you know what happens when you just run full tilt, you burn out. You need to have some sort of a balance. I find too many times people just barrel through life and crash and burn for like 2-3 days. And they're like, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm a sucker for that. I stay up late. I get up early. Sometimes I get a nap in. Most of the time I don't. And then every like 10 days I'll crash for an entire day. So I would suggest don't do that. It's a bad thing to do.
Correct.
Number 4 is easier said than done. I'm just going to start off by saying that. Surround yourself with positivity. Seek supportive people. So remove any negativity in your life, and create a positive workspace for yourself. So if you work from home, make sure that you have a space that is not just comfortable, but you're able to like work. It's clean. You can focus. It's not right by the TV and the kids where you're getting distracted. Like try and minimalize all that stuff, because that will maximize your success. And the last thing is probably, I think, one of the most important, because too many times in life when we're trying to change or achieve something, we get down on ourselves because we're not going fast enough. We're not able to see the change. Like the only thing I've found in life where you can see immediate change is when you have something that's really filthy and you can clean it and you can see, oh, dirty, clean. Nothing else works that fast. No weight loss. Not if you're like, okay, if you win the lottery, you're going to see your financials go up. But most of the time we have to earn in small increments. So make sure that you're rewarding yourself along the way with positive reinforcement. You're going to be more likely to continue doing the things that are difficult.
Unless of course, like Deb says here, you have ADHD. All goes out the window. I'm sorry to say, but
What does it say there? I can't read that small.
Deb Do says I also use the bathroom mirror for all the reminders.
yeah, Alexa reminds me to do everything.
So when you say ADHD, it all goes out the window. Yes and no. So yes, good for you for identifying your barriers, but just like Deb said, she's had to use the mirror. You've just said you use Alexa. So there are
various different ways that I remind myself about.
I'm the pen and paper guy.
I'm still one of those creatures that has. I don't want to move my camera, but I have a desktop calendar that I actually write stuff down on.
Yep. Whatever is working for you, use it for sure. I know I use Alexa as well. We're going on tour next week or this Sunday coming for a whole week. And there's a lot of things that need to be done on certain days. So I have asked Alexa, remind me to pick up the business cards from the printer.
Hold on a second. Alexa, stop. Stop saying that name.
I did try and leave a pause in between, so that way she wouldn't. So, sorry. So I would tell it to remind me, so that way on Thursday it will remind me to go and pick up the things. However, there is a negative downfall to that because I literally got a reminder last week that said, "Don't forget, you need to get the what? Get the what? Don't forget what? Exactly. And at this point, I don't remember because I don't remember when I set that thing. So if you're going to use a device like that, ensure that, pen and paper is smart always because you're the one in control. If you're leaving it up to technology, it could fail.
Yeah.
Just like your alarm clock.
It used to be the fridge with magnets. And then post-it
Oh, yeah.
note. And then
I was just going to say, it's like when back in the day when we had to go to work and the power went out in the middle of the night and your alarm clock didn't go off.
Yeah,
that technology can fail.
That's where you made up an excuse to your boss.
Yeah. No, you just told them my power went out. Because back then that was a thing. Your power could go out and your alarm wouldn't go off. But if you're relying on technology to remind you of these things, I still say pen and paper or you yourself being in control as much as you possibly can is the best way. Don't rely on someone else to remind you to do something that's important to you.
The thing is that whether you use pen and paper or you use new technology, you still need to remember to either look at those notes or listen to or check your notes on your phone. Yep. Probably the only thing is I know with Alexis, I don't have her. But if you tell her a certain time, apparently she speaks up at that time to remind you.
Yeah. If you set a reminder, it'll say, "What would you like me to remind you?" And then it'll say, "When would you like me to remind you?" And
I find Alexa
change.
is very intricate and you can do more things, but the Google speaker is very cut and short. Reminder, time.
Yeah. Well, if
that's what we have, but
just so you know, you can change the name of your box.
You can change the name of Alexa to Ziggy
or Echo or Santa.
Oh yeah, no thanks. No.
Echo, be quiet.
Yeah, I know exactly. I'm waiting.
Mine's not called Alexa for the reason that you just said. Alexa, shut up.
Yeah.
Because I have heard people in videos actually say, Alexa, play blah, 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 blah. Just to activate your Alexa box.
Every now and then I'll be watching something on TV and she'll start yapping because she's picked something up.
Yeah.
Right. Oh. And I'm like, hey, stop listening. Right.
I forgot to tell. Let me just finish this. Number 5, I was starting to say to reward yourself with with your achievements, with positive reinforcement, will help by making the process of achieving your goals a lot more rewarding. But be careful if your goal is to lose weight, don't reward yourself with food. Okay.
You know what?
Be logical.
Congratulate yourself in your head.
Yes.
The same thing works when you're trying to watch your weight or drop a little weight on a regular basis. If you satisfy yourself with a meal that you really enjoy, you're not going to get up 20 minutes later and make another sandwich. That's something that if you do that regularly, then, and instead of just eating to eat, if you enjoy what you're eating, you're not going to eat as much, is what I get.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because I feel like if you
It works
enjoyed
for me.
food, you would eat more.
It works for me because
I think
the quality of what you're consuming is
that's right. Yeah.
So I look at especially weight loss, or like weight loss especially, okay? You didn't get to the size you're at overnight. Okay? You didn't get to be whatever size you are.
You don't lose 20 pounds in a day.
So when people get frustrated with themselves because they've only lost 5 pounds in 3 months of working out, you know what? That's great. You don't want to lose too much weight too fast. It's going to your body goes into fight or flight.
Is so bad for you.
And then you've added muscle, which is weight.
Yeah. Muscle actually weighs. Okay, so the first lesson I learned when I went to the gym was they pulled out a pound of fat and a pound of muscle, and they both weigh the same. And I tell you, the muscle is about this big and the fat is about this big.
Yeah.
So just know that A, it's not about the numbers on the scale. B, especially when it comes to weight loss, you didn't put it on overnight. Don't expect to lose it overnight. And if you do lose your weight too fast, your body will go into fight or flight, and then it just packs on the pounds even more afterwards. So slow, gradual change. And another quote, last one, any change worth having is worth the effort. So don't give up.
Keep at her.
Yep.
It's
reward yourself. Keep going.
Losing weight specifically and quitting smoking are the two hardest things that you're going to have to combat in your life if you smoke. Yep. People, there are so many disorders revolving around food specifically.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Look what we're eating.
Yeah.
I was literally just talking about one the other day with Timmy, wondering if other people have as much problems with going out to eat at restaurants as I do. With there's like no plain options. Like everything's heavily spiced or loaded with cheese or things.
I don't go to restaurants anymore.
It's like,
oh yeah.
And then like to the point where I used to be called a glutton. When I was a kid, I was called Thunderella because I was large, but yet pranced like Cinderella. And this is by my parents. Okay.
Yeah,
this is not by kids in my schools. Like these are by my parents. So like I had this thing where I wouldn't finish all the food on my plate because I was told I was a glutton. So I didn't want to eat all the food. I would purposely leave food on my plate.
See, I had the opposite happen to me because of being on really, really high doses of the meds for ADHD, which are also used for appetite suppressants. Both Dexedrine and Ritalin are. My mom had to force me to eat. So what happened was I would load my plate up with too much and not be able to eat it. She'd make me. Whereas my father would say, well, how about not put so much on your plate next time? Totally different methods of teaching an educator and a doctor. So,
I know some of my friends have food problems too, where like their parents said you eat everything on your plate and you can't leave until you're done.
120 pounds to over 200 pounds in a little over a year when I went off my meds. Because I discovered beer and fast food and partying and blah, 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 blah.
And you were actually hungry again.
I got up. Exactly. And I got up to 600 pounds or more. So,
Yeah. Well, and like Southern Ontario Al said earlier when we were talking about food, it's the quality of the food you're putting in too. You know, like if like Northern Ontario Al said, he was eating nothing but junk
McDonald's, you're
food.
going to gain weight.
I
Let's
think
put it that
I
way.
think I think maybe one of the good examples is dogs. If you feed dogs real meat, raw food, they don't go to the bathroom as much or as often versus a dog that eats the stuff from the grocery store. Out of
That's
the
right, because
kibble bag.
most the grocery store stuff is filler. Even the good grocery store stuff is filler.
Yeah, correct, correct. So
The
I
good
think
stuff
those are
gets
good examples of of eating healthy versus not eating healthy.
Well, you can watch your fat content with your animals, and it's a little easier to do that than with us, because the food's already prepared. But like I was paying $100 a month for a small bag of food for Steven after he got his urinary block. And I was told by the vet that he had to have this food for the rest of his life, but I couldn't afford it. So I found an alternative that's $40 a month, but it's got it's for urinary tract to keep that clean, as well as it's low fat, right? And I did the same thing with Rosa. So, and it worked because they've both dropped weight. The lower fat food, right?
Good. All righty. Anything else there, MJ?
No, that was it for the motivational morning. Just remember those 5 things.
Yeah, just name the 5 again. We won't get
All right.
Just name them, and then we'll get on to Al's.
Set small, achievable goals. Write down the reasonings as to why you're doing this. Establish a routine and stick to it. Surround yourself with positivity, and reward yourself.
There you go. There they are. All right, Al, you ready, buddy?
No, I'm not. I'm not ready at all. No.
Ching. Oh wait, ching. That's my drum, my cymbal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I see he's got it there. So here we go.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right, today, 10 surprising facts about psychedelics that you probably didn't know. And I'm going to enlist Al and Mary Jane to do some reading.
I can't see that.
I know. Al can, though.
I need to get new glasses.
I can see it. Okay. So the top 10 surprising facts about psychedelics. Obviously, everybody knows psychedelics are in the news a lot. So
just a little.
Much information we can get, the better things are. So
I'm curious what they think is surprising about psychedelics.
Okay.
It's fun. Really? That's not surprising.
No, but there's a lot of benefits.
Yes, for mental health especially. But apparently,
some of this we'll know.
It helps really well with pain. So, anyways, you don't have to read the whole paragraph. But
no, I'm not going to. Let's go into number 1. Just start at the top.
Number 1 is enhancing emotional empathy.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, brain reorganization.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. There's been reports of
could be negative though too.
Reconnecting neurons and things in your brain.
Sure. I find that it short circuits the depression and switches it off. I find I get a little bit moody when I'm shrooming, but
is that strain dependent?
Yeah, I think so. I have not really found a strain that doesn't make me do that yet, though. But maybe because some there are different strains and they make you feel different ways, and there are some strains that I really just don't like.
Now, mine is penis envy.
I like penis envy, and I like the tall ones with the little head. I can't remember what they're called.
I have a question, because I generally ask anybody who says, I like penis envy. I ask them, are you a hyperactive person? Not mentally, but physically.
Yes.
Are you a go, 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 go? Or are you I just want to
in my
chill?
brain, yeah.
No, not your brain, your body. Your body.
No.
Okay.
No.
So, and this is where I've gotten almost the same thing. That's why I'm like, okay. Anybody who says that I've found that says they like penis envy has a body that just likes to chill. They need something to give them a little bit of motivation to get up and do shit. Whereas me, I'm always on the fucking go. I need to calm the fuck down.
Well, that's why, like cannabis, you need to be strain specific with, and it's also the amount that you take. I will like I took 0.26, which was the most I've taken in a while, and I had a really good day. You know.
Dosing is
but
huge,
if you take too much, like you can always have what they call
let's discuss that when we get down to the microdosing part.
Yes, okay.
Now, just so everybody knows, brain reorganization is reorganizing brain activity by increasing cognitivity between regions and promoting neuroplasticity.
Yeah, it's like shuffling a deck of cards.
Yeah, which is really neat. Now, number 3, therapeutic potential for mental health.
I use it every time I take it. I use it for mental health.
Yeah,
I like that they say potential.
It resets
because
everything.
that will open the door for studies.
It's like walking up to your microwave and pressing reset.
Yeah, nice
for me.
Mm-hmm. Now, number 4, microdosing,
which we were talking about. Yeah,
right.
And so, what in my research, what I have found that 0.2 is your standard micro dose for psilocybin. Anyways,
for microdosing.
Yeah.
For the average person.
For the average person.
And they say it's anywhere from 0.1 to 0.5.
Yeah, what I usually do is I do between 1.5 to 2. I don't go over that because
you mean 0.15?
Yeah, I feel a little anxious if I do a little bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'll usually go over 2, maybe 3. But anything under 0.15 is just, you're wasting it. Sorry.
I don't know, 40 years ago, it was
for me. Yeah.
Chew up the cookies or
whether
you're doing the heads or the stalks.
Yeah. I've had a gram or more.
Yeah.
And it was in an environment at the lounge actually, and I had to do a show. And I didn't enjoy it. I mean, we laughed and we had fun and all that, but mentally I didn't enjoy it because there was a lot going on in my brain and I was trying to do a show. Yeah, I also had 2 of the girls from the Naked News with me, so you can understand where that went.
Yeah, I see where you're distracted.
I think Mary Jane was there, not there, but she was in the conversation.
She wasn't one of the ladies.
Is this at the lounge? Because it was only
Yeah.
one. It was only one girl from Naked News and me. Hi.
No. Madison and I did it with you, yes.
Or
but
were you talking about the Playboy Mansion? No, you weren't there
no,
that
I'm
night.
talking about me and Madison and Lake and Lee doing mushrooms.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't there that time.
No, you weren't there.
I
No.
was not. Yeah.
No. I shouldn't out them like that, I guess, but it was a long time ago.
It was a very long time.
And there is video representation somewhere.
Okay, number 5, neurotransmitter regulation, which is psychedelics interact with a variety of neurotransmitter symptoms in the brain, including serotonin, dopamine, and neuropine.
It interacts with that, yeah.
There you go.
Well,
That's
I don't
the fun
know.
stuff.
I don't know what the microdosing is on licking a mushroom, but that's my dose.
Licking a mushroom.
I
Licking.
I actually just take the smallest little nibble because I 0.1 is too much.
Really?
Oh yeah. I need to make I have the recipe book for the tincture. I need to make the tincture because I think I'm probably like 2 drops of the tincture.
Well, I know.
What are you gonna? What would you use to make the tincture with alcohol?
That would be illegal. But I guess technically, because it's mushrooms, it's all illegal.
That's right. The actual spores are not. It's once you grow them.
Yeah, from what I understand.
Well, I didn't grow them.
From what I understand, as per Jack Lloyd, technically, mushrooms are not illegal until they are dry.
Well,
technically,
but
he said also I wouldn't push that, but
No.
technically they are not a magic mushroom until they are dried.
Well, it's not like you go around advertising this in the city or town that you live in.
Well, they have stores that do.
Depending, well, yeah, but when you go in, it's kind of like back in the day when you went into the old pornography video store. You'd you put your hood up and you'd go
And
in
you know what?
you'd get your video and you'd walk out with your hood up again.
People used to do that to hide
with the paper bag. And now
I
they give you a
remember.
paper bag again, right?
Oh man, those times.
I always feel like I'm leaving the grocery store with porn because they give us paper bags now.
Sorry, did you say corn?
No, porn.
Oh,
Back in the day,
I thought we were back on corn again.
Back in the day
no.
when you went to the magazine place, you would buy your magazine and they would put it into a paper bag.
Yeah.
So
or
that
a black
people wouldn't
plastic or whatever.
the people wouldn't see the titties and stuff like that on the front.
Number 6, spiritual experiences. They have been consistently associated with spiritual experiences characterized by feelings of unity, transcendence, and profound connection to the universe or higher power.
Yeah,
I've heard that a lot with DMT
That's the yeah man zone.
and ayahuasca. Oh man, I want to try that one.
See, that would be too much for me.
Yeah, well, this afternoon on the Pace Network is the Mushy Moment. I'm not sure what the discussion will be today. John Sayre is filling in for Cindy because Cindy is down in Mexico doing courses on some psychedelics.
Cool.
Nice.
Courses, i.e., trying some.
She's with some shamans.
Number 7, default mode network, DMN.
Yeah,
Psychedelics deactivate the default mode network, a network of brain regions responsible for self refrescal thoughts, ego, sectic thinking, and rumination.
I've been diagnosed with rumination.
I find, I'll be honest. And one of the things that I like about psilocybin is, or psilocybins, as I like to call it, my thinking stops. One of my issues with ADHD is I cannot stop thinking. It's always going, and it gets to the point where I think too much. I have to shut down, or I just.
That's rumination.
Oh, yeah.
That's rumination, just ruminating on the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Can
Say
we
over
post,
and over
can
and
we
over
post
again.
over and over and over and
Thank
over?
you.
Can we post this article? So
I
that way
already
we
did.
can-
It's on my
okay.
wall.
I'll go share it as well because I definitely
Yeah.
want to show that to Timmy. See, babe, I need to take more psilocybin.
Now, number 8, addiction treatment that's showing promise in treating addiction by disrupting
Absolutely.
maladaptive patterns of behavior and reducing cravings. There's all kinds of that research going on now.
I don't get hungry as like munchy hungry when I've done shrooms, even at a very low dose. I tend to eat not much that day.
Now that you said that, I actually don't smoke as much weed.
Yeah, I
either
don't
because
smoke
it
as much weed either.
I don't get the same effect from smoking a joint. So I'm like, why smoke a joint?
It says here that psilocybin and LSD can enhance motivation for a change and promote sustained abstinence from substances like alcohol and nicotine.
Together or separate?
I'm going to say
Or in
separately.
general?
Just both of them have shown those benefits.
I know a couple
Let's
of
do
people
them together.
that-
Why
I
not?
know that a couple of people that do this medicinally, the LSD and the psilocybin thing, and they do it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure
number
dosing. We're back to the dosing. It's huge.
Yeah. Number 9.
Sorry.
Neuroprotective effects. Research suggests that psychedelics, including psilocybin and LSD, may have neuroprotective properties, so they can help your brain. Promote the growth of brain cells.
Yeah, it's like refiring or restarting your brain
Starting.
growth.
But it doesn't specify which psychedelics other than I've only heard 2 in the one, right?
Yeah, they mentioned psilocybin and LSD right here.
Yeah. But other than that,
MDA has some use, but it's not
MDMA?
MDMA, yeah.
They just did. They just tried to get that approved for PTSD at the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
And who would back in the early years, everybody was always calling it ecstasy.
Ecstasy.
And, the rave drug, and now they find the benefits of it medicinally. It's huge.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and then there's the last one, number 10, is legal landscape. There's lots of different places.
Well,
like
I'm not in the city. I'm not in the city anymore, so I don't see what's going on. Are they still going in and shutting down the mushroom stores? And
yeah, there was one in the news the other day. It wasn't from Toronto though, but there was one that was just raided recently. You
can see for people who have been sitting here watching cannabis for years and years and years in the legal entity around it, you can see a lot of similarities of what has happened with cannabis and what is happening with magic mushrooms, except for medical doctors, researchers have jumped in a lot quicker than they did with cannabis. Back in the cannabis day, it was Dr. Machillam. Now there's research, there's open, even CAMH is doing research,
Yeah, so studies all over now.
It's a big one. It is a big one. It has
I think
magic mushrooms has allowed me to remove antidepressants from my life.
But do you think cannabis legalization has sort of made it easier for the other?
No, because
we already have weed. We might as well let mushrooms because
because they've already said yes you can if you've got this element, that, and then they changed their minds and said more research is needed.
But they did that with weed.
No, not the way they did it. They opened the door, Mary Jane, and then they shut it before it became an issue. Like they closed the door before they couldn't close it anymore, which people were going out and say, I'd like I said to my doctor, I'd like to do this, and I am doing it. I'd like to do it legally so that I can grow my own. Totally on board. Unfortunately, he's retired now, but totally
Are you talking about
board.
weed?
No, I'm talking about mushrooms.
Okay.
He was totally on board with that. Jack was trying to help Allison get licensed with a Section 56 so that she could medicate with whatever she deems that she wants to medicate with, and they stopped it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
they stopped it because they got scared. It was happening too quick, but now they're allowing research, which they didn't allow with cannabis. Right.
I feel like it's like if you have 2 kids and cannabis is the older sibling, you know what I mean? And you didn't want to let the older kid go out and party and stay out late, but the youngest one, you're like, okay, fine. You're more likely to okay, I'll listen to you if you want to go to a party, where the other one was just like, no.
it's it's interesting to watch, let's put it that way. And it's, although there are similarities, the laws will be similar as well.
Mhm.
It's a totally different animal than cannabis. And you know,
Well, I know when they first allowed, like when I first went to my doctor for weed, he's like, we can't get you one because it's only glaucoma and cancer.
yes, I got that from my doctor too. And
Right?
I don't know doses, so I can't
Yeah.
help.
Mine was
See, I'm
guaranteed.
getting that from my current doctor over psilocybin. And like you, Al, I'm telling my doctor, well, that's fine, but I'm telling you, I am using this substance, and this is what I'm using it for.
I informed
Like,
my
Right.
doctor when I started using FICO, full cannabis extract. I informed him when I started doing psilocybin, and he was like, "Psilo who?"
Yeah.
He didn't know anything about it, and then I said magic mushrooms. He said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
And he was totally on board with helping me go through that process until the Canadian government said, whoa, wait a minute. And they even stopped the folks that were in end of life care. They even stopped that process, but now they're letting it, they've opened the door again.
Well, the SAP program here in Canada was sappy because it didn't.
Exactly.
It was more of a barricade.
I have a question about
there. They wouldn't allow people to get to.
I have a question about the MAID program here at the end of life.
They've stopped that as well. They've put a pause on that.
So my question to anybody, I know they expanded. They wanted to expand the window of what the eligibility was. And I think that's what they stopped.
That's what they stopped. The program's still there.
Yeah. So the program itself, my question is, somebody who wants to end their life because their life is not like
I've actually just gone through this process, watched somebody go through this process.
So my question is, could we potentially offer this research thing where we're going to try and kill you with cannabis? Okay. I know it sounds silly, but or you know what I mean? Like, we want to see if it's possible to overdose. And you want, and if it ever becomes too uncomfortable, we'll do what the end of life thing anyways. But my question is, would these people actually get better? Like, if you gave somebody a bunch of mushrooms who mentally, is it like, because they expanded it, right?
Typically, end of life means we're going to make you comfortable until you pass.
No,
now, we don't know when that's going to happen, but here you go.
So I mean, MAID,
okay. So Emily's grandmother, who had a lot of colon issues, and I can't remember the disease she had, was suffering for years and years, and she was just ready to go. They kept she didn't want to walk around with a bag, and she was sick and tired of the surgeries. Because bowel surgery is very uncomfortable for a lot of people for a long time. Yeah. And she decided to tap into the MAID program and did it, and had everybody around her when it was her time to go, and was in the hospital. And
I've heard they do it good. Like, it's not a bad way. Like,
you know what? It's very comfortable. They go to sleep and then they die.
But like, my question is, what if you would have given that woman oil?
We tried, it didn't work.
And like but like somebody like, can we try and get, like, honestly, if I was going through that program, I would sign up for something like that on my own and say, look, like, try and kill me with weed. Well, I don't think anybody could ever overdose. This is where I'm like, could you die from it?
What they have put the kibosh on is a lot of people were just like, you're diagnosed with whatever ailment you've got, and you say, I'm done. I want to leave this world.
Yeah, mental illness was one of the ones.
You have to involve
allowed.
A lawyer and your doctor and your family, and you sign everything. You're basically bringing the courtroom into your room to have stuff signed.
I know,
and
but
your
like
your
a year
doctor
ago, my kid
decides
could do that.
on. Your
All right.
doctor decides on what they're going to use and the end of life protocol. But people were starting to use that just as a way to say, fuck it, I'm going to kill myself, or you can do it for me. And they've put the kibosh on that. They're very strenuous on
On the mental health end, but the program is still
Pat
available.
over a year.
Yeah,
before
for
they allowed it.
health
Program's
for
still available.
yeah, for
Mind you,
medical health reasons that they had before, that's still
Yeah.
there. It still stands, but
Yeah,
the new changes have been.
I just hope when I get to that point. I just hope when I get to that point that the program is still available for me to make that decision.
Yeah. Well, so I don't know if
Right.
you guys know about
No,
this
we-
movie. I just want to say there was a movie back in the day called Logan's Run.
Oh yeah,
It
I
was, like,
love
from
that.
the
with Sarah
70s.
Fawcett.
It was based on this community that they all had these little stones in their hand, and when their stone went and lit up, they had to go to this place to be terminated. Because that was their
That was
their
one of my
end
favorite
of
movies in the 70s.
so that was their end of life, like they were supposed to. And and then there was another movie, Soylent Green. No, they both correlate. Soylent Green. There's a scene in that movie where this man goes to like end of life, like kind of like what my envision would be like made. It's like this building, whereas when you're done, you're ready to go. You just enter in the thing, you sign the paperwork, you have a last meal, whatever you want, you go in this place. It's very beautiful. Like, I never seen anything wrong with being able to choose that for yourself if that's what you so decide. But with that new thing that they added on, it was a little bit of a concern because it meant somebody like my son, who was 19 at the time, could literally start that sort of procedure and say, like, I'm mentally ill, I don't want to be here anymore. And so I just want to say I'm glad to see that they put a stop on that.
Let's look at the legal landscape because it is changing, as we've discussed.
Yes.
And then we're done.
All right, because like we got like 6 or 7 more things to get into today. All right, legal landscape. It says here, despite the therapeutic potential, many psychedelics remain classified as illegal substances in most countries. Countries like Canada and Netherlands have taken steps to legalize psilocybin-assisted therapy, acknowledging the potential benefits of these substances in treating mental health disorders. And as I mentioned, there is the SAP program, but it was very hard for people like Allison, trying to access that program.
Yeah.
We just had the
he
show
has
on
MS.
Yeah.
But
look at David Hartley.
Yeah.
He just passed away recently. He waited over 500 days to hear back from the government on whether they would allow him into the
that's
SAP
why
program.
people who have decided to use it are using it and not worrying about it. I personally, I don't have to take stuff for ADHD or depression anymore because of these mushrooms. Try and stop me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
So
that's the high
that.
five for today. Oh, it was a high 10 actually.
It's a high 10. All righty, on to the next segment. All right, today we are going to be talking about chocolate peanut butter balls.
Oh, always with the peanut butter stuff. Pal.
Maybe next week we won't have any peanut butter. It takes 10 minutes to get ready, 5 minutes to cook, so it's 15 minutes in total. You could probably get them started, go do something and come back and it'll be all ready and done. So you just need peanut butter, crushed graham crackers. I guess you could put whatever you'd like to put in there as far as crackers. I guess crackers would just make it crunchy, right? So whatever you got, something if you want it crunchy, you could add something to be crunchy in there. A can of butter, some powdered sugar, some vanilla, and a bunch of chocolate chips.
La.
Well, what could you put into it besides peanut butter, Al? What do you think?
Like a A lemon cream.
Hey. And I don't like lemon, but yeah.
Or a maraschino cherries. Mm.
I was thinking Rice Krispies.
Yes.
Rice Krispies. Yes. Exactly. Crunchy.
Excuse me. Almost
So you
wore
throw
that.
everything, you add your peanut butter, your crunchy item, your can of butter, your sugar, your vanilla, you mix it all together, you roll it into the little balls, and you lay it on a lined paper tray. Freeze your balls in the freezer until hard. Approximately 3 hours, they say.
It's chilly.
And then in a double boiler, melt and stir the chocolate chips until smooth. Add a tablespoon of butter if needed, make it smoother. Add some more can of butter. Why not? Remove your balls from the freezer and impale them with toothpicks. Oh, dip them in the melted chocolate. Leave them to sit on a tray for baking paper.
Yeah.
Enjoy them when you're done. There you go.
No, I wouldn't enjoy them.
Well, you took the peanut butter out, and you could put, like you say, lemon. Could you put lemon meringue in there?
Oh,
Or would it be too soft?
I think it'd be too soft. But
what about pumpkin?
You could use almond butter.
Do they have? Yeah, they have like any type of spread. Peanut butter is, it's a.
I wonder about Nutella.
Nutella. And actually, to tell you the truth, I was
Hazelnuts. No thanks.
Next week, I'll have a Nutella recipe for
Okay.
cannabis. I almost used it for today.
I would love to see a sauce recipe.
A sauce?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
because that could be added to many foods, right?
Right.
And I'm saucy, so just makes sense.
Oh, okay.
And I'm still green. I don't know why I'm still green.
You're
Even the
still
flags.
green?
The flags look kind of green too.
All right, so there you go. There's our recipe for the day. And other than melting the butter or your
The
chocolate,
melting of the butter.
the chocolate,
The chocolate.
yeah, with the can of butter. There's not really much in the way when it comes to cooking. It's more
No.
just freezing. Yeah, yeah.
So you have to have room in your freezer. That's important.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Room in your freezer. Always make sure you've got that.
Mhm.
All right. You ready, Mary Jane?
Born ready.
You're born ready.
That sounds like what's that song? I can't remember his name.
No? Don't know?
It'll come to me. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Would you mind pulling up the article? Is there a way to put that up?
Yes. You want to I think I've
got it here, so
I
I
have it
can read
right
it now.
here. It's from Forbes, right?
Yes.
Alrighty, here we go.
Yeah, it
Oh
is.
no! You're not allowed to post that. No, it's news.
No, it's an article on vitamin D3. D3, I always just thought it was vitamin D. Apparently, there's two different sources. One is D2, one is D3. One is a fungal, like you get it from
Who's got
sources.
the article up? You out?
I have it up, yeah.
Can you scroll it down?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, it doesn't. It's not going to show very well, is it? Oh, there we go.
So a lot of people don't know that to get D2, you get it from a fungal source. D3 comes from an animal source. That's only really important if you have food sensitivities or if you're like vegan, vegetarian. You're not going to want to take
Or
it.
if you don't want to eat fungus.
What was that again? The D2, D3?
So D3
I think, yeah.
is from an animal source.
Okay.
And D2 is from a fungal source. So it really just matters. Like most people that are vegetarian or vegan should know, like, don't take a D3 supplement. They'll go for a D2. Excuse me. Vitamin D promotes immunity. So if you want to have a good immune system vitamin D is great, especially as kids are back in school now. We're looking at a lot of germs traveling into homes and in contact with everybody is touching everything. I tell you, those kindergartners are terrible. But vitamin D is great. You can even reduce the long-term risk of developing certain types of cancers. So it's good for weight loss, weight management, can help regulate your mood. It says half an hour of sunlight outside with temperatures above 7 degrees Celsius, and you should get enough vitamin D for the day. If you're not getting enough from the sunlight, you can also get it from cod liver oil, rainbow trout, sockeye salmon. You can get it from eggs, tuna, cheese. They all come in different levels. There it is. There's the little chart there.
There's a chart right there. Yeah.
I talked about how when you go in the sun, you can actually get vitamin D. It's actually 20 minutes or so to help prevent yourself from getting vitamin D deficiency. Just make sure that the skin can, actually get the sun can get to the skin. But make sure to protect your eyes as always. And I know some people would say, MJ, this is where you're supposed to mention sunscreen, but MJ doesn't believe in sunscreen. I think it's just better to go and sit in the shade because you're still getting vitamin D through the UV rays. They're just not as strong. Who knows? I could be talking to you in 20 years with skin cancer.
I've already been there. I don't spend a lot of time in the sun. I do my minimal, you don't have to go roast for 20 minutes. Just go outside. Yeah.
Sit by a window.
I had some UV clothing as well. Look for shade and UV clothing.
Yep.
And sometimes you wear a long sleeve shirt, even though it's not as cold out as people might.
Correct.
It's just the fact of reducing the sun, so you don't have to put those creams on. Because I don't like putting them on either. So
I don't. Yeah, I don't like the grease.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
I don't like the chemicals. I'm like, I don't know what's in that. I'm not putting that on me.
Yeah.
And I will say when it comes to weather, I know I talked about 7 degrees and above. That's what the article states. It is a known fact that even in the winter, there is UV. You can still get a sunburn in the winter. It's actually worse because the snow reflects the light back up. So you can actually get burnt under here.
Yeah.
So
my dermatologist advised me to wear sunscreen in the wintertime.
Yeah.
365 every day of the year.
I would think it would be worse in the wintertime because of the bright white.
Yeah, it reflects everything. Yeah. All right, but that's it for me on vitamin D.
I say there's some precautions here. I
didn't get that far.
Okay, yeah, they say there's some they say talk to your doctor. They say, it's possible to consume too much D3. It's rare.
Yeah, how did I forget I was about that's how I was going to close the segment, is just like any vitamin, mineral, any sort of supplement, make sure you talk to your doctor. Like a blood work test will be able to show where your vitamin D levels are, and they'll tell you, because it is possible to overdose on certain vitamins. Vitamin A, D, E, and K, you can overdose on. It's only B and C that you can take a large amount and you just end up like peeing it out.
Yeah.
I think unless it's B12, I think B12 you can overdose on.
I'm 3,000.
That's the one they give you a shot, right?
Vitamin D every day.
Yeah. Especially with what we went through the last couple of years, it blew my mind that they were not talking about the importance of vitamin D, because flu season is upon us. I will tell you, do yourself a favor, get yourself some vitamin
COVID's
D.
on a reemergence in the city, and they're about ready. They're ready.
It's coming.
It's craziness.
It happens every year. You know people are going to get sick. You know you're going to have to. So boost your immunity. You can take a drop of vitamin D every day, 1,000 IUD, I think it is, or whatever. And it's tasteless. I literally drop it on my hand here so that way I can see it, and then I just lick it.
It just goes
take your vitamin D.
It just goes in with the rest of the pills.
Yeah.
I just want
you take a pill. See,
I just want to make a point about something.
Yes.
How long has it been now? It's been almost 5 years
since
COVID.
4.5.
Okay, so
we're hitting the road.
I went shopping at our store here
Mm-hmm.
in town, and they've removed all of the walls
Barriers
of
and stuff?
plastic and barriers. Yeah, and I was like, "This is weird, man."
they did that about a year ago here.
Yeah, no, it
was a weird feeling. It was a good feeling, but it was
it's
over.
You see that, and then you come home and hear that they're back to wearing masks in the hospitals in Toronto.
Right.
Yeah.
It is picking back up.
All
righty. Are you done with the healthy habits?
Sure am.
Healthy habits.
All right. We're gonna do another quick little blurb here, commercial break, and then when we come back, we'll get into the news.
Sports shorts.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern. All right, news time. I've got a follow-up story that I covered while it was in the news a while back. There was a group home out west in Western Ontario that got busted for supplying the kids with cannabis.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. And here's an update on it. They say the owners of the Spirit Rising House have been charged with distributing cannabis to underage kids.
How underage?
Here we go. They've been charged with distributing illicit cannabis and providing cannabis to a young person.
Which is 14.
They say at the time, during the investigation back in February, there was a social media post alleged that the company was giving vulnerable youth in care a gram of cannabis a day to numb them. And at the time, they ran 9 foster homes and 2 specialized group homes for 34 high-risk youth. So this happened back then. Let's see else. They say that the search warrant documents revealed the teens were given cannabis daily, allowed to go to homes where they were sexually exploited and taken to seeing known drug dealers by staff. I didn't know about that part of things. I knew about the gram. They said they were able to collect evidence involved Spirit House Rising with criminal neglect and caused numerous children in care to suffer bodily harm. But you know what's really odd is that I'm sure they will get into this by the time this is done. Comments, yeah. Says, I'm not a doctor or a therapist, but I do believe that the Spirit Rising House providing numerous at-risk children in care with cannabis has led to harm, according to an affiliate that was written to the judge.
That's not what has led to harm. I used to get a gram a day allowance when I was in high school, and I turned out fine. I wasn't being taken to friggin' drug dealers' houses, and I wasn't being exploited sexually, though. Like, what the hell? No wonder. I was sitting here thinking, how could they afford a gram a day allowance for all these kids?
Well, okay.
Because
now
they're pimping them out.
No. This group home, as I mentioned how large it was,
They had several locations. Let me see if I can find where it is here. But they win contracts from the provincial government worth millions of dollars.
Yeah, but they're also pimping out these kids. That's what it said in the article.
It said there in the article.
That's
in the earlier
like,
articles that I hadn't seen.
Yeah, I'm like, don't try and put the harm on the kids being caused by the weed. It wasn't the weed. If anything, the weed was trying to help them cope to get through a fucking shitty ass situation. Like, I don't know. That bothers me. I've said it. I think we talked about it before about predators.
Nah.
You know, I was like, oh, hate them.
And in the earlier stuff, they had talked about the place hadn't received any complaints, and that's why it was getting rewarded these renewal of contracts all the time.
Yeah, no wonder.
Parent caught on with issues probably.
Yeah.
Or some kid was tired of being friggin' sexually abused.
Someone spoke up.
Jeez.
Yeah. All right. Going from the headlines, we're off to some sports news. Sports. All right.
I never noticed that ball gets like mushed, does it?
It does, doesn't it? It's slow motion there. So the best cannabis strains to help with fall fitness is what the discussion is here on the sports end of things. You can see the guy there working out, doing doobies probably before he's stretching there, doing his exercises. So here's the strains. Jack Hare.
Yeah.
White
Widow. Nope.
They say
that's Al's arch enemy.
That
was like the first thing he told me was like, never give me White Widow.
Well, I can do a mix, but I can't do White Widow on its own.
Okay. Yeah, they say it's energetic effects or famous.
Too energetic. I'm energetic as enough.
Yeah, sour diesel.
Yes, I like that one.
Strawberry diesel.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had that.
Green crack.
Oh, yes, that's a good one.
Jelly bean.
Green crack is very creative. I've done a few websites while smoking that.
Jelly
bean. That's just
I've heard of it, but not tried it.
I'm gonna mess up
the hybrid, obviously.
Yeah, I have seeds. Of jelly bean, and I've actually in some of the photos of us when we're doing the Treating Yourself booth at trade shows, we have jelly bean growing in the pictures because we had it in our booth. Yeah, Chocolate. Wow.
Oh my God,
That's
missed
a good one.
Chocolate.
Yeah, that's a gaming one.
Yeah. Ghost Train Haze.
Oh my God, yes. These are like old strains. Good luck finding half of these.
I want to do some
Bourbon
poison.
poison.
Oh my God.
Yeah, sativas. Yeah. So there you go. Your best.
I'm like sad right now. Where do we get those strains?
Are you doing your teeth?
Me? No.
Yeah.
Playing with my earphones.
Oh,
that's not dental floss in her hand.
I thought I saw dental floss.
Nope.
So there we go. There's the sports news for today.
Sorry, I'm teary-eyed. Those are some nice strains.
Yeah. Well,
I forgot about a lot of those. Man, chocolate.
There is a lot of strains there. That was Chocolate Chunk that I sent your way many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There. I'll just put that right there in the private chat. There's the article for those strains, so you can get some more information on them. Here,
you should put it in our comments as well.
Okay, for those people who are looking for,
we should start doing that with all the articles.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There's the ones for the strains.
They are the
Awesome.
best cannabis strains to help with fall fitness.
Awesome. If it doesn't all fit, you can copy it all together and
it looks like
blah, blah.
I don't know what it's done there.
It was too long for
Was it?
yeah, it was too long.
Sorry, people.
Okay.
Oh, the YouTube people. I see. Come to Facebook.
Yeah.
Coming to Facebook. Coming to Facebook. That's
all righty. Other than that, I am done the news.
All right. What's next?
What's next?
I thought we limited each one to a certain. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we did. We did. We did have a certain time and that we had for each segment.
I was wrong.
What is it? How many segments or how many seconds would you like me to shorten?
9 seconds. 9 seconds.
That was all blown out of the water.
Is that 9 seconds?
Yep.
Okay, so you want 4 seconds off?
No, it's fine.
No, I thought you were talking. No, I thought you were talking about how long each segment was going to be.
I was.
Took us an hour to get the first two.
You know, if you look at the numbers in our list here, 5, 23 for the Saturday re-roll, 7, 8, 11 for.
But we started out the show with what did you do this weekend? So.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll say
all right.
I got
Go
the
ahead,
event.
Mary Jane.
Okay.
Go ahead, MJ.
All right. So I feel bad. You guys are bitching about time, and I got 3
No,
different pages
go
of
right ahead.
events. Okay. All right. The first one here, let you know the Green Merchant Cannabis down on Liberty Village in Toronto on Friday the 20th is throwing an Iron Man marathon. So if you like Iron Man or you like cannabis, or you just like to visit the Liberty Village, check
Or
them out.
if you like to play
Where's
Iron Man on
where's the-
cannabis.
Where's the Liberty Village? I guess it's in Toronto.
It's in Toronto. Yeah. It's just, I'm sure there's many different Green Merchant cannabis stores. So it's the one in Liberty Village. Yeah.
Okay, it's a store.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yep. And then also on Friday the 20th, the Lunar Mixer is happening. Dope and Disabled is doing their lunar mixers. So they do it around every full moon. There's going to be artists, lots of people. It's a very chill vibe. That's happening in Toronto. Hall of Flowers is happening. I know you guys know Hall of Flowers.
Yeah.
We were actually invited to go to that, but we just hadn't.
So this one's in California, Santa Rosa, California. Friday the 20th, Saturday the 21st. Friday is a trade show. Saturday is a festival.
Ooh.
So depending on what you want to go and do. And then Saturday and Sunday the 21st, 22nd. I know I told you last week about Doors Open Ontario.
Yep.
Still happening, just a couple different cities. Saturday is Waterloo and London.
Mhm.
Sunday is London and Mississippi Mills. So if you're in that area, please check out the Doors Open Ontario website to see what places are actually open. And just to let Southern Ontario Al know, the Canoe Museum was in fact one of the places last weekend in Peterborough that you could have gone to go free of charge. So make sure you check those out.
Yeah, figures.
Yeah.
Figures.
And then
last weekend.
And then if you want to show the spotlight or the curtain one.
I'm on it. There we go. One
Perfect.
more. I keep getting all my Facebook stuff pops up too. So.
Oh yeah, you gotta hide that.
Okay. Yeah, keep closing it.
All right. So also on Friday, September 20th, we have a concert happening in Toronto at Massey Hall. We have Sting coming. I know some people might like Sting. Oh, it's so funny. I have Hall of Flowers on here twice. That's interesting. Actually, that's not supposed to be that. Anyways, don't pay attention. Don't pay attention to the third one. Anyways, Friday the 20th, High Times 2 comedy show happening in Toronto at the Danforth. Mike Rita's going to be there. Sunday the 22nd, I know it says Hall of Flowers, but it's actually Ringo Starr. It's supposed to say Ringo Starr is performing, and he is going to be performing in Niagara Falls.
Really nice.
Yeah, I would love to go
No
see
kidding.
him. But we're actually going to be starting the tour, which is the last one here, Sunday the 22nd to Saturday the 28th. The Circuit Comedy Tour kicks off. I'm so excited. It's I've been tour managing this since 2019, but we've taken a 4.5-year break. So we'll be starting. We have Christian, Mr. McCartney, and Timmy Boyle coming. Multiple cities: Belleville, London, Sarnia, Chatham, Windsor, Brantford, and Guelph. So if you're in that area, check out timmyboyle.ca.
Shameless plugging.
Love it.
Now, as far as like what kind of venues is he playing at, or
so no, actually, we've rebranded. I brought Timmy to the dark side. They used to all be in churches, and that was just out of necessity and where it had been for like 10 years or whatever. But things have shifted. We've got a lot of legions, halls. The location in Windsor is beautiful. It's a banquet hall. I'm super excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. One of them's a curling club. Yeah, we try to think outside of the churches because especially Timmy never, I don't think, considered the fact that like when he first met me, I was like, none of my friends are going to want to come to this because it's in a church. And he's like, what? I'm like, well, honestly, there's a lot of like stigma that comes with the church. And I like, we just don't want to go in there. It's kind of an uncomfortable feeling.
Just a second, Mary Jane. Al got up. Wait until he comes back. Al,
He's right there.
rude.
I'm trying to bring in some more light on me. So
continue, Mary Jane.
Well, what I was going to say is just like a church is a building, just like a gym is just a building where the equipment is. A church is just a building where people go to celebrate religion. It's no different than any other building. It's just a building. So I understand why people would be reserved and not want to come in there. So we've changed it. There's no churches actually this time, but it is still clean comedy.
You can have people in my backyard. We can put the bear up on the stage.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. No, there's the furthest north we go is it's actually Belleville, believe it or not, because everything else kind of curves towards London,
not north,
Sarnia.
that's south.
Okay, so maybe Sarnia. Is Sarnia more north than Belleville?
Maybe
because I think Sarnia is probably the furthest, or Guelph.
Yeah.
You know, because we're headed over
if you're
to
only
that
going
side.
to Sarnia, if you're only going to Sarnia or Guelph, you're not really going north.
Yeah, no, I'm going more west.
West,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah, but we'll be in all those cities.
Yeah. All righty. Now,
movies.
From that, we're on to our next subject, and I don't think we've got a thing for that, do we?
No, it was still part of the entertainment.
Okay, we're still.
I'm confused on what entertainment and events and entertainment
Well,
means. That's why it's all still like jumbled together.
I look at events or things that people can go to. Entertainment could be something that involves movies or something that is the news in the headlines. Like I've got something that flashed up on my phone that during the broadcast. And it says that in the entertainment thing that music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been charged with racketeering.
I posted that last night. He was officially charged yesterday.
They charged him.
Yep.
Transportation to engage in prostitution.
Yep.
Wow.
There are a host of charges.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Justice for everybody.
And, you know, this is going to drag a lot of people that he's been involved with over the years down the tubes as well, right?
Please, just like Ghislaine Maxwell's freaking book. Where's that? It'll drag nobody down but him. Anyway,
about time.
But from that type of news, there it goes. You guys would obviously want to talk about some other type of entertainment news. And that's this stuff. And that is movies.
Yes, the movies that are out this week. 2 of them I'm super excited about. The first one is Transformers 1. The actors that play in this are Optimus Prime and Megatron, of course. Transformers 1 is the untold origin story of how Optimus Prime and Megatron, they're basically, the sworn enemies of Transformers, but basically how they were once friends, bonded like brothers, who changed the fate of Cybertron forever.
More than needs.
So if you've seen Transformers, I think it's brilliant because they decided to call it Transformers 1. It's a prelude to
it's at the beginning.
Origin story.
Yeah, it's before before Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, they could have called it Transformers Origin or, something like that. But I just love that they called it 1. So if you're a Transformers fan,
who is in it? Who are the actors in it?
I told you Optimus Prime and Megatron.
Is it an animated movie?
It is the first complete CG, like computer generated graphic movie that Transformers has done. The very first. Complete. It's complete. All just computer done. So that's supposed to be really interesting. People are excited about that.
So no human actors.
No, not whatsoever. Which, in my opinion, I'm kind of like, it's hard enough for me to enjoy the Transformers as a movie, but then to just watch a cartoon or like something that feels like
I like cartoons.
It's not really.
Yeah, it's not my thing, but I would watch Transformers 1 if it was a human, Mark Wahlberg or whoever actor with the Transformers. I find those ones really kind of cool, but I wouldn't sit and watch a cartoon. No.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the voices are. And I think Timmy's gonna go watch it with his daughter because it's not like you said, but it's super cool that they're coming out with another movie, and the fact that it's 100% computer done is interesting. I'm interested to see how they pull it off.
And what's the next one?
The next one, Demi Moore and Dennis Quaid.
Ooh, she hasn't done anything for a long time.
Oh, I'm super stoked about seeing this. I don't really go see a lot of movies in the theater, but this one I'm gonna go see this too. So it's about Elizabeth Sparkle, played by Demi Moore. She's known for her aerobic show, but is faced with a devastating blow on her 50th birthday when her boss fires her. Basically, she's just too old. She's on an aerobic show. So amid her distress, a laboratory offers her a substance which promises to transform her into an enhanced version of herself.
Alrighty. More CGI.
No. When she takes this substance, she is beautiful. She's like 20 years old. She's played by a complete different actress.
In her 50s, she's still stunning.
Oh, so. Yeah, I would concur. But the movie.
Okay, so here's a question: really, really Demi with hair or without hair?
What, in G.I. Jane?
No. I think without hair.
Are we talking? Throw a wig on her in G.I. Jane, because physically she was in like some of the best shape of her life in G.I. Jane.
She was in pretty good condition in striptease.
Yeah, that too.
So she's always been very fit.
I still think she's prettier today than she was in striptease, though.
A lot of the actors, female actors that I grew up watching are still, there. Can you imagine what Farrah would look like now?
Just Google it.
No.
She's got to look better than Drew Barrymore. My God. Or Madonna.
Drew has gone through several changes in her life. Madonna as well.
Drew Barrymore has gone through several lives. That girl was in rehab by the time she was like 13 or 9 or some shit.
An interview with her. I think she was talking to Jimmy Fallon. And she is 25 years sober.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And yes, I mean, her parents were the Barrymores, and they were very, very Hollywood. John Barrymore was a huge producer and director, and they drank. That's what they did back then, you know.
Well,
And
she became famous at such a young age.
she was an alcoholic when she was doing E.T. By the time she did E.T., she was an alcoholic.
I know. She was like one of the stories that were like, you know, Hollywood could take you the wrong way and you wouldn't even think it would happen to a kid. But
Corey
like, seriously,
Feldman
like
went
9 years old.
thing. Corey Feldman went through the same thing, and so many other actors.
Yeah. Have you seen what he's doing now, Corey Feldman?
Danny Bonaducci.
Oh yeah.
You know,
But
he's had 50 different careers, that guy.
Have you seen Corey Feldman lately?
No.
He's a musician.
Yes.
His wife is hot as shit.
And he looked like Johnny Depp on steroids.
He looks like he has a lot of secrets that he has kept inside and tried to get out, and nobody has listened to him and just told them to keep your mouth shut.
Is he still dressing like Michael Jackson?
Oh yeah, that's his look.
Yeah,
that's his look.
Yeah,
I like him. He's all right. He lost a lot of people that were close to him in the early days.
So I just to continue on the entertainment thing, I watched a show called what did I say it was called?
I don't remember.
The Offer.
Okay.
And
The Offering.
Right. It's just The Offer.
Oh, it's The Offer.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. And what it is it's a fictionalized, fact-based, behind the scenes of what happened during the making of The Godfather. It's about the crew, the producers, the directors, Paramount Pictures, the owner, all of that stuff, and the mob.
Oh, wait, Al left.
And that's fine.
I'm just kidding.
The thing that the one thing that I found interesting, and there's really nothing that nobody knows about that, was the one thing that the mafia said: you can do this movie if you remove the word "the mob." That was their only criteria. Otherwise, do what you do, but please don't say the word mafia. Yeah, I found that it was very interesting. Anyways, it's on Paramount Plus on Prime.
Yeah,
and it's worth the watch. I enjoyed it.
All right. Well, my little bit of entertainment news.
No, you're not allowed, Al. That wasn't part of the deal.
Well, actually, it's entertainment. It's actually, it can be that way. It can be medical as well. And,
all right.
I don't have an intro for this. And,
that's okay. We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out today.
You showed that to us, but how does it work?
Dave.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct. Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct, and I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah, yeah, correct.
When you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean. And it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash. You stick it in here, and
You
it
like
will
In the
the
water?
hash?
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no, it's
Well, no.
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
Here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all, and we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so now
He's very,
does
very
these.
well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to
Falling.
turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And you know, the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know, Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
it's no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
oh yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's
any,
right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can
It's
make
nice.
you hack.
Nice and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram, and we could have just.
I'm out of weed.
What?
I only brought a little in with me tomorrow.
Oh,
so hurry up. Let's go.
There you go. It's loading, man. It's loading.
What are you loading? His website?
Yeah. I'm actually loading his website here, or his what do you call it? Instagram page.
This one, yeah, that one.
Oh,
no, not that one.
Not that one. Got to eliminate that. There, I got that gone out of the way. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
So he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah, he basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
It's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep, carb. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah, but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just repeat to see if I could say.
How much hash could a apple hash if a apple hash could apple hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a apple could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to love those tongue twisters.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I'm typing out where people can find Dave.
Just copy and paste it out.
Well, yeah, I know, but I just wanted to put his name on there.
Sorry, Dave.
Okay, I'm just gonna come on.
My pets
Get
are
over
driving
there,
me nuts. It's past their lunch.
It must be getting close to noon.
It is. It's 10:02.
10:02. Oh.
The animals can sense it.
All right, I'm gonna shut that off. We're back. Yeah, it's almost noon. It's 8 minutes too, something like
8
that.
8 minutes. Tick tock.
Yes.
All righty. Well, anything else we've missed today?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think we've had lots of chit chat all the way through.
What are you
Schedule
saying,
went
Mom?
out the window.
I think some of us might have medicated with a little mushy moments this morning. Who knows?
Who knows? All right. Well, other than that, we'll see all of our see all you all next week.
Goodbye.
Same time, same place.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And I just got to hit the button. See you all next week. Same time, same place, 10 o'clock. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around. But We had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yes.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just...
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but this year we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay then, I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park, and you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and throwing out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. the United States, where we looked up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour seeds or purple strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you've got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen, Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters of weed, the list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall. Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
Well, that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that...
Especially on posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event it is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history. So we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we show Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years, and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So, we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Yes, thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close
Actually.
we're closing
all right.
the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 gram of loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live, and we're coming to you live here at paceradio.net. Plus, hey, I'm outside, too.
I see. It's dark already. But it
Yeah,
gets 8 o'clock your time. It gets dark here by 8 o'clock now, too. So
Yeah, it's dark here already, as you can obviously see. But the temperature's supposed to be pretty nice. But I do have a vest off to the side in case it does get cool.
not
But,
as bad as mosquitoes this year out there, or was it? Because last year you were swatting mosquitoes all summer. Is that as bad
correct. Well, yeah. Well, now it's fall, right? So let's hope it's not as bad.
Well, let me tell you, it's been like fall here in the morning, and then it's like fucking Arizona by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's ridiculous. You get up and like your teeth are chattering, right?
Yeah.
And by 10 o'clock, it's like you're dying. You need to put shorts on, and then by the time I'm coming home at 10 o'clock, it's dark, and I need a fucking parka again. It's like,
Yeah. We've had over the last week. We've had evenings from 9 to 11, as far as temperature wise.
Yeah, that's true. And then going up to 32 to 35 degrees in the daytime.
Daytime, yeah. Ours have been up close to the 30
Yeah.
part.
I'm
Yeah.
not even sure what it was today. I don't think it was as warm today, but we didn't put the air conditioning on when I got to work this morning because today's that dreaded. I worked last night, open today, right? So when I got to work this morning, I was wearing my coat. I didn't put the air conditioning on. Then we got an order and we started putting stock out. Next thing you know, Harris is throwing on the air conditioning, and I'm kind of giggling because I didn't put it on. His mom and I were laughing because he's sweating away, and we're both in sweaters still because we're both old and menopausal, right? So like we're just like we don't.
Yeah.
22 degrees here now, so maybe it wasn't 36 today, but.
So tonight on the show, we've got a few things we're going to talk about. I'm actually going to do a review. I reviewed this this pipe yesterday on the Three High Guys, so I'm going to bring it up tonight as well. And then we got some studies, some reports, some stuff on arthritis, some impaired driving information as far as cannabis is involved in there.
We should discuss too. I dug that article.
Yeah. And cannabis harvest time is less than a month away for people, and it's probably still not a bad idea to figure out to keep your pets away from your plants, or even if once you're done harvesting outside, you still may have indoor gardens, so you still want to keep your pets away from. I know myself, I always did.
That was one thing that we're pretty meticulous about keeping the cats out of the room, and the dogs never did go. They can't go downstairs, so because their little legs won't let them.
Yeah, I've always kept them out of the room.
You don't want hair. Like it's hard enough to keep the dust and everything else, especially like even in a closed environment. You still have dust mites, you still have a furnace going, like depending on how you're set up. Yeah. It's hard enough to keep pests and other things out, never mind hair. And you have to deal with the hair coming off your clothes, your own head. Because no matter what you do, you're still going to be taking hair in with you. Unless you're peeling those clothes off and putting different clothes on as you're going in, right? But if you have animals in your house, you're still going to have some remnants of them on your clothing.
Yeah, you almost need a reverse vacuum room before you go into your room.
Right.
With a change of clothes.
Or like a hazmat to put on,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
white.
Oh, yeah, it can happen. You know, just they just ride along.
Well, that's good at times too. Like
Glenn,
right, right?
Glenn, our co-host with the news on Thursdays, he was talking on Thursday about a plant that he had that had mites on it, and he said he took it outside, and he says he can't believe like beside this plant, but just the grass itself. He says the webbing in the grass. He says he's got mites in his lawn.
Yeah, them fuckers go everywhere, and it's like, and it seems like unless you bake the dirt at like 300 degrees in your oven or somehow before you even plant.
Yeah.
As soon as it gets to be above a certain temperature, usually about 70 degrees, them fuckers will hatch. Like I have done, like I've never really had a big problem because we've always kept our room at 70 degrees, 70 to 72, right? They don't seem to have. But the one year we had them downstairs here, it was just kind of like a throw or whatever. And I had a 400 watt down there besides the LED. They were fine as long as the LED were on. As soon as I turned that 400 watt on, them fuckers were everywhere.
Oh, it just because it increases the heat.
Right. So
and they love that. They love that heat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This year was so bad for aphids. Like everybody's like, why have we got so many wasps? Well, this is the year of the aphid. So the wasps actually eat the aphids, and that's why we've got an overabundance of wasps this year too, because we've got an overabundance of aphids. And that's what we've got going on out here anyway. Like aphids are just like little green aphids, and they are just covered. That's what fucked my cucumbers, was the fucking aphids.
I got the ladies are working. I got some pictures the other day
I couldn't keep them in the yard.
The ladybugs are on my plants.
I haven't, like, I bought 2 containers of, like, you know, the ladybugs and let them go in my. I haven't seen one since.
Oh, I always found when I released them in my room that they got sucked into the exhaust.
Yeah. Well, exactly, right?
Yeah, because I was exhausting through my lights in one of my rooms.
Right, because of the cooling tubes and stuff.
Yeah, it just pulled them in there. It went into the lights. You know, they were attracted to the light, and they were,
Yeah, I've never really had much success with ladybugs because it seems like you bring them in and they're not cheap. And the next thing you know, the neighbors have got them, but we don't. I bought praying mantises too, the following, like, you know, 1 year or two, and them things are like you have to be like on them, and if you don't have food and water for them immediately, they start eating each other. And there's like 100,000 of these little fucking things. I got 2 of them, and then that wasn't a cheap one either. That was like a $5 pod that
you get them in the pods,
and then you had to spray it every day and, you know, watch it like a fucking hawk. And then and I put it outside because I knew it was getting close to hatching, and it did. When I wasn't, you know, when I woke up in the morning, there was a whole bunch of dead ones and 2 ones on my one plant.
Well, why didn't you allow it to hatch inside?
Because it was getting warm enough that you wanted to like put them outside, right? Because I had my plants outside. I bought like.
Oh, okay. I was thinking your plants were inside. I'm sorry.
I've got a Virginia creeper, right? And Virginia and willows seem to attract aphids like fucking crazy. And of course, I've got 2 of them. But they actually kill the Virginia creeper. Like they just eat it alive. So it turns like by the end of August, instead of it being big, green, and lush like it should be, it's turning orange and red because they've literally killed it. The aphids have, right? So I got the ladybugs and the praying mantis and stuff to kill these damn aphids off these Virginia creepers. And I've tried pulling roots and stuff, and every year the fucking son of a bitch and things still come back. So in order to try and get rid of this aphid problem. But I've also got a weeping willow in the front, and I got a willow right here. So, I mean, I don't know what I need. Like, I've tried spraying. I've tried everything. The aphids just come back. So, I don't know. It's a real issue.
I don't know either. Yeah. They are just, I know that they are a pain.
Well, like I said, I just haven't been able to I've never been able to control them for 10 years that I've been here. I don't know how my grandmother did it, because I don't remember them looking like that when my grandma was alive. I think my grandpa used naphtha. But that's like a camp fuel. And I'm thinking, how the fuck did he spray camp fuel? Like, how the hell would that?
Oh, yeah. No, you don't want to spray that on your...
I'm thinking, like, how the hell do you...
Garlic. My understanding, garlic.
Like planting garlic around it?
No, spraying it with garlic.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never heard that before.
Yeah, garlic water. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
for soap, always using like
That's,
the.
one of my friends one year. This was back like I don't know 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and they had aphids in their on their plants, and that's what she did. She went at it with garlic and something.
Wow. I know, like I said,
probably the garlic and water. There might have
you-
been some soap in there or something as well.
I'm gonna have to check that out. But I know, like, when you get powdery mildew, they say, to use like milk, right?
There's milk. There's a few different things. Like I've already come across some in my own garden.
We've
Some
got a bad problem with it too. Like, and
with powdery mildew in it.
and then when I was
Yeah,
working at the garden center, I mentioned that the one time and I got in trouble. Oh, that's a homeopathic thing, and if it doesn't work, don't tell people that. I'm like, okay, well, you just
but it's like I'm in a spot where there's lots of exposure, like lots of wind, there's lots of sunlight. It's just it just gets so frustrating.
I know, right? And
Yeah.
and the weather's changing because, like, when I grew up here, we didn't have the wind, right? Like, there was hardly
Yeah.
any wind here. Now, it's like living back in Lethbridge.
Oh, jeez. I got videos of mine dancing in the wind.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's to a point. Like it keeps them resilient, and they are resilient. Like, and it keeps the
Yeah,
bugs
they are.
off. So that makes it because you do like if they're indoors, you want to have fans going too, right, to keep the circulation. So with
Yeah,
the wind-
no, yeah, but no, I'm outside. And
yeah, but you don't want hurricane winds. I get that, right?
yeah.
But again, like a little bit of wind's not
Yeah.
too bad.
Can you see? Yeah, I don't know how this
Oh
looks.
yeah, I can see that. Oh, that's beautiful. What a beautiful sunset.
Sunset, eh? With some buds, eh?
Yeah.
That was tonight.
Oh, nice. My ear dies right in the middle.
Right. But it just gets frustrating when the powdery mildew shows up.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Like I said, it's all over my daisies.
I just thought, well, I got the plant given to me as a gift, and then I have other plants that I've got time and money and research into. So this is what I did with the plant. This is what I did with it.
Oh.
I just said, fuck it.
Well, if it's because it'll just keep spreading, right?
It's good. Yeah, that's my concern.
It'll spread. It'll just spread. Did you treat it Saturday anyways, just to be preventative?
What's that?
Have you treated the area around them to be preventative?
No. I never even thought about that, to tell you the truth.
I would because it's the spore. Yeah, because it's spores, right? So
yeah, correct. So like I took them way away, right?
I would spray your other ones with just some milk, honestly, just to be preventative. Just to I don't know, but I mean, if they're in bud, that's
It's I just said no.
That fucking shit spreads with like, because it's spores. It's spores.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That sucks because then that can get into your bud, and then you got bud rot and fucking mold. And
That's right, exactly.
It's so hard to contain that. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in a closed environment or whether you're outside.
Right.
Like those certain issues, and like some of the genetics actually have it in their strains, so that there's nothing you can actually do to prevent it. Cushion's are really prevalent for that, right? A lot of like you can be growing it indoor in the best environment, and the fucking shit will still show up.
So as I mentioned, and obviously I'm outside, so I had to take a picture of the outside studio as well.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Yeah, that looks great, Al. Love the light.
Outside, I'm sitting. Well, you can almost see where my butt's sitting in the chair in the swing.
Yeah, your swing. Your butt creek. Well, I bought this actually in my damn Temu habit. It's like a Japanese mat, but for like it's like a mattress, but it's supposed to be a pillow top for the top of your bed. So I got that, and my bed is like so cushy now. It's like sleeping on a cloud. It's awesome.
But when it comes to powdery mildew, you mentioned the milk. I've always been told try to change the pH on the leaf surface.
You can do that too, yeah. But that's kind of a little bit. Well, that's what the milk does, right? Because the
Milk,
milk.
yeah. And I used to in one of the places I lived at, I had pH. The water was
Well,
10.
you can use pH down in your water,
Well, yeah, I'd always make it go up.
or up. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, because our water was
Yeah,
10 just straight out of the tap. So it
yeah.
just,
You want the alkali up.
and did it eliminate it? No, but I think it reduced it. It reduces it, right? And then some people.
I'm thinking about how long it's been since I actually had a grow, like a big one, and it's been 10 fucking years.
Wow.
Because I've been here 10 years.
Well, when you come over to my place and we can have a stripping party, and I'm talking about leaves, okay?
Right. Exactly. Right? I'll just hop in my broom and be right over.
Okay, all right. I'll expect you tomorrow. Oh, I'm not around tomorrow. I'm busy. I
It'll take me a couple days.
I gotta do the news in the morning, and then I've got a meeting in the afternoon. So,
but yeah, like I was just thinking about that because we moved here in October of 2014, and it's October 2024 coming up. And
yeah.
of the 10 years that I've been in this house, and that was the last time I had a garden because I didn't even start growing when we had to move from the one farm to the other farm that I was only in for a couple months before I moved here.
Right.
So it's been 10 years since I had a 200 plant.
Wow. Yeah, see, where I've always grown indoors, but now I moved out in the country and got out of town, right?
Well, we couldn't have grown.
I literally lived right downtown.
I literally live right downtown.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah, you do.
And it's also, we did have, like, when we first moved here, we tried with the LEDs and stuff downstairs. I had, like, I still had my license. I did grow 10, I think. And then I guess, but I didn't have a 200, you know what I mean? I didn't have my 3 stages where I had my clones and my veg,
right.
Yeah. I could have overabundance.
Clones, veg, bloom.
And then I had overabundance that I could make butter and I could make stuff so I could do bake and I could give stuff away. And I don't have any of that anymore. And that kind of sucks because I loved giving shit away.
Oh, yeah.
I'm giving shit away. I did time for giving shit away, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
So, like, that was the best part of, like, growing was that I could bake and, help other people out. Because we always have, like, enough to take care of ourselves and help a few others. Right?
No, hey, you believe me, there was times there where it was, nip and tuck and, hopefully you got through and, maybe those early days there might have been a few little grill spots just to get, just in case,
Right. Well, like I said, I tried popping seeds and not one of them. And I still have that bag that I show all the time. I don't even bother because I've tried popping seeds in March and not one of them popped. So it was like, this is a sign I don't have time for this and, playing around with it. And and even with my job, like my yard suffered this year. Everything suffered. Even my house plants have lost.
Well, I'll tell you, we're still cutting grass here every week.
Well, I'm still cutting grass here too. I just have
never
out there, and now I got this kid with a broken elbow, so he can't even go out and mow it. And Alvin left sometime in August, and I haven't seen my husband since August. So.
Oh, he's still up north.
Oh yeah, he's not coming back until we get a little bit ahead. Well, he'll be back for our anniversary in October, so.
Right.
That's our look forward to.
He'll be home soon.
Yeah, soon. 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks.
Right. Oh, I see that light changes on me.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh.
Yeah, it depends on the angle that you put your computer at too. Like you can move it around. And again, like you can change the modes. It's a cool light. Like I said, they're cool. And I've seen people with them. I think I don't need one of those. Like, what do I need one of those for?
Right.
I think it was one of the free gifts I got from Timo. I don't know. Like I said, I play this.
Well, I got this one through Christmas thing last year.
That's awesome.
Where my wife's works, they have a Christmas celebration and give away gifts, and this was one of them. And the other thing she won was a battery pack that comes. I used that all summer at different events to charge up my battery. I use it around the house all the time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's good and handy because you guys get your power kind of cut sometimes with the wind and the little storms and stuff every once in a while. No?
Oh yeah, yeah, and being out in the country too, sometimes you're not always the first in line to get your power back.
No.
Right. So.
Yeah, no, we've had, like I said, we had a few bits rain and stuff, but nothing like it's green again, but it's like we lucked out and didn't have a whole whack of fires around us this year, so we lucked out not having the smoke
Right.
too. Nice. Which, the country didn't get the smoke issue because we really didn't seem to have the overabundance of fires. We did, but not like craziness like 2 years before.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just see here. We got 10 minutes to the bottom of the hour, and see if there's something I want to bring up in the news. We want to wait until after. Let's bring up this little article here. I'm gonna discuss before we go to break.
Okay.
And this one here it has to do with how to protect your gardens from your cats, your dogs. And we're not getting into eating things here. They eat the plants, okay? All right. The animals are eating the plants.
Catnip is a plant that kind of is similar along the same lines because I grow catnip in the yard right outside.
Yeah.
So when they see a cannabis plant, it smells fairly similar to the catnip. So they go right for it.
There you go. Yeah. So they make some suggestions such as fencing options. They say to install proper fence. Use chicken wire. It's apparently an effective way of doing it. Where is it? It's over here. Chicken wire. They say to bury it at the bottom. That prevents the dogs from, getting underneath the fence, just like they do any other time, right?
Yeah. Well, you don't want your dogs near because they lift their legs too.
Well, yeah. They carry little bugs on them.
And like not that, like I said, like you can have the cleanest pet ever, you're gonna still have like dust mites and fur. You don't want to hit your bud.
No, exactly.
No matter what I did, I always had a hair in my bud.
They even suggest to put the chicken wire on the ground because it says it makes it uncomfortable, right?
Well, you don't walk on it, right? That'll also keep other other critters away, like somebody else's cat, skunks too, right?
Yeah. Skunks, they'll come and eat them.
Right?
Raccoons,
porcupines, where you are.
Porcupines, yeah, exactly. Even rabbits.
Right.
So
Rabbits.
whether this might be say cats and dogs on the title, but we just named off like 6 other little.
Here.
Yeah.
Here you need a 7-foot fence. All right, like 7 feet.
Well, I'll tell you.
My dad.
I posted a picture of 4 deer in the field beside me.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was out working in the garden, and there they were right beside me. And that's more than once. More than one time they've been out there.
They can come in and eat everything you leave behind the fuckers.
Well, hopefully they're eating the leaves that I'm throwing on the ground as I slowly reduce the amount of leaves on them.
Right. Yeah. No, it's actually funny because they don't normally like want to hang out like normally like with the dogs and stuff. But the other day they're out there barking their faces off, and there's mama deer with a baby laying in my backyard, and I'm like, oh god, they're gonna get stomped, and she just laid there. And I'm like, obviously she's used to the dogs and doesn't give a shit.
Right. Okay, so deer, you need 7-foot fence for that. So they also suggest some visual peeling options, such as wooden fence, chain link fence.
We need these little strips too that they don't like, which is like a reflective strip that blows in the wind. They don't like those either.
No, eh? And you said 7-foot fence. Sure enough, it says 2.4 meters, which is 7 feet, approximately.
We only know that because we're not allowed to have 7 feet fence in our bylaws in town.
Oh, okay.
But you need 7 feet to keep the deer out. So everybody builds a 6-foot fence and then puts a piece of lattice on top so that it's 7 feet.
Yeah. They say to some smells to help repel them. Citronella. I have a citronella plant literally 5 feet from me.
Yeah. And they don't like cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper. Oh, they talk about marigolds.
Yes.
Lavender. These are all plants, right?
Right.
Lavender, rue, rosemary, eucalyptus, lemongrass.
Yep. That's all.
Plants. Yeah, they keep the animals away.
And those are all essential oils that you shouldn't burn in your house if you have pets.
Oh, well, good to know.
Another
Natural repellents. They suggest citrus peels. Scatter peels amongst the base of your plants.
Yeah.
So throw your banana peels. You can compost them or throw them out with your plants, and you compost them out there naturally.
I think coffee grounds was something else.
Yes, yeah, they do mention coffee grinds, and I used to use them at one time with my living organics gardens.
Right.
Yeah, I believe part of the process was part of one of the uses was to get them moldy in order to create microcilium. I can't pronounce the word in the soil.
Myceliums, right?
Yeah, correct. There you go. That's the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good because that's a good bacteria, right?
You're correct. Yes. Yes.
Right.
Exactly. Now they say train dogs. Ultrasonic animal repellers, motion activated sprinklers.
Yep. Those are good too. But I mean, you
Yeah.
can't, not everybody has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
They're expensive.
So there you go. I would think that would work. Those would be things that would work with a lot of different animals, and nothing like going at harvest and finding out that a big chunk of your plant is missing. Like we were out visiting friends on the weekend, and when we got home on Sunday, our granddaughter's tomatoes were gone.
Oh.
And nobody touched them.
No.
That night, I got pictures of 2 deer in our front yard.
Oh,
They come back for more.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, they will. That's what I mean. That's why I got a piece of chicken wire across that piece of that part of my deck.
Yeah.
Where fucker came in, jumped in the dog pen, walked onto my deck, which is enclosed right here at my right outside my bedroom window, and walked right out past my car. So yeah, they're brazen. They don't care. They'll come right up.
Yeah. Now, is there any type of plant that can be grown that would help repel deer?
Well, there is some.
Those ones I could see, the ones we were talking about. I could see them being for smaller.
There's the thorn. There's one that's got that. What the hell are they called? Oh shit! We used to sell them at the garden center there. They have thorns in them. Carraganas. They don't like carragana. Because carragana have thorn, right?
Prickly thorn.
Yeah, prickly thorns. But what the hell are they called? Sold 100,000 of the fucking things. Anyways, junipers that are not supposed to like those either. Marigolds are not supposed to like either, but apparently they don't mind them anymore, right? Because there was one thing that they, predator that they didn't want to go for. But there's a listing of certain things that they don't like, but they seem like our town deer. They're not discriminatory. They'll eat everything. So I had them eating my junipers.
The town deer.
We have town deer. We call them town deer. They were born in town. If we tried relocating them, they'd be looking for cans and coffee on the side of the road. And we've got people that feed them. Like that's the worst. They'll throw out their lettuce and their tomatoes for them and bring them into their yard. And that's totally illegal. You're not supposed to do that, but they do.
No.
We've got probably 300 or 400 head.
And then there's situations where they do come in and eat a lot of the vegetative material or killing off the young trees because they're eating the leaves.
On down instead of eating my lilies, I'd be okay with that. Peppermint's another thing they don't like because they won't go near the peppermint.
So maybe grow some peppermint around your plants next year.
I've got peppermint all around everything. They didn't touch any of that stuff on the side of the house, but my anything that wasn't near the peppermint, they picked to get my lily. But but they don't like peppermint. That's another one they don't like. But they eat all my hostas. They love hostas.
They love hostas. Peppermint. Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, I thought with the catnip there that they wouldn't go near it, but they didn't touch the catnip. But they ate the hostas. They don't like garlic, chives either. Chives. Rosemary is another one they're not really keen on either.
Interesting. Alrighty. Well, what do you say?
Sure.
We head for break. And when we get back from break, we'll learn a little bit more about this device.
Ooh, is that like the Apple?
That is, I'm gonna say that is the supercharged version.
Ooh, see, I'm glad I waited not to buy. I'm waiting. I might buy that one instead. You don't want to
All
get
right.
a decent hash, though. Jesus,
What's that?
I can't get my hands on any decent hash around here. So.
Well, we'll get into that when we get back after the break. Okay, when we return, we'll talk about that. Tamara and I will be back shortly. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. We're live here at paceradio.net, and it's a nice night.
Is it?
I'm telling you.
It's fairly nice here right now too. So.
I got a text message during the break, and they said, "Look at the full moon. It's looking pretty wild." So I looked over, and I had to lean ahead, but it's slowly making its way around the house.
Oh,
and
nice.
Big full moon, and it's got like here, anyways. I got clouds going through it, and there's a bit of a haze. Well, I'll get a picture when it makes its way around a little further.
I made
And
took some nice pictures the other night because I got an Aurora app on my phone, and it
Yeah.
blinked saying that we had 20% chance of seeing some northern lights. So I don't know it was 12:15 or something. So I, threw my coat on and went outside. Didn't see any northern lights, but the moon was full. So I took a couple pictures of that. And yeah, but it's still daylight here.
Okay, yeah, it probably is for sure. It's not here.
We got another at least probably hour and a half before it starts getting dark. By 8 o'clock though, it's definitely
Yeah,
starting to
well,
get dark. Yeah.
exactly. That's when we started the show. It was 8 o'clock,
Yep.
and it was dark. Between that 7:30, 8 o'clock is when it really.
Right. And I want to just do a quick shout out to Limestone Hydroponics because I did my show on Monday and I did the last half of my show. I went live on TikTok as well, and they joined in on the live on TikTok. So I wanted to shout out to them saying thanks for joining in on my show on Monday. It was good to have you.
All right. Yeah, Limestone City Hydroponics.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I was talking to Margaret and Pierre today.
Awesome. Nice people,
phone, yeah.
right? Like, yeah, I was just terrific, right?
Yeah, I was talking to them about fans and stuff like that, filters and different things. So,
yeah.
But, okay, so there we go. You can see this piece of glass here.
Yes, I see this beautiful piece of.
This is hand blown by Dave, and I'm gonna mess up Dave's name, unfortunately. Dave's. Well, Dave Rowe Pereira's. Yeah, here I'm gonna just bring up his Instagram, and you can see for yourself.
That's so awesome that he hand blows those, right? Like
yes. Electric Dave on Instagram.
Nice.
Yeah, and Dave blows these, makes these pieces. He also makes the apple, which I got right here. The apple.
A apple.
Yeah, it looks like an apple.
Like an apple, yeah. I've seen you
Right.
pictures of that one too. We actually didn't we review that one on one of the shows. Too?
Yeah. Now this one is dirty. I have to admit I haven't cleaned it.
Because it's been used. Oh well.
It looks like an apple.
Oh yeah, isn't that great? I love it.
Right? Looks like an apple. Now it's got a stem on it. Some of the original ones just had a hole here. This one's got a stem on it.
That's awesome.
And there's no water in that or anything. Okay.
Yeah, you don't need water in it. But the other one, the new one, you can put water in it.
Correct. In the new one, I imagine it's optional.
Can you put water in the apple? Like
no, it wouldn't do anything. It would just all it would do is.
Oh, I see. Because
it would just make your chamber smaller. Yeah. In this version, okay, it's got a little percolator on the bottom.
Yeah. Nice. That's beautiful. I love it.
Okay, and inside, you can see. Can you see the glass chamber inside there?
Yes.
Okay, so you take the stem out. You can see I've got a little piece of hash on the end. This is the piece that I you can see it just stuck there.
Yep.
This is the piece that I did yesterday with the 3 high guys. You stick it on there. You light it up. Get it burning. Put it in there. And that inside chamber fills up with smoke. Okay? The inside chamber fills with smoke. Comes out through the percolator, through the water, cooling everything off. And
then you just have a nice pull. That looks great. Awesome.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this one. This one worked earlier, so it should work this time. I'll get it burning here. Just straight hash, right?
Nice.
That's the thing that I like about this. It's just straight hash. There's no tobacco.
Yeah.
And even I wasn't even a fan of mixing it with cannabis either, because
It drops.
you're competing for taste and everything, right?
Well, the thing
Okay,
is,
there we go. I've got it smoking. Okay.
and then it goes.
Yeah, it's gonna bring it up.
Nice.
Okay.
The thing is too, like hash, if you mix it, it drops.
Just
So you don't
hash.
have to have
Now,
like a spray.
you can see it inside there, filling that chamber.
And you don't have to do anything. It's just filling it by itself. Oh, that's great. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it just
And then
keeps filling. Just keeps filling.
That's great. So you just leave your hash in there, it'll fill that little puppy.
Right.
Back up. Oh, correct. That's great.
And then even like it's just a piece of glass on. There's no etching or anything. Do not open it up like a choke. There is a harder draw on it.
Right.
So, which is fine. Right? Use the lid as a choke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Then you can.
Yeah, it works good.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and it's just
this thing. I love that. That is
it
terrific.
just keeps going, eh?
Is that the pear now? The plapple?
What's that?
What is it called? The pear?
No, this is called the dewdrop.
Oh, dewdrop pear. Nice. I love it.
Yeah,
That's
in his message to me, he called it the dewdrop. I've seen it online where it's called the drop. Now, this one, Dave tells me, is a new and improved stem. You can see the difference between the old one. Right? Here's the apple, right?
Yep.
And you can see this one.
Does the one come out of the apple too, or do they come out? Does the stem come
No,
out?
the stems don't come out.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Oh, that works good. Now, what we talked about on 3 High Guys was, maybe put some, if you want to add flavor, put some type of natural, real, like few drops of lemon juice maybe in the water, or orange, a little bit, take an orange and squeeze a bit of orange in there. Would it?
It would ferment. I wouldn't.
I don't know.
Unless you're going to change the water like after you use it. I wouldn't let it sit. Because if you leave a glass, of like water with like lemon in it, it will, after a couple of days mold. Because the fruit juice will mold on the water. So
yeah.
I mean, you could do it while you were using it, but I would change the water right
But
after.
you want to empty it right afterwards. Yeah, you don't want to leave it in there.
That's a good idea. You could put some lemon, mint,
No.
a little bit of mint, like a couple of mint leaves or something, some peppermint, or you know what I mean. You could do that too.
Yes, exactly. There we go.
That's lovely.
Now, not only can you consume your hash with it, but I've got Dave's Instagram page up here, right? So I'm going to show you what else you can do with this thing. Look at that. He's got the E nail on it.
There you go. Like
There you go, eh?
That's a hell of a thing, right? Absolutely. Do your jobs.
Yeah.
You could probably touch a bowl, and then you could put your flour in the top of that too.
Yeah. The now there's that. Okay, so you can do dabs with it. Okay. And then you got the banger where you can do your dabs and your banger with it as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think in this video He changes it. He's got the dab in it, or not the banger in it for doing dabs, and then I think he takes it out.
I never quite understood that whole concept of the ball rattling around. I don't know.
Yeah, there. Now he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There you go.
There you go. Got a bowl on it. Hit it with the torch.
I used to have that exact bowl, little diamond.
So you can do your hash with it. You can smoke your hash. You can do your dabs with it as an e-nail or as with a banger.
That's freaking
Or you can put a bowl on it as well.
That's great. I love it. That's terrific.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah.
a 3-in-1 2-0.
For sure, exactly.
Well, I guess 4.
Yeah.
Dabs, and then your hash, and then your flour. I guess 3.
Yeah. Now, we've released earlier tonight, actually at 4:20, from the Three High Guys show. What I did was edit it, just the review of what I did of it at that point, and I released that at 4:20, and included in there is Dave's information, as well as where you can purchase this. It's available at stores. Okay, you can go, like I purchased my Apple at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford.
Does he have them just in Ontario though?
Yeah, there's he makes them right here. He makes them in Kingston. You can see here a bunch of them sitting on the table, ready to go out.
Awesome.
They're moving along.
That's terrific.
Yeah, they're lightweight and the whole bit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'd be afraid that I'd knock it over and break it.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I was just looking for the website. That's right. That's what I was doing. And then we'll go from there on to the next subject. Okay.
No, that's an awesome little tool. I love that.
It is. I look forward to it.
You know, it's funny. I went into Dubs the other day to buy stuff for my vape, and I was like, just stupidly said, like, I'm looking for a Da Vinci, right? So
Yeah.
she brought this great big contraption that you put on it.
Wow.
I just want a battery for my vape, right?
Right.
So Yokans come out with these, and these little buggers are nice too. But this is a Yokan, and you can actually it gives so you can up and down with the temperature on it, right?
Oh yes.
So and it was $22. So yeah, but I want it. But the Da Vinci for the flower. Oh my god, they're shiny but they're like beautiful. But oh my god, they're expensive.
Alrighty, here we go. I got the website up. There we go. It's called Cannabis Swag. Canara Swag Shop. Right there. Canara Swag Shop. See, it's got different suppliers there. Nugs. That's where the Apple. So this is.
So you obviously can order directly from him.
There you go. You can see where they got the Apple right there.
Yep.
Oh, and there's the
Cannabis Glass Art Collectives. Beautiful.
Canna Glass Art Collection.
Oh, look at these, quite a few of them. Oh, look at
the
those.
Dewdrop. There you go. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little more than the budget can allow for right now. For me, for sure.
There we go.
It's beautiful. Beautiful, but a little
Yes.
range right now.
$100.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. Not right now. Yeah. My anniversary's coming up. I gotta save all my money to pay for that. And yeah, I need a new.
It is very nice piece. It is very pleasant. I really enjoy it. Yeah, okay, I coughed a couple times. That's only a couple times. I'll cough a lot more than that smoking a joint. So,
Right.
and it's straight
It's-
hash. Right?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. And like I said, I actually, to be honest, I have never asked for hash when I go into the store. I'm sure it's available. I just never asked for it.
because I purchased the Apple. See, Dave does these pop-up shows or pop-up markets, whatever you want to call them, and he goes into a store and he's there. He might spend 2 hours in the store, talking to people, talking to the owners, whatever, promoting his thing.
Right.
And so there was not only Dave, myself, the owner, three of my friends, local friends that just happened to come by. One of them has a store right next door. That was Wayne.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Camel for Lifestyle Shop. They're right beside them.
Right.
And so yeah, we spent a couple of hours in there talking about different things and shooting the shit, and Dave showing us this nice little rig here he has is the Apple, and I had to get one. So nice
Yeah.
lightweight.
I wouldn't have either.
Yeah.
To be fair.
So to be able to try this this dewdrop, it's
Yeah.
is great. Yeah.
I'm just looking at my local store's website here to see if they've got any hash, and I'm not
Mhm.
seeing nothing.
Yeah. So I ended up I've bought some hash at Legacy 420, and I bought some hash at Spirit Leaf when I was there, and I've had some. Of my
Oh,
own.
did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You absolutely do have it. I just have never looked for it or asked for it.
Never asked for it, eh?
Yeah, like I mean,
Well, now that you can get some.
oh, they have like the rip strips.
Oh, okay.
They also have, it says Vortex Cannabis Inc. Afghan Black Pressed Hash.
Uh-huh. Nice.
$23.99.
The dewdrop. I'm just trying to yeah.
$23.99 for 2 grams.
$14 a gram. No, you said $23.99, so $12 a gram.
Yeah, that's a good price. Like,
Yeah.
I
I guess they don't sell quarters or anything, eh?
No, it's all in 2 grams.
All in 2 grams. Well, 7 grams would be a quarter. So it's not
But
out of,
I wonder if you could get 28 grams of that because it's
I don't know. Do they consider hash
It's a concentrate.
like? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to carry around an ounce of hash.
Shredded mother.
You can't have an ounce of concentrates.
Well, they've got this one's called Mother Pucker Peach Grips. Right? Like, holy, who comes up with this shit? And they've got like sativa drops.
Yeah. Well, mine is Heinz 57 because mine is a mixture.
6,000 milligrams CBD soft gel, 60 pieces.
Yeah. Okay. What we got? We got 7 minutes left.
That's craziness.
We already did the animal thing. Okay.
Like, how the hell would they do that? Empress Canada, 6,000 milligrams CBD soft gels.
Right. Hey, just closing some stuff off here. We got 5 minutes. I'm just trying to see what we got here for a topic for 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, let's go with this one. Being that I got more years behind me than I do in front of me.
I don't know. You and your list. I can
Yeah.
have 10 lists and I'll never follow any of them anyway, so I don't make them anymore.
Oh, I just touched my screen and everything just moved. Okay, I don't know how well this will burn. But when I was involved with treating yourself and doing the different shows and helping out at different things and educating people in the public about cannabis, at that time, a lot of people had a negative impact about older people that consumed cannabis, and always called them prohibitionists, and they were always the bad side of it. But when I was doing those shows, I always found that they were the people who were coming to the booth a lot of the time, were people that were over 50 years of age. And it wasn't the young people and all that. So I always thought that older people got stigmatized when it comes to cannabis. That according to this report that I've got here, it says that 21% of older Americans used cannabis in the last year.
Right.
Which is up. Which would be up. That's almost 25%.
And it's funny because when I was doing my show on Monday, it was talking about cannabis research, and I went to our websites, and the last studies that were done in Canada, like recently, were 2019. Then they refer to everything to the MD of American studies, like US, right?
Yeah.
So coincidentally, I guess if they're doing them hand in handly, but there's a lot of research actually being done in some states. So that's a good. But yeah, no, like I said, at one point, my mother wouldn't have, there's no way, right?
Right.
She's, I'm able to now, not, I don't consume in her house out of respect. My son does, he doesn't care, but I don't. And then the fact that when they were here for one of her high school reunions, she brought a bunch of her little friends over here to check out the topicals that I had. And topicals, right? And it was like, Mom, like, really? But she brought over a couple of her friends. One has MS, and we talked about the topicals and the CBD capsules from Canada. I'll see this stuff, right? And I hooked them all up that way so that, so they had access to see this stuff. So it worked out. But my mother, who worked for the RCMP, right? She was like,
yeah, and when, especially once it becomes legal, being able to
licensing, like once I got my medical, like it was almost like, the validation. Like I think we all feel that.
Yeah, I agree. There was a validation there.
Paper that says I can legally do this. I am legally sick enough. Like it's like I said, it's not a badge of fucking honor because you have to be sick enough to be able to get that piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
So when I finally got that pink piece of paper, which validated the fact that I did have colitis that she ignored for fucking, for 20 years of my life. Never mind the fact that I wasn't even told about it until I said, hey, I'm having some issues. Like, I'm going to go see a doctor. She goes, oh, and you got colitis. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, seriously? Right? So when you're told by your mother that, when you're in your fucking 40s that you got colitis and you're wondering what the fuck, you quit drinking and you still got the tequila shits and you're going, what the fuck? Right?
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I had, my mother was against it until she saw the benefits that she saw in me.
Right. But like I said, you get that pink piece of paper, it's like validation. I remember taking a piece of paper going, yeah, finally. Yeah. Right.
So this report says that they found that 21% of Americans aged 50 or older use cannabis, such as flower, vape, edibles, and dabs. Say in that period, 9% used it once or twice, and 12% used it at least once a month.
I think it's funny how many of them, I eat a gummy before bed. You know what I mean?
Which means obviously that 79% of older Americans.
There's nothing in them. They're just CBDs, and I have to snicker because
they said the preferred methods of taking cannabis were edibles or beverages.
Yep. Like I said, I don't know how many people that talked to. Actually, it was funny last night. I walked in the store and say, "Oh, was this girl up the hill that it says Mark Emery?" I said,
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, yep. And he
Nothing.
says, you done? I said, yep. And I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
Right?
They said that less popular were lotions and skincare products, 34%, vapes at 26%, and dabs or concentrates are at 19%.
I mean, some people find topicals effective. I do, and certain ones, yeah, I've had great, effects from topical. But again, like, it's also a combination of essential oils and other, eucalyptus and mint and natural, all combined together with the CBD and the THC added, right? So you get a combination of all of it. So yeah.
Let's see that the why they use cannabis. The overwhelming response was that 81% of them said for relaxation, followed by the help to sleep at 68%, enjoyment and feeling good, which is nothing wrong with doing that. That's 2/3 of them. Relief pain, 2/3. Mental health and mood, over half of them.
Right? Like I just said, stopping you from, committing homicide because, people are stressful.
Yeah. So yeah. So people are, older people are using cannabis, and using it medicinally, but going to the store and buying it.
I feel safer now when I think about it because, like, let's face it. Could you imagine some little old granny standing on the street corner waiting for Buddy to meet me back alley behind the bar? Like, and how intimidating that is for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or, having to have some seedy person come to your door and then you got your neighbors watching and shit too. Like, or just the traffic. Like, so now it's just not so, now it's safe, it's tested. You know what you're getting. You're going to walk into a nice lighted store with a nice, usually, person behind the till that does, have some knowledge and that are helpful. Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's really changing the whole stigma, to be honest, because it doesn't feel intimidating and seedy anymore.
No, it doesn't. Because it's out. It's in stores. We're seeing it being, even though there are all kinds of restrictions on advertising and promotion, there is still some stuff that's out there.
But like I said, they're not in seedy, like here in seedy neighborhoods. Like we've got them right down.
No.
We've got them beside the pizza parlor, and it's well lit. And like again, you don't feel intimidated walking into that store like you would like walking down an alley or into a dark bar. Even like I don't know how many times I had to meet somebody at a bar and sit at a back table and pass a bag underneath the table. It was just
the two that are here in town. They're basically our downtown. Or it's in our business section of the town. I know over in Campbellford, same thing. Right at the main bridge, actually, in both of them. And then over in Marmara, it's not right at the lights, but it's just down from the lights.
Like I said, how unintimidating now. Where people now, because it's legal, that wouldn't have bothered before. They'd be going to this, like, maybe some of them are going to the cannabis store before they're going to the pharmacy to grab that Tylenol.
Yeah.
Or those sleeping pills. You know what I mean? Because, like, let's face it, you don't want to start taking Nitol and all this shit to go to sleep either. Even you're finding that whatever it is, melatonin's not really good for you either, right? In use. So maybe those people are going to go stop at the cannabis store and grab a gummy or grab something to drink for bed rather than going to Shoppers and grabbing that Nitol. So, what's better for you, like harm-wise, side effect-wise, you're not going to, what, the sugar in the cannabis drink maybe or the sugar in the gummy? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I would prefer
the sugar, but I see we're
over.
Break time. I let it go for 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a break now.
All right, we're off to break. I just gotta find the video. All right, we're off to break. We'll see you in about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, and don't forget, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. But yeah, if talking about forgetting, if you just happen to miss a broadcast, you can always go back to paceradio.net and catch our past episodes. Just click on our logo, and it takes you all to the past shows. Okay. Tomorrow, we have... just so you know, I really enjoyed this tonight, and I'm gonna enjoy consuming my hash.
That looks really nice. Yeah.
It's nice. You know? I'm gonna I may have a part to put the email on that. So.
Oh, wouldn't that be great too?
Yeah. If not, I'll just go see my friends at Camelford Lifestyle Shop and see what they got.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need that story anymore. Okay, here's one that I'm going to touch on because there's another one I want to get into too before we're done. And this one here is that, where'd it go? There it is. Get it up here so we can share it. It says that THC concentrations are not
correlated
with impairment. And I have a speech impairment, so that's not got to do with my consumption of the cannabis.
So that's funny, because we were discussing about an impairment charge.
Yes.
And when was this published?
Well, this was published on August the 30th. And it says here that how much THC in a person's system is too much is when it comes to safety operating a motor vehicle due to complexities of human biology. That question is far more difficult to answer than many policymakers would lead the public to believe. Infrequent user can consume very little cannabis and be significantly impaired. I completely agree with that. And a frequently consumer can refrain from consumption for multiple days and yet still have considerable amount of metabolized THC in their system. There is no one size fits all. Now, an example of that, we have a perfect example, and that is our co-host on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News yet again, Glenn. 31 or 32 days after he consumed cannabis, because he was a truck driver, he got tested, and he tested positive.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing is that you can never, depending on, it's apparently it stores in your fat cells, right? So depending on your weight and how long you wait, like, and how long do you have to wait? And how do you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think that the science isn't accurate on
Yeah.
with any of it.
Well,
right?
see, they go by, they have 5 nanograms. There's a 2 nanogram limit, and then there's a 5 nanogram. That's sort of like that 0.5 of the alcohol and then 0.8, right? Severities, right?
Right.
So now it also goes on that the researchers assessed the relationship between drug concentrations and impaired psychomotor performance in a cohort of over 15,000 individuals suspected of drug driving and 3,684 drug-free controls. Okay.
We have a mutual friend that actually did go to some, like, where he was consuming and then driving, and they were doing some
Yeah, there's a test.
in Vancouver in BC, and I never did hear the results of it because I probably didn't find anything that was bad. So you know how you notice how when they do these studies, unless they can
Yeah.
find harms or something that's actually negative about it, it just kind of poof disappears. You never hear anything more about it.
Okay, it says here some more. I always like bringing it up when I'm reading it out so people can read along with me. It says here specifically, authors determined for THC the median drug concentrations changed little between drivers assessed as not impaired and impaired. They concluded the lack of a close relationship between drug concentration of THC and degree of impairment at the individual level is in accordance with several observations from experimental studies. Controlled intakes of cannabis.
Yeah, you could take somebody's blood and catch them right after, and then do testing, and they'd still be not impaired.
Yeah.
How many of us that are, daily consumers for medicinal purposes could absolutely do the alphabet backwards after smoking 10 joints or
Yeah.
walk in a straight
Yeah.
line or do any of the, alcohol sobriety tests that they expect as somebody that has consumed alcohol for, right?
It says in the final thing I always want to check off here, it says the author's findings are consistent with those of other numerous studies reporting that neither the detection of THC nor its metabolites in blood or other bodily fluids is predictive of impaired driving performance.
Right?
So there you go.
It doesn't. So again, that's ridiculous, and that's legislation that needs to be changed immediately because people are being harmed
Well,
and actually going to go to jail for killing people.
yeah. We've sat here and smoked joints tonight. I smoked some hash. Tomorrow afternoon, technically, I'll leave to go to an appointment, and by law, I'm impaired. But yet, do I look like I'm impaired? Or do I sound like I'm impaired? No.
No. And that's
no. Never mind in another 12 hours.
after
15
you slept
hours.
and you know what I mean, and everything else. Like even if you had consumed alcohol now and got like you would have slept and ate and everything else, because it takes 24 hours for alcohol to get out of your system. If they took a blood test, then you'd still not be within the legal probably perimeters of being impaired, maybe because of the alcohol timeline, but you'd still have alcohol in your system.
I've driven into a ride program. This was years ago, back before I was sick, at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. And I said to the officers, "What are you doing setting up at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday?"
Because people are still drunk from the night before.
People are driving home from Friday night. They've only slept for a couple hours, and they're grabbing people on the way home.
Yeah, and they're still impaired because they haven't
Correct.
eaten, gotten enough sleep. They drank till 4 o'clock in the morning. It's 8. They've had 3 hours sleep, but it's not 20. Yeah,
Yeah,
they would still blow. Yeah, they would.
correct. So,
Yeah, they're
all
sneaky.
right.
That new law in BC here that if you can been seen in a bar, they can come to your house 2 hours after you've been home and charge you with impaired.
Yeah. So I brought that up because there was another article that cannabis suspensions were high in Saskatchewan over the Labor Day weekend. So.
Oh, and then back to
Yeah.
that's being charged with murdering or what is it? A car accident where she hit a child, and they're using THC impairment as the cause. And the accident was in 2021, and she's just coming up on going on to court now in 2024. Now her lawyers come back and said that she has now had her charter rights violated. Now with this new study that you just come out with, if the lawyer doesn't catch that, they should, and that would be another reason to dismiss that case completely.
Yeah.
I mean, or take the THC impairment off the table. Like there's no different. Yes, she hit this child. Yes, unfortunately the child passed away, and I'm condolences to anybody. But again, the THC was not a factor in her, in her.
Yeah, because the report didn't. I think the report that you were reading didn't mention what her nanogram results was.
Let me see if I can bring that back up, because I don't know if that was in, because it was just a news article, right?
Right. Correct.
But it was, I know I'd seen it somewhere before. I think it was on TikTok, because the mother was on there. So Saskatchewan woman was charged in a fatal THC driving case, had charter rights violated, and this was July the 18th, 2024. So she'd been charged prior to, the accident was in 2021. So she struck and killed a child while driving. Says a number of her charter rights were violated now. So a 9-year-old was going to school on September 9th, 2021, pushing her scooter across the crosswalk, and she was hit by a truck, or struck by a truck. The driver was the first person in Saskatchewan to be charged for causing a death while driving under the influence of THC at the crash scene. Kennedy told the police she had smoked weed and microdosed magic mushrooms the day prior to. Right?
So the day prior to. As the voir dire, a trial within the trial that determines which evidence is admissible, resumed Thursday. Kennedy's lawyer, Thomas Hines, so they're doing a preliminary right now. Yeah. So that's what they're investigating this.
Right.
This,
the whole thing. Thomas Hines argued that his clients psychologically detained by police at the crash site that she's a minority at the scene because she was a young woman surrounded by armed police officers. He said an officer was with her at all times and all eyes were on her. Any reasonable person would feel they couldn't leave that situation, she says. She was also not given her rights to a lawyer. The Crown prosecutor argued Kennedy never asked to speak to a lawyer. An officer suggested she contact legal aid. Pilon said all eyes were on Kennedy and the child was there hanging on for her life. Kennedy was physically detained because she was not He said Kennedy was not psychologically detained because she was testified earlier that she stayed on the scene because she wanted to help the little girl. But this girl's been charged with
she says that she smoked before, so she's amended to do that.
Right.
So she'll obviously have, I would say, a high number of her nanograms, even though it doesn't show that, because it's
okay. So there's some related.
Probably 12 hours, I'm assuming.
Those evidence and fatal THC impaired cases case admissible. Charges should be dropped.
18.
be 18 to 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, when they
follow
guess
up
we'll
on.
find out down the road if it's
Yeah.
still being investigated, and they're
Well,
still
and-
determining what evidence is admissible, and so that's what they're going through. So we'll
Well,
find.
there's related stories here. So,
Yeah. Okay.
okay, second day of trial. And she took the witness down. So there's more here. Yeah, this is interesting because I think that's not really. Yeah, I don't know. A day before, that doesn't seem.
Yeah. I know.
It seems
Far
weird. It seems strange to me, even if she admitted that, like the day before is not there. If she would have 2 hours before, like she was like smoking when she was driving,
right. Yeah.
you know what I
That
mean? Like
morning, wouldn't. Yeah.
before she left the house, or like she had a joint hanging out of her mouth as she was driving the truck. Like I could kind of understand maybe then, but even then, it's a bit of a stretch. Like I don't know. I think it's and she's also First Nations, so and it's Saskatchewan,
That's yeah.
right?
It's
Let's just put it that way.
excuse me. Well, let's hope that it's they they do their goes through the court systems and they come up with the results that they come up with. There's always appeals on both sides, and it could be years in the courts before it's final determination. Because if somebody in this situation, if obviously I look at it, what either side loses in this battle, there would be an appeal on it. There's been a death of a child, so I just
What
can't see
happened to
that.
the Jordan law? Where you
Pardon
were?
me?
What happened to the Jordan law? Like, why is it
Jordan.
taking 3 years for her to?
Oh, that's that's the right to quick.
Right? Like, what
Yeah.
what happened to that?
I never even thought about that.
2021, it's 2024, and they're just going to trial on this.
What's the time for too long of a for a case to be dealt with? That's the thing that's the
It's Jordan law. I'd have to look that up. I think it was like 24 months, which is like 2 years.
Okay, I was thinking it was longer than that.
It might not be effective depending maybe what province she's in. I'm not sure.
Okay.
The Jordan principle.
You look that up. I'm gonna run a little promo here. You look that up, everybody.
That 18
Are you
months.
looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There you go. Did you find it?
Yep. It's establishment timeline that trials must be heard by 18 months after charges are laid for a province's main entry point into the court system. So why is it you're saying?
Is this the first? This is the first time through.
No,
I was thinking no, because she was.
This is her preliminary.
Now she was charged in 2021, but did she appear in 2021?
The accident happened in 21. She was charged in 21. She's going to court now. This is her first. Like, they're doing the preliminary now, right? They're doing the voir dire, so that means they're just going into preliminaries. That means that the trial hasn't even started yet. So they're going into they're doing the preliminary to see if there's enough evidence to even go to trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. See what happens.
Wow.
Matter of time.
Right?
All right. I got this other story here. I'm just going to glance through it. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the headline so you can see it. Okay, when we reported on this during the news, I apologize for not giving a reefer madness warning to this. Canada's cannabis use has become a serious problem.
Oh my God, who wrote this?
Okay, who wrote it? Okay, I'll take you to the bottom.
Was it Rebel News?
No. The writer is
Ottawa Citizen.
he is a general counsel who has worked in the private and public sectors. He was a Conservative candidate in Toronto in the 2021 federal election and does not plan to run again.
Good.
Right. So that's
Oh, this is an editorial, right?
Yeah. This is it's opinion piece.
So it's his
Correct.
opinion.
It's opinion piece. So he says that 21 months after legalization, more than 350 children under the age of 9 were rushed to the emergency rooms, and there was a lot of kids. I never counted up the age of the numbers, but I remember reporting on them and telling people, like, come on, you got to be responsible with your cannabis. You just can't be leaving it laying out for kids to grab. You know, it's like when
Why are you rushing your kid to a hospital when you know they waited and they just have to sleep? Like, why make a deal of it?
They said that years ago, advocates reform argued that if we legalized, even normalized, that everything would be fine, that cannabis was harmless, the black market would disappear, we'd have a gusher of tax revenue, law enforcement resources would be freed up, the kids would be okay, there'd be no cost to the healthcare system, it even had medical benefits. How wrong they've been.
Oh, where's this guy been under a rock?
It says we're the first major Western country to legalize cannabis. Canada has been a fascinating experiment for researchers. 2022 study in New England Journal said that it concluded that legalization in Canada was associated with marked increases of hospitalization of cannabis poisoning in children, which has already been addressed. They say drug driving is now a significant factor in serious car accidents,
Oh my
according
God.
to a study that was published in the University of British Columbia. Canada has the second highest rate of cannabis use in the world, behind New Guinea.
New Guinea's got pot.
Yeah. Now it says prevalence use of youth has increased to 19%, increased 19% since legalization.
That because youth aren't able to go into a store to buy it.
Yeah, they're not. I didn't think I'd get to this article, so I closed off an article that refuted that. Cannabis use disorder, 18 to 23 years old, they say has increased. Cannabis use disorder, that'd be greening out.
Where are they getting these stats from?
Well, they do provide a link, they say, to each one.
Stats Canada or anything relevant or reliable, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't clicked on them. They say there's an increased evidence of regular cannabis use, particularly in youth, may cause serious health problems, including psychosis, anxiety, depression, altered brain functioning, and addiction.
Oh my God.
Among those with predispositions. I'm glad to see that he put that in there.
You know, it's kind of funny because it seems to me that just sounds exactly like somebody wrote something 10 years ago.
I know,
From the left or the right side of the aisle. Just shut up. Like,
now they say that if you think pot shops seem to be more prevalent than Tim Hortons, you're right. There are more than 3,600 legal cannabis shops across Canada. not including
This
the
guy got
illegal
it.
ones, and that would not include the ones from on the reserve either. Okay, these are
What's this
just
guy?
legal.
This guy's a capitalist. What's he got against people making money? Is he
And he
jealous?
says, he goes on, he says, as you know, you often can't walk down the street in Canada without breathing in rancid pot smoke. You can't take your children to pro sports games without walking through a cloud outside the gates. Some streets and parks reek of pot, with addicts magnifying the climate of decay and disorder in our cities.
Oh my fucking god! We have to rebut this. I'm writing the Ottawa Citizen.
Okay, now I do have to say, in all fairness, and I know at cannabis events such as at the Lift, okay, or at Champs or at the Treating Yourself Expo, you can't really smoke joints inside. So people had to smoke outside, and they were required to smoke out in front of the building. And when the Blue Jay games were on those particular weekends, and it wasn't every weekend, okay, it was just whenever that event was held, people would walk through there on a Sunday with people standing out front. It's not like it's an everyday, every weekend thing, because a cannabis event doesn't happen that time. But yeah,
Who's fucking who?
And like we it's because we were forced to go out there. Now some
But
people
again,
were stuck. The
that's
first year we,
exactly
huh?
That's exactly it. Like, why are we forced to be out in public,
Yeah.
making it so that because there's no lounges for us to go to be able to be out of public?
Bingo. Yeah,
I know it seems to be a no-brainer for me, but hey,
that's right. There's the unofficial, official Tracy Curly Vapor Lounge that happens out in front of the
right?
Metro Toronto Convention Center. Yes. So, righty. Well, anything else? I see we're at the bottom of the hour.
No, I think we're. I think like I said, I think I'm good.
You think you're good?
We got that article about that poor girl. I'm gonna, like I said, I want to follow up with that.
Yeah, follow that up. Find out what's going on.
And I want that clip to the Citizen guy because I want to write them back because that's bullshit. Like everything that came out of that sounds like some Russian fucking bought and paid for by some Russian influencer. Like everything's got it's so bad right now. Like everything that you read now, you feel like it's tainted. No matter where you read it.
Oh yeah, I know. There's
Stop.
Especially
God.
when it comes to politics.
Well, not even that.
All righty. Well, time to go.
Right? Yeah, my dogs. I don't know what the
Don't
hell's
forget
going on.
the newbie and the doobie. They're coming on at 10 o'clock. Everybody catch them. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Glenn and I are live with the Pace News, psychedelics and cannabis educational news. So catch us then. Other than that, thanks, man. Thanks to all our listeners for tuning into the broadcast, our viewers as well. And you can catch all our past shows at paceradio.net. Other than that, thanks for tuning in, and we will see you next week. Thanks to legacy420.com, to Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. Other than that, good night. We'll see you all next week. Bye-bye. Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Well, look, Anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weed's got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have son that's a cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm mellow moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
How good is that? I was like, he's not a cook. He works.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming.
That's what these events do, eh? Like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
Still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
It's true.
Right? Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant. It's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work. And, for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because of being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way people who feel comfortable talking to somebody versus, yeah.
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE Radio, okay? It's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words, okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication. And he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So that's...
They had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory. Just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
I look at it as a missed opportunity.
Missed. Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come
That's
back.
right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around. To talk to you. Probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.